Snowboarding's Last Stand, A Samurai and the Slingling. Written by Tom Miller. Narrated by Vincent List.
My name is Tom, and I am the author of this science fiction snowboard book called Snowboarding's Last Stand, A Samurai and The Slingling. You can support me here on YouTube by watching this video from start to finish, because that helps with the watch hours. But you can also help me as an author by going to Amazon and getting your copy of the book on various formats, such as ebook, paperback, and hardcover. I will leave a link in the description of this video to Amazon, so you can find that book easily. And Amazon really cares about purchases, of course, as well as reviews. So if you can do me a huge favor and leave a review of the book, please leave an honest review, but it could be a sentence or two. You love the book, let me know what you want to see as far as science fiction snowboard content going forward like this. And that'd mean the world to myself as well as the Pinpin Films crew. So thank you for your support. I hope you enjoy this reading by Vince List of Snowboarding's Last Stand, A Samurai and The Slingling. Thanks, everybody.
Chapter 1. Sector 56, Earth. Next to a brook was a field of lush green grass. Despite the ice that covered some parts of this world, most other parts, especially during this season, were not as chilly nor ice-drowned. It would have normally made for a very pleasant sight, that is, if not too far away, a flock of humanoid avian creatures called Slinglings weren't in a blood-frenzied pursuit after an injured samurai. There were 4 of these Slinglings, and they lunged at the limping warrior with bared talons and dark beaks housing rows of long, serrated teeth that clicked loudly with every screech and caw that these avian monstrosities produced. The grass was tall, too tall for the monsters to properly see the one that they were chasing after, something that the samurai was using to his advantage. Unfortunately, these creatures had very powerful senses, and can both smell and hear so well that their eyes might as well be completely useless. The samurai could feel a burning sensation in his chest as he felt his wounds steal more of his strength. His breathing were labored gasps and pants. He wasn't sure how much longer he could keep this up. There was nothing normal about Slinglings. These creatures rarely ever feel the sensation of exhaustion, being able to go on completing a mission no matter how physically tasking it might be. The samurai might have been injured and his speed dulled, but he was still a formidable warrior. His movements through the tall shrubs were calculated. He moved and darted from left to right, slowing down here, speeding up there. Every now and then, he'd stop abruptly and remain as still as his body could allow him. The Slinglings would try to listen carefully for his breathing and to sniff out the stench of his fear. They always ended up finding just where he was hiding, and thus the chase would continue. He ran with all his might. The side of his body spasmed wildly, sending jolts of pain throughout his nerves. The samurai collapsed to the floor just as he exited the field of tall shrubs. He groaned loudly as he tried to get back up. Not too far behind him, he could hear the incomprehensible speech of the creatures, as well as the loud and frantic rustling of the plants that concealed them. "Arg!" growled the samurai as he made it back to his feet. His face was completely concealed in his black helmet, the dark visor blocking out the otherwise bright and pleasant morning sun from his eyes. His black and golden jacket were thoroughly disheveled, and in one of his hands was his sword and his snowboard, which was tucked underneath his armpit. He cradled the sore spot at his left ribs while he ran. The pain was starting to become far too unbearable, so much that the samurai could feel himself slowly fading. His speed had diminished to the point that the avian monstrosities had managed to close the gap between them and he. It was only a matter of time before his pursuers would finally capture him. As the samurai warrior felt himself slow down and his consciousness fading, a sudden flash of light startles him back awake. The light was blinding, and thanks to the keen eyesights that the Slinglings had, it was even more so to them. It was only for a moment, but for the time the light lasted, it was so intense that even the samurai, whose eyes were shielded by his visor, had to look away. The Slinglings shrieked in discomfort as they covered their eyes with their black-feathered limbs. The samurai could hear them. From the loudness of the sound of their shrill voices, he could tell that they were practically right above him. Suddenly, he hears a voice. "This way," it said. "This way, quickly." The injured warrior couldn't tell when it happened, but the light had suddenly receded. He could look, could see what was going on. Surely it couldn't be any stranger than the things that had been happening to him so far. He was wrong. Before him was a circular portal. Its round edges dazzled mysteriously in the sunlight. It was the first time the warrior had ever laid eyes upon such a technology. He never even knew such a thing truly existed. He'd only ever heard stories of technologies from other worlds that could defy the laws of physics. To him, that's all it had ever been, stories. But now, to add to the weirdness of his entire predicament, was such a technology. A trans-dimensional opening in space and time that's believed to be able to take you anywhere through the space-time continuum. The samurai stared at it in awe when the voice that he'd heard earlier began speaking to him once more. "You do not have much time. You have to go through now. They won't be distracted forever," it said with urgency. The samurai suddenly realized that not too long ago he'd been chased by a couple of merciless, non-tiring monsters. Looking over his shoulder, he could see that they had already begun to slowly take their hands off of their abnormally shaped faces. With little time to think about whether or not it was a good idea to leap into a random portal that appeared out of nowhere, or to trust the disembodied voice of an unknown woman, the samurai mustered up the remainder of his strength and jumped into the portal. In the instant that his entire body went through the opening in space and time, the portal closed itself up, taking away the prey of the Slinglings from them. The creatures were very confused as to what just happened. They stood there for a minute, staring at the spot where all the madness had just happened. They exchanged confused glances, wondering if one of them could have a possible explanation as to what just happened. They eventually conceded and turned to leave. They had a new concern on their small minds, explaining how they lost the enemy to their master. In the space-time tunnel that the samurai had hurled himself into, things weren't looking any better. The place was a dark, spiraling realm of warped space, where the concept of time and being were rendered both null and void. There was a constant shifting of colors and light that reflected off of the almost spaghettifying body of the samurai. Despite how warped his body was looking, he didn't feel any pain. However, he did feel all manner of strange things. Things that he just didn't have the right words to properly describe. He tried moving his arms to his face just so he could properly examine what was happening to him. But there was some strange and unknown force keeping him from moving. He was completely held in place as the odd physics of the dark tunnel stretched his body. What the heck is this? I hope jumping into this thing won't be a worse mistake than asking that damn map-making robot for help. The travel seemed to go on forever, until it wasn't. Another opening suddenly materialized in the barren land riddled to the brim with fluffy white snow. The vast snowcap seemed to stretch on forever. There was something strange about this place. Despite how the earth and distant mountain ranges were completely covered in fluffy white snow, there were no flakes falling from the sky. In fact, the sun was bright and full with little clouds in the blue sky to cover it up, so its white light shone uninterrupted. A light so annoyingly bright that it irritated the eyes of the samurai, who had fallen from his new portal and landed hard on the snow-covered ground. The samurai warrior had no strength left in him. He was spent. He simply laid there, waiting for whatever fate that awaited him to run its course. But try as he may, a warrior always has habits that prove time and time again to die hard. Despite accepting his fate, the samurai could not permit himself rest. Despite how exhausting and in pain he was, he could not let the darkness claim him. Not yet. He needed to stay awake to see if it was truly safe for him to fall asleep. He grunted and groaned as the crippling pain shot bolt after bolt throughout his rigid body. He was so occupied trying to survive the pain and trying to stay conscious that he didn't notice that someone was approaching his prone body. The blinding white light of the sun was suddenly eclipsed by the form of a figure. He couldn't see who this mysterious person was as the light cast a shadow over the person. The warrior's battle soon comes to an end as he feels his strength slowly leave him and his vision fades to black. Chapter 2. In a different world occupying the same star system, the new head of the snowboarding community sat in full meditation on a giant gray stone. The environment surrounding the stone was covered by a thick blanket of white snow. Not too far from it was a forest of trees, their leaves covered in snow as well. The gossamer flakes of snow that fell from the sky were few, not enough to make staying under them uncomfortable. This giant gray stone sat over the snow-covered ground. This rock was also riddled all over with snow. Sitting majestically on the gray stone was TT-119. The cybernetic map maker was poised in his meditative position, unmoving. Suddenly, a portal materialized in front of the gray stone, which bursts into a bright flash of white light. Standing in the place that the portal had appeared are the three creatures that had chased the samurai earlier. They never had to rely on something like that to travel, but their master had beckoned them from the microchip implant in their heads. The humanoid creature approached its master, who sat at the top of a large gray stone. It fell to its knees and raised both of its hands in the air as it praised its master in an incomprehensible dialect. But the master was displeased with the outcome of the hunt. They had failed to capture the wounded samurai. The beast lowered his head and whimpered in agony.
"He is still alive, but he will not be a threat for much longer. It is too easy to defeat him if you are careful. His mind will fade away soon."
The master, who went by the name TT-119, simply stared at the humanoid creature behind the black visor of his helmet. Then he spoke. "He has come forward to pose himself as a challenge to me. He already managed to steal away some of the Pinpin, and whose fault was that? Yours." TT-119 suddenly rose to his feet and walked closer to the creature until he was standing right over its lowered form. "And now you have also failed to bring him to me, so I could exact a swift punishment on him. You have failed me for the second time, you and the rest of your kin. Or is this what your loyalties amounts to? Have you already forgotten how I rescued you from that red demon? How I liberated your kind from his iron grasp? Yet you fail me time and time again." He pointed his finger at the creature, who remained motionless, but did not dare to move under his harsh stare, nor did it speak. "You should know better than to fail my command." Suddenly, TT-119's arm moved back in preparation to strike the creature. Just then, he heard something rustling outside the cave where he stood. followed by something falling against a rock.
"Ah, you have finally decided to show up, Jabal,"
he said. The sound stopped immediately. With a dismissive wave of his hand, TT-119 sent the creature on its way to the bottom of a large gray stone where he reunited with his brethren, telling them how terrible the encounter with their new master was.
"You may show yourself, Jabal,"
TT-119 said as he sat back down on a special spot in the large gray stone. From the same direction that the creature had descended, a figure began to emerge. Clad in yellow, this person called Jabal walked up to the stone, not displaying the same graceless difficulty shown by the creature that was there a few moments ago. "Pardon me, chieftain. It was not my intention to listen in on your conversation with that thing," Jabal said as he looked at the creature lying near the entrance of the cave. The thing was dead. Its corpse was lying face down, eyes open. Jabal took another look at its body and shook his head. "I never expected him to die so quickly. It is like you were prepared to kill him." TT-119 didn't answer for a while, but then spoke.
"There is no use for a worker who cannot work. The terminal chip that I implanted into their cerebral cortex is designed to release a powerful neurotoxin upon my cybernetic command."
"That explains the spasms before it drew its last breath," Jabal said, looking over his shoulder at the motionless creature, the rest of its brethren wailing and screeching in horror and woe.
"It is of little relevance,"
TT-119 stated.
"What news do you have for me, Jabal?"
"REDICE is still alive. I confirmed it myself. He's taking refuge on a planet not too far from this one."
"Do you know if he intends to challenge me once again for the first chair this season?"
asked TT-119. "That I cannot say for certain, but if I were to make a calculated guess, I'd say that he's more interested in surviving for now than in challenging you for the position of first chair," answered Jabal. At this, TT-119 snorted loudly in a way that struck Jabal as very human, and he couldn't help but let out a chuckle.
"What is your opinion about him?"
asked TT-119. Jabal turned around to look at the creatures that had brought him here. "I suppose you know more than I do, my lord." TT-119 nodded.
"Yes, but with you, I never seem to know enough,"
retorted TT-119. "I find that exterminating him now might be the safest thing to do. However, there is a bigger problem on our hands than REDICE, isn't there?" At this, TT-119 nodded his head slowly.
"This mysterious samurai border."
Jabal nodded his head, his expression grave. "We must ensure that the first chair remains well within your grasp. I even foresee a possible future where REDICE might prove a better ally than a terrible foe. Once that is done, we can concentrate our attention onto finally eliminating REDICE. He will be no threat any longer."
Yes,
replied TT-119 as he rose to his feet. He put on his gloves and took out his ceremonial dagger, which he strapped on his waist. The weapon which long ago had served him so dearly during his trials and tribulations against REDICE. It had promised him power much greater than any he'd ever known. Power that would keep vile and villainous beings like REDICE and now this unknown dark samurai at bay. TT-119 held the glowing red dagger close to his visor, examining its enchanting glow as it whispered sweet words of victory over all adversaries soon to come. But unbeknownst to the cybernetic map maker, the invisible energy that emanated from the dagger was slowly eroding his circuits and causing sparks to be given off intermittently, something that Jabal picked up on. TT-119 made his way towards the other end of the large gray stone. Before he left, he turned to Jabal one final time.
If possible, send word to me the moment he's captured, the Dark Samurai, I mean. Do you understand?
Jabal gave a small nod. TT-119 stepped down the side of the stone, disappearing at the bottom. Jabal sat there alone in silence for a while, before rising to his feet as well. I wonder where it's taking him this time. He pondered as he pulled out a small device from his jacket. Well, no time to wonder about that. He continued. Give me a reading on the last known signature of life from the samurai right before he escaped the Slinglings. Jabal said into the device. Suddenly, a holographic projection shot forward from the device displaying coordinates to Jabal.
Coordinates where target was last spotted at sector 67-V. Transmitting marked coordinate to main cortex in T-5, 4, 3.
A voice spoke from the device. Jabal grunted as the information was fed directly to his cerebral cortex. Despite how many times he'd done this, it wasn't something that he'd felt he'd be getting used to anytime soon. He felt his knees weaken underneath him, but he steeled himself until the transfer was completed. Darn it, this thing doesn't get easier over time, he panted. Jabal turned and picked up his snowboard from the place he had been sitting. Well, it's time to hunt. Chapter 3. The wounded samurai suddenly sat upright. He turned his head around, frantically scanning his environment. His memory failed him at the moment because he couldn't seem to recollect the things that happened before he blacked out. But then, a brief but painful memory flashes in his mind. A memory of himself suddenly getting attacked by TT-119. A memory of getting hounded down by ravenous Slinglings. And even a memory of how he was able to escape them thanks to a portal suddenly forming in thin air, and a mysterious voice beckoning him to leap through it. The warrior is startled when he hears the sound of someone entering the icy room that he was in. He turned and saw the familiar figure of the one whom he had seen not too long ago after he fell from the portal. It was a woman, but she was mostly covered in the garb one would wear in a snow-covered plain. She had a helmet on as she approached him, a tray with a steaming meal in hand. She placed the tray to the side of the snow-formed bed where he sat upright, positively on edge. He couldn't help but fidget nervously as she drew closer, something that she seemed to have noticed. "It is all right. You're all right." He didn't seem to buy into that as he suddenly sprang from the bed and jumped to the corner of the small room. He searched around himself frantically, only passively noticing that the woman had risen to her feet. "Wait, you don't need to," she started, but was cut off by the nervous warrior.
Who are you?
He yelled.
Did he send you, that damned machine?
"You need to calm down. You were severely injured when I found you," she said as she cautiously approached him. She had both her hands raised as she motioned for him to calm himself. To the side of her, the samurai noticed his sword tucked away under some sheets. In one quick motion, he ran past her towards his sword. His shoulder grazed her, causing her to let out a surprised yelp. He reached his sword and drew it from its sheath. This time, with her hands still up, she slowly stepped away from the samurai. "You don't need to be afraid, Ollie," she said in a reassuring tone.
How do you know my name?"
he asked between wheezing breaths. The strange lady put both her hands down as she stared pointedly at him. "There are many things that I know. I know why you have journeyed this far. I know why you were so wounded so severely when I found you. The one who wounded you so." Her voice trailed off for a moment, but she soon recovered. "I am so sorry, Ollie. Despite knowing your name, I cannot tell you mine, not yet at least. After all, I fear I might be partly responsible for your predicament, if not completely so," she said.
"What do you mean? You didn't do anything to me.
You clearly don't look like a slingling. He was saying, but she suddenly interjected.
Clearly?
There was a hint of humor in her voice. So how then do you take any kind of responsibility for the things that have happened to me, been happening to me? He asked, slightly annoyed. Rather than answering him right away, she walked towards the snow bed that he'd been lying on and took a seat on its edge. Ollie couldn't help but then realize that the room they were in was completely made of white snow. Strangely enough, it felt perfectly insulated inside, despite the materials with which the room was made of being the perfect harbingers of chills. Ollie's attention was quickly taken back when he heard the woman sigh. He wanted to know what she meant earlier when she said that she was responsible in some ways for the things that had been happening to him. He needed to understand it.
I built TT-119,
she said with a heavy voice, her gaze no longer fixed on Ollie, but instead staring far off at some unknown thing in the distance. Ollie felt the temptation to look to the side and see what it was that gripped her attention so, but he was too perplexed by what he had just heard.
What?
He asked simply, his voice now surprisingly stable compared to the way it was before.
I am the one who built the mapmaker TT-119. Although I've heard that he's now famously termed by many, and I suspect that you might be one of those many, as the chosen snow,
the woman said. She turned back to face him, examining him closely. The way he felt needed no kind of psionic power to perceive. It was clear enough.
I can tell you have some questions,
she started. No, not some, a lot. I have a lot of questions. I thought the legend said that the chosen snow was a being formed by the primordial force. Ollie asked, visibly perplexed.
Yes, that's exactly what those who are fans of mumbo-jumbo preach, yes. Not that I could blame them for thinking something like that. Much like you, TT-119 went through some trials and tribulations of his own that tested him greatly. He'd even sought me out for guidance, something that I wished now I had never given then.
The woman turned her head again, peering out to the side. This time, Ollie couldn't help himself. He turned as well to stare at what the woman was staring at. There was a small window on the snowy wall. From the angle that he was, he couldn't quite make out exactly what it was that was behind the round opening on the wall, but he could just make out the same kind of environment that he had first woken up in. A vast, slowy landscape that seemed to stretch on forever with a persistent white light laminating the barely clouded sky above. It was a cold and lonely place, not the kind of place fitting for a great inventor like this woman sitting before him. That is, assuming her claim of being responsible for the existence of the chosen snow holds any facet of truth in it. Ollie slowly lowered his blade. The woman noticed this and turned back to him. What can I call you then, since you won't tell me your name? Ollie asked, his sword now held loosely on one hand to his side. She stared at him for a while as she pondered a good answer to this question of his.
You can just call me the Maker for now. When the time is right, you will know everything, but for now, I can only tell you some of the story.
Why help me, even when it means going against your own creation? Ollie suddenly shot at her. She was silent for a while. She turned and looked out the window again. This time, Ollie didn't follow her gaze. She returned her gaze to him and said,
Because my precious mapmaker is in great peril. He is not himself anymore. Once upon a time, his sole mission was to make it in time to sit upon the first chair on the renowned opening day. He succeeded, even against all odds, in opposing a very powerful adversary.
REDICE. It wasn't as much a question as it was Ollie's subconscious attempt at completing the story she was telling him.
His story was told both far and wide. It's how these things usually go.
The ones who are the victors get to decide on what is revealed and what is concealed.
What are you saying?
Ollie asked, even though he'd already suspected that he knew just what the answer was. She turned to face him and then said, "In order for TT-119 to prevail, he needed a weapon that could rival that of REDICE. A weapon of great power that could break many of the physical laws that you probably hold to be binding in your or any other world. I sanctioned this. Little did I know that this weapon would affect him, a machine, in a manner similar to that dagger that REDICE had affected him and corrupted him." Her words gave off a sense of hurt that Ollie could sense. He found that the more he listened to her speak, the less of a threat he found her. His grip on his weapon became more limp by the moments, the will to bear them against the stranger fading. TT-119 succeeded thanks to that weapon. His tale told too many. His adversaries, his shortcomings, his triumphs, all these were told to many. But not many know of the things that followed afterwards, of the things that changed in my precious TT-119. I wish he never got that blade. She reached for her helmet and took it off, finally revealing her face. The hurt in her eyes were conspicuous. "It is why he attacked you, Ollie, because he, much like REDICE before him, wants to forever remain the only one who sits on the first chair. He won't allow you nor anyone to ever change that, even if it means killing you." She looked up at him, a mix of pity and sadness etched all over her countenance. Ollie just stood there motionless. He said nothing, nor made any moves. The blade that he clutched in his right hand had suddenly slipped through his fingers, but there was no sound, no clatter thanks to the snow. "This must be a lot for you to
How?
Ollie interrupted her. "How?" She asked, confused as to what he meant.
How can we stop him?
Ollie clarified. "Even after the things that you have heard, you still want to continue your chase for the first chair?" She asked him, tilting her head to the side with an even more confused expression manifesting itself on her face.
"Yes, I do. When I set out for this goal, it didn't matter to me what it was that was at stake. I was more than willing to battle anyone. This is just who I am, what I live for. I am a snowboarder. And if there's anyone who's just like REDICE monopolizing the first chair, then how could I run away now?"
Ollie found himself walking over to the bed where the woman sat. He took a seat right next to her on the bed, and he continued to speak.
"The chosen snow has been my inspiration for as long as I can remember. Even now he inspires me. But I cannot let this continue. I need to do something about it. I believe I can succeed at making it to the first chair on opening day. I believe I can, with your help."
"I'd say that you didn't know exactly what it was that you were up against, but judging by the state that I found you in, I'd be very wrong in saying so." Ollie was surprised to make out what sounded like humor in her words, so much that he turned to face her, just to confirm what he'd heard. He never really got to see, however, as the moment he looked her way, she was already rising to her feet. She walked to his front and stretched out an arm toward him, beckoning a handshake. "Let's make a deal then, shall we?" She started. "I help you get to the first chair by telling you how you can defeat TT-119.
"And in return?"
Ollie asked her, his hand itching to shake hers. "In return, should it come down to it, I need you to help me to put an end to TT-119. I'd rather he be decommissioned than be continually pawned by that forsaken blade. If you also want what happened to your precious chosen snow not to repeat itself again, victimizing anyone else, then you need to destroy that dagger."
"Will do,"
Ollie said almost immediately, shocking the lady. He quickly took her hand in his with a firm handshake.
He started.
I'm guessing there might be something like fish on this planet. It's been a long week. I could eat. Chapter 4. The vast plains of Sector 7 was, and had always been, a secluded one. Not much ever happened there because there weren't many who still resided there. The mix of snowy plains and grasslands with stone fields that were scattered across its vast topography and freshwater lakes made the perfect place for a fugitive to take refuge. A fugitive that had once been at the top of the food chain, but was now spending the remainder of his time on the run from the one who he had hunted once before. This twist of fate is truly a fascinating one, not that REDICE found anything fascinating about his current predicament. He was traversing the snowy plains of the land, returning from the nearby river where he had caught some fish for dinner. He knew that there would surely be predators lurking in the wilderness, so he tried his very best not to create too much of a scene that would attract such predators. In the past, he had had enough power not to be bothered by creatures of the wilderness, but now he was weak in every sense of the word. Who'd think that there'd come a time where the mighty demon wouldn't be the one at the top? He'd made a few enemies over the years. Chances are that now he'd been excommunicated from the boarding community, they'll either be coming after him with fervent intents, or they'd just tear apart whatever is left of his empire and share them amongst themselves like ravenous wolves. The red dragon slid along the small patches of snow without much enthusiasm, unlike his ways of old. He felt very little strength to invest in anything other than his own survival at the moment. Revenge normally was imminent, but first things first. Grunting underneath his breath, REDICE distracted the fish roughly, trying his best to extract the inedible guts of the creature. A few moments later, the body of the fish was roasting quite nicely over a small bonfire. The aroma filled the air, making its way through the orifices of his mask and tantalizing his nose. Every now and then, REDICE couldn't help but shoot worried glances over his shoulder. He worried that he wouldn't be the only one who finds the smell of his roasting fish appetizing. He reached for his stick and munched down on the food, not completely exposing his face. He pushed his helmet high enough that only his mouth would be exposed so he could take big bites from his meal. It had been a long week, and a proper meal other than herbs, berries, and snow had been long overdue. Gradually, REDICE's nervousness faded as he ate on with his food. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a small comm device. He held it close to his face and began speaking into it. "This is REDICE," he started. "I have taken refuge on an unknown world. I've only been here a few weeks, and I found several evidences proving that TT-119 was here from some unknown time in the past." REDICE placed the stick, which once had parts of the roasting fish on it, on the snow-covered ground, parts that he'd already eaten. "I cannot say for certain how long he'd spent on this rock, but I've been observing his patterns, and I can say for sure that this had been an abode for him while I was hunting him down. I now find myself in that exact same predicament." There was a slight rustling in the bushes nearby. REDICE abruptly suspended his recording as he turned around to observe the source of the rustling. For a moment, there was no sound. Could it perhaps have been his imagination? He'd been seeing and hearing some strange things recently. Perhaps this had joined the plethora of his newly acquired delusions. After staring around the tall shrubs for a while, but noticing nothing out of the ordinary, REDICE turned around to resume his monologue into the comm device. "I am not planning on remaining here too long. I've gotten word that something strange has been happening to TT-119 while I was away. Something similar to what happened with me while I held that weapon. That powerful, corrupting weapon that seems to have a mind of its own. Make no mistake, however, my intentions were thoroughly my own. I will return and reclaim what was and is still rightfully mine. But first, I need to find a way to evade the many bounty hunters that have been sent after me. I suspect that TT-119 is still unaware that I have a piece of my original dagger with me. Redis reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out said shard. The red piece of metal glowed ominously. It has been deprived of Pinpin for a very long time, since the final battle that I had with TT-119. As a result, it's been quiet. The vacancy in my head now that I don't hear all those whispering is quite the experience. Whether or not it is a good one is yet to be seen. I shall report later on further matters until the... Loud rustling accompanied by crunching sounds of strange footfalls on the marbled stones and melted patches of snow. Redis rose to his feet in an instant, his ears strained to try and pick any more strange sounds. The one that he'd heard earlier seemed far too real to be nothing more than a fragment of his recently wild imagination. He felt that he'd imagined even that sound as well, because for a while he heard nothing. But then came the sound again, clear as day. He'd been looking in the wrong direction. The sound hadn't been coming from behind him, but from beside him. Redis turned slowly. He couldn't help but not do so, even though every fiber of his being begged him to flee as quickly as his tired legs could go, as fast as his board could take him. They had found him. Despite all these pleas and warnings ringing in his head, Redis found himself completely paralyzed save for his neck, which was slowly turning to the direction which he'd heard the sound from. An unmistakable sound, one of feet on snow, one of clawed feet on snow, a slingling. By the time the intruder had entered Redis's field of view, he was surprised with what he had seen. It was in fact a slingling, but not the kind that he'd expected. Not the ones that had sided with his enemy, TT-119. Barely standing on his own 2 feet was MoLo, and he looked thoroughly exhausted. The creature was making low screeching and gargling sounds, sounds that Redis understood well enough. "Hello, Master. I've been searching for you all this time. I'm so glad that you are." MoLo never got to finish his statement. It collapsed to the ground where it stood. Alarmed and perturbed, Redis rushed to where his old ally had fallen. Nothing too far had been going his way, and it had seemed as though every twist and turn he took would only lead him to more unpleasant surprises. But this surprise, the unconscious form of MoLo before him, this was one surprise that he was not expecting, nor one that was anything like the ones he'd been getting. He'd been alone so far, struggling in the wilderness on his lonesome. The thought, no matter how fleeting, of anyone ever coming to his aid, never once crossed his mind. Try as he may, Redis could not help but feel moved to see his former minion here. "How did you escape from the grasp of TT-119? How did you know I was here? How did you even get here?" Redis hurled question after question to the barely conscious MoLo. The avian creature turned its head weakly towards his master and tried to speak again on its own incomprehensible dialect, but all that escaped its beaked mouth was a low screeching sound. Noticing the deplorable state that MoLo was in, Redis held back his questions, even more so on his demand for answers to them. Still, Redis couldn't help but wonder what kind of fate must have befallen this minion of his since the departure for a safe abode. His order had been clear to MoLo. He'd set the Slingling free. He needed to do this. After his defeat at the hand of TT-119 and the passing on of the mantle and Pinpin to the cybernetic mapmaker, things quickly took an unexpected turn when TT-119 set up an ambush for him. It was at that moment that Redis knew he needed to flee from Earth to any other place in this star system that they were in. A decision he can't say for certain if he regrets. There was once a time that Redis would have retaliated rather than turn tail and run. But the power that TT-119 showcased during their final battle proved beyond all doubt that he was no match for that damn map-making robot. REDICE dragged the semi-conscious body of MoLo closer to the bonfire. The Slingling tried to rise, the sight of his master putting so much effort to drag its mostly motionless body, soiling his own hands, being too unacceptable to bear. "No, MoLo," REDICE said. "I cannot imagine what you must have endured on your way here, but I commend your loyalty to me. For now you need to rest, gather your strength. We are far from safe here. Very soon we'll need to leave this place, so rest up." MoLo still tried to bring itself up, but the firm hand that REDICE had on the avian creature's shoulder kept it from making any more moves at getting up. The Slingling stared into the visor of its master, its narrow dark eyes pleading, begging to know if it was truly all right for it to rest at long last. REDICE gave a single nod. That motion seemed to have been enough for MoLo as it ceased its attempts at getting up. Its body went completely limp as sleep slowly took it. It had gone from being only barely awake to completely unconscious. REDICE didn't take his hand off of the Slingling, not until he was certain that the creature wasn't dead, but only asleep. He could tell from the gentle, rhythmic breathing of the creature. REDICE let out a sigh of relief and rose to his feet. He turned to gaze to the flame, thinking of the things that have led him to this point. There was no going back now for him. His mind had been made up. He must take back what was once his. He must defeat this new TT-119 and reclaim his rightful place as head of the snowboarding community. "Just you wait, you wicked machine. I'm coming for you." "Are you now?" a voice suddenly said from seemingly out of nowhere. REDICE turned around in shock, but saw no one. He kept looking here and there, but no matter where he turned, he still couldn't find where the voice had come from. It sounded so close by, almost as though the one who had spoken was right behind him, only a few inches separating them. But still, he found no one there. "Who said that? Where are you? Show yourself," REDICE demanded. Just then, there was a flash of light so bright that REDICE still found himself shielding his eyes despite the visor that was covering them. Following the bright flash of light was a portal that formed in thin air. Out of it walked Jabal. REDICE was dumbfounded. Had MoLo been followed? Was that why he was able to find him so easily, especially after such a long time with him never coming? Could this have been a trap? REDICE noticed that Jabal was armed with a pole on one hand. The bounty hunter took a few steps towards REDICE, but the former leader of the boarding community would not allow himself to be taken so easily. "I would not do that if I were you," REDICE warned. The warning was well received as for a moment Jabal seized his approach. "Did TT-119 send you after me?" REDICE asked with a conspicuous scoff. "Perhaps," Jabal replied with a nonchalant shrug. "What kind of an answer is that?" barked REDICE. "I know who you are. I've heard about you. Heard that you've been looking for me on orders from your new master. Well, now you found me. What now, bounty hunter?" "We'll see, REDICE," Jabal said. For a moment, there was a strange stillness in the air, a stillness that REDICE was all too familiar with. You can feel each moment as it ticks by, sense things that you normally wouldn't, like the frost from your breath, the briskness of the wind, the infinitesimal flakes of gossamer snow that descended from the sky. This was a product of a rush of adrenaline, a rush that always occurs in one about to engage in battle. In an instant, Jabal dashed towards REDICE, sliding down the snow on his board, pole in hand. REDICE lunged to the side, narrowly avoiding Jabal's attack. the tip of the pole missing him by mere inches. He felt his hair begin to lift off the back of his neck, as though static electricity were flowing through him. It's like a high-frequency shock. You get goosebumps every time, and when you look at yourself afterwards, there is no sign of the encounter ever having happened at all. The last time this happened was during his battle with TT-119, except the energy bolt that the robot had struck him with was very real. REDICE ducked under Jabal's sweeping arm, rolling backwards across the ground, skidding on the icy surface as he came to a stop. Without his board, REDICE felt far too vulnerable to the more mobile Jabal. Desperate to not remain on the defensive, REDICE swung at Jabal, but the man had already slipped around him and was now approaching at a fast clip. REDICE brought up a quick defensive stance, prepared to block Jabal's impending blow. It came, and REDICE found himself falling to the snow-covered ground. "Ugh!" grunted REDICE, who found himself instinctively turning to observe the disturbed yet slumbering form of his faithful avian minion. MoLo showed no signs of being aware of the battle that was currently underway. REDICE felt a stronger resolve to not be bested for a second time. He could hear the sliding sound of Jabal's snowboard on the snow as he approached him at an alarmingly fast pace. REDICE reached into his jacket and grabbed a hold of the shard of the blade he once wielded. He faced it at Jabal and yelled, "Oh, I don't think so, you slingling dung." The red shard began emanating a powerful surge of energy that seemed to give off all manner of the color spectrum. It surged and vibrated violently in REDICE's hand, and in an instant afterwards, a thin beam of red, laser-like energy shot out of the piece of metal straight at Jabal. The bounty hunter had noticed REDICE reaching into his pocket, so he'd suspected that he was most likely reaching for a weapon. But this kind of firepower was not one that Jabal was prepared to fully evade. He managed to shift his board slightly to the side, narrowly dodging the blast. But the shockwave of the explosion that said blast created sent Jabal careening to the side and to the bushes nearby. Jabal landed flat on his back, groaning slightly due to the impact, but was otherwise unscathed. REDICE felt the powerful, crippling surge of pain fire through his arm. The Pinpin-deprived metal shard must have retained a bit of its hunger by drawing on the bioenergy from REDICE. It was something that he'd suspected would happen, but when your life is on the line, you wouldn't have time to ponder the consequences of using anything that could help you preserve yourself. REDICE tried raising to his feet, but he felt so exhausted that he fell back to the floor. REDICE's breathing was sporadic as he felt his health quickly depreciating. Not wanting to waste the only opportunity he had now at eliminating the threat both he and MoLo faced, REDICE gathered whatever strength he had left and willed himself to his feet. He staggered towards the patches of high shrubs where Jabal's body had been hurled by the power of his attack. There was a faint smell of burnt fabric and leaves coming from just beyond the entrance of the bushes. It was an almost nauseating smell, but one that REDICE was oblivious to at the moment. All he could feel was the pain that shot through his arm and the desire to temporarily restore his and MoLo's safety. REDICE forced himself past the bush and stumbled forward until he saw a sight that would never leave him alone. His heart stopped, and he couldn't breathe anymore. He stared at the scene before him in horror, unable to believe what he was seeing. On the earth was a jacket, the same one that Jabal had been wearing, and next to it was Jabal's snowboard, but the bounty hunter himself was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, there was a loud snap of a twig right behind REDICE. But before he could make any moves, he felt the cold end of Jabal's pole on his back. "I must say," he heard Jabal pant, "you almost had me there for a moment. I guess you weren't the former head for no reason, eh?" "Fine then, do what you were sent here to do. There was never really any point in running, was there? Just let MoLo go. He's nothing more than my minion. With me gone, he wouldn't be able to pose any threats to you nor your master. You seem to be getting one thing very wrong, Jabal suddenly said. I'm not here to take your life, at least not yet. My master didn't sanction such an action. What? REDICE asked confused. Then why are you here? That, you might want to take a seat for that part. REDICE couldn't tell what kind of expression Jabal had on his face as he was still backing him, and his face was also covered with his helmet. But he could at least make out that the bounty hunter telling him to sit down wasn't a request. The added pressure of the tip of the rod had on his back was all the indication that he needed. A moment later, REDICE was seated on one end of the bonfire, away from where MoLo was laying. Jabal, on the other hand, sat closer to MoLo on the opposite side of the bonfire. REDICE couldn't tell for sure why this bounty hunter would choose to sit there of all places. Most likely it was to use the life of his minion as a rein, to keep him from doing anything rash. For a moment, neither said anything. REDICE was glaring holes through the bounty hunter, his gaze occasionally shifting from him to the slumbering MoLo. If it was the bounty hunter's intention to use MoLo to rein him in, REDICE hated to admit it, but it was working far too well. That concluded it then. This bounty hunter must have intended to use MoLo against him from the very beginning. He must have released MoLo and followed it as the faithful minion sought after its one and only master. A devilish tactic, something that only a bounty hunter would employ to use in order to find its prey. Jabal had taken off both of his gloves and had both hands close to the bonfire to warm his frostbitten hands and chilly body. Is this what you told me to sit down for? Demanded REDICE impatiently. Of course not, REDICE. Jabal said simply. It is like I said earlier. It was never my nor my master's intention for you or your feathered friend over here, or even both of you, to be eliminated. Then why the heck did you attack me? REDICE demanded, practically seething. Calm yourself, REDICE. I needed to be sure it was you. It wouldn't be the first time that you've gotten dummies to take your place when trying to throw people off your trail. Jabal said calmly. I don't know what you mean, REDICE defended. Rather than speak, Jabal simply reached into his jacket and pulled out a pair of eye goggles. I've been searching for you, REDICE, on my master's orders. Not to eliminate you, but to implore you to aid us. However, all I'd been coming in contact with were nothing but fakes dressed just like you. So, REDICE, I need to be sure that it was you. Jabal said. So? REDICE started. You'd be able to tell if it was truly me or not by decking me into the snow? What kind of dumb idea is that? Decking you was a bonus. What I really needed to see was that broken shard from your blade. No matter how many dummies that you make to throw us off your trail, you'd never be able to bring yourself to depart with the only piece of your precious dagger that remains. All I needed was to see it with my own 2 eyes. That would be all the confirmation that I needed. REDICE fell silent. He could feel the lingering pain in his arm, the same arm that he had used earlier to try and defend himself from this bounty hunter. The sharp edge of the blade poked at his skin from underneath his jacket, almost as though to remind him that it was still there, that it would never leave him no matter the adversary they faced. So, REDICE said in a dry tone, now that you found me, what are you planning on doing with me? You said that you weren't planning on deleting me, nor my minion, so what do you want? I believe I've already told you that, replied Jabal. You want my help? REDICE asked in an amused tone. Jabal simply nodded once. REDICE couldn't hold back his laughter. He let it all out. The sound echoed through the shrubs and nearby forest, reaching all the way to the running stream. When REDICE was finally able to rein himself in, between gasps, he asked, "Why would you ever imagine that I'd want to help you or your robot master?" "Because you don't really have much of a choice, REDICE," Jabal said in an almost menacing tone. "Yes? Because you'll do what exactly? Delete me? Delete MoLo? Go ahead. I'd rather die than have anything to do with your master, that blasted robot." "You misunderstand, REDICE," Jabal said, the menacing tone in his voice vanishing altogether. "I'm not threatening you nor your friend. There's more at stake here." "What do you mean?" REDICE asked, his curiosity piqued. "The first chair," Jabal said in a hushed voice. In an instant, REDICE rose to his feet. His breathing had become uneven, his vision blurred, almost as though he were about to pass out or puke. What did you say?" REDICE asked with a strangled voice. "Ah, it would seem that you still remember the relevance of the first chair. It was, after all, the thing that led you to the cataclysmic battle between you and my master. Well, I'm here to tell you this." Jabal reached into his pocket and pulled out a small device. Projecting from it was a holographic projection of the Dark Samurai. "This man is after the first chair, and we need your help at stopping him." REDICE stood there dumbfounded. Images flashed in his head, images that he never thought he'd be forced to relive. The first chair held a very symbolic meaning to all boarders from every quadrant of space. Once he was at the top of it all. Now it had nothing to do with him, like it was supposed to. Not only had he lost his great weapon, but he didn't even have enough Pinpin to boot. I cannot help you," he started, but was cut off by Jabal. "We will restore it for you," he said. REDICE turned to look directly at the bounty hunter, unsure if he had heard him correctly. "We will restore the dagger for you." Chapter 5. Ollie sat close to a small bonfire that was at the center of the snow house. From the interior alone, he could tell that the place he was in was relatively small, but it didn't feel that way to him at all. Of course, there were plausible reasons for this. For instance, there was barely anything in the room, save for the snow bed that Ollie had already made himself quite acquainted to. And off to the side was what could only possibly be a table made entirely of snow. It all looked quite crude, the snow furniture, as though they were made in a hurry. Other than the bed and the table, there was also a stool. This piece of furniture, however, wasn't made of snow, otherwise Ollie would not have brought it so close to the bonfire to make a seat on. Ollie poked at the fire with a stick, trying to keep it alive as it flickered weakly. Emerging from the flame, like several fireflies, were white-hot ambers which burst out from the burning wood with loud crackles. They rose only a few meters above the flames before winking out of sight forever. Earlier, Ollie hadn't been alone in the room. He'd been with an awfully mysterious lady, the one who claimed to have been the one who built the infamous Chosen Snow, who was called by her as TT-119. A strange name if he didn't say so himself. Ollie found a small square window on the snowy wall. The strange glaring white light of the alien sun outside found its way into the room through this window. The light was truly strange. It gave off no heat, not like the sun from the world that Ollie was used to. In his homeland, it was mostly always sunny there. Rather than snow, the vast lands were covered entirely with fine, dry sand dunes that appeared golden in color underneath the bright yellow sun. They were like treasures, lustrous and mesmerizing, to any who was at least used to the heat. To Ollie, the sands of his home were truly treasures. The many tribes of snowboarders from across different sectors of space, including the one where his homeworld was located, were often sung about like legendary war heroes. Ollie had always been mesmerized by them, these snowboarding legends. He'd often dreamt of when he'd finally be able to become one of them. This dream had spurred him to work hard, to branch out, to find his own way. He'd often build for himself crude wooden snowboards and practice sliding across the desert sands. It wasn't anything like snowboarding on snow, but Ollie couldn't care less. With a dry, gusty wind rippling through the linen fabric that he wore around his face to keep the dryness from getting to his nose, and the fine granular sand scratch underneath the wood of his hand made snowboard. Ollie felt as though he'd never been truly alive up until that point. It was completely invigorating. Ollie's train of reminiscent thoughts gets derailed as the sporadic movements of a shadow catches his eyes. He turned back towards the window to examine it, but no matter how long he stared out this opening on the wall, he couldn't see the same silhouette that he'd seen only a moment ago. It had flown by with such a speed that Ollie could not help but assume that it had probably been a bird. Even though this was an alien planet, it was still safe. He reasoned, for him to assume that similar creatures as the ones that existed on Earth existed here. After all, he'd been finding very similar animals and plants on many other worlds that he'd been to. Ollie turned away from the window, once again noticing the sunlight that diffused into the room, forming a thick square beam of light that reflected off of the white snowy floor. No matter how many times he pondered on it, he just couldn't help but think to himself just how weird the light of this world was. When he first crash-landed here, courtesy of the mysterious woman who'd rescued him, he hadn't noticed one particularly peculiar thing about the light. Given his near-dead state, who could blame him? But now that he was mostly fine, he could tell that there was something uniquely odd about this white sunlight. Something that he'd been oblivious to, but it now seemed very conspicuous to him. To see if this thing he'd observed were true or not, Ollie took off the glove off of his right hand and tentatively reached out to place his naked palm into the beam of light. The moment his hand got bathed in the glow of the sunlight, he felt a sudden reflexive urge to withdraw his hand, as though the light had burned him. But nothing had burned him. In fact, what he'd felt when he touched the light was quite the opposite of a burning sensation. The light felt surprisingly cold on his skin, so much so that it sent shivers through his hand, causing the pores of his skin to tighten almost painfully into goosebumps. It was possible that the sudden surprise of the opposite of warmth that the bright sun provided made his body exaggerate its reaction like that. But Ollie could still not believe that compared to the sun of his home world, this one might as well have been a block of glowing ice in the sky, like a stationary comet. Wouldn't that be interesting? Ollie thought. He sighed to himself as he put his glove back on. Could things get any worse than it already has? He wondered out loud, his gaze falling on the snow bed almost as though to make reference to it, or rather as the snow bed was a testament to just how bad things were. Now, the voice of the woman suddenly said from behind him. Let's not be so rude. Besides, do you have any idea how long it took me to make that bed? Ollie spun around in an instant, her voice startling him. The somewhat relaxed feeling that he had, vanishing like snow in the desert heat, needless to say, he was back on edge. Reflexively, he reached for the side where his sword lay close to him on the floor. He wasn't fully aware of this action, not until his hand touched the hard metal of the sword's hilt. The action was so strong-willed, so finely imprinted in the synapses of his brain, and the fiber of every muscle in his arm, that the only way that he could stop himself from grabbing a hold of the sword and drawing it on the woman was by forcefully seizing the hand with his other free hand, keeping it from doing anything rash. Please. Ollie started, panting lightly as he felt his body quake from the unpleasant surges of adrenaline throughout his body. Could you never do that again? She walked past the doorless frame that served as the exit and the entrance of the snow house. In her hands were two lifeless and surprisingly large fish.
What? Oh, did I startle you? Sorry, that wasn't my intention in the slightest.
She said as she took off the sack that hung over one of her shoulders and placed the harpoon that she had taken with her to the side of the room, a place seemingly built just for it. She wasn't close to him anymore, and as she walked about the room to the furthest end, picking things up that she needed to prepare their meal, she seemed to have been saying some things to herself. But at that point, Ollie wasn't paying much attention anymore. He hadn't realized just how hungry he was until he saw those two large and juicy fish in her hands. Absent-mindedly, he asked, "How are you able to make such great catches on a planet like this one? I would have sworn that nothing could possibly be alive in the freezing waters out here." The woman paced back to the entrance as Ollie asked his question. She stopped at the frame and turned to consider Ollie for a moment.
Well, it would be normal to think that. I even thought the same exact thing when I first got here. So I couldn't blame you for having the same thoughts,
she said. So, Ollie started as he rose to his feet. What changed? She didn't respond right away, but walked out of the small room with both fish in hand. Right before she completely exited the room, Ollie noticed a slight glint from something that was in her free hand. It was only for a moment. It seemed more like a flash, or rather a reflection, as though a metal surface reflected the cold light of the sun, like a medal. Ollie didn't think too much on it. He could already tell what it was he'd seen. What else would she need to gut fishes and prepare them for the bonfire? Speaking of gutting the fish, Ollie turned to his sword, his trusty katana. The thought of this ritualistic and destructive blade of his carving out all of the bloody and slimy entrails of their fish crossed his mind. The thought made shivers run down his spine. It affected him more than he'd be willing to admit to anyone, so much that he couldn't bring himself to leave without cautiously kicking some snow over the sword to conceal it. Not that anyone was coming to steal it away and use it to cut open their dinner. Ollie felt another shiver run down his body. He wasn't sure if it was caused by the thought he had earlier concerning his sword, or just because all of that snow kicking had caused some of them to get into his boots. He had half the mind to take them off and get the pesky freezing snow out, but when he heard the voice of the woman call out to him from outside.
"Well,"
she called,
"are you coming or what? This fish isn't going to cook itself."
Ollie sighed, trying his best to ignore the wetness of the melting snow on the skin of his feet. As Ollie exited the room, the light was particularly harsh on his eyes. Despite the translucence of his visor, Ollie found himself needing to raise his arm to his face so that he could shield his eyes from the worst of the sun's unrelenting rays. This harsh light was familiar to him. It reminded him of when he first arrived on this planet. When he laid there on the freezing snow, his eyes struggling to adjust to the light, the silhouette of the woman was the only thing he could properly see, the darkness that shielded him from his unforgiving light. What's the point of all this sunlight? Ollie grumbled to himself. Through squinting eyes, he could just make out the crouching and hunched-over form of the woman, or at least he assumed that it was her. As he made his way towards her, his eyes slowly began to adjust to the brightness of the place. The first thing that caught his eyes was the color red. There was a lot of it permeating through the white snow. He noticed the same glint that he'd seen earlier on the hand of the woman. This time, he was close enough to confirm that it was in fact a knife, and the red that was staining the snow was nothing more than the blood of the fish which she was cutting open with said knife. In the world where he'd come from, Ollie had assisted in catching all manner of fish, and he'd often stayed long enough with the elders to watch them prepare them for the cooking pot. Yet, never before had Ollie ever seen any fish bleed so much. He was certain that it had been dead from the moment he first laid eyes on them. To see this amount of blood ooze out of something that had been dead for probably hours made no sense to Ollie. The woman turned to peek at Ollie, his gaze still focused on the blood-stained snow. "Despite how this place looks," she began to say, turning back to the fish she was cutting, "there are animals here that are full of more life than you'd think." "And that life, it's in their blood?" Ollie asked what he felt was a rhetorical question, but the woman answered it anyway. "Of course, you can tell just how much something has and can live from the blood that flows from it." Ollie grunted at this statement. He never would have thought that she'd be the philosophical type, but that wouldn't be the worst surprise he'd seen so far. "There's no point in being able to do much living when you just end up as food anyway," Ollie said pessimistically. "You make a good point," she said, chuckling under her breath. "But they make up for all that by tasting really good." The tone of her voice contrasted the pessimism of Ollie's. "There are still things that you're yet to tell me," Ollie said, his tone sounding serious. He'd already began to make his way to her side. He did come outside to help out after all. "Indeed, but don't let that bother you. You'll get to know everything soon enough. For now, your primary objective is recovering most of that spent strength of yours," she said, waving the knife around in the air like a wand. "In the meantime," she continued, "there are some things that you need to know now. So go over there and fetch the other one. We can talk while we work." She pointed at the other obscenely large fish lying lifeless on the snow. Ollie considered her for a very brief moment before sighing in defeat. He made his way over to the fish and grabbed it. There was already a knife stabbed into the snow beside it. He took it by the handle and spun it around his fingers expertly. He didn't need to ask her about what to do next. His experiences of catching and preparing fish with the elders of his home felt fresh in his memories. It also helped that he knew his way with a blade. He was a warrior after all. He placed the blade to the side of the fish and began cutting off the bony, pointy fins that stuck out from it. It felt a lot more difficult than the fishes he was used to catching and cutting, but with the right amount of force and tugging, he was able to get them off piece by piece. It didn't take him long to be done with that task. Next were the tail fins. These proved to be just as difficult to remove as the pectoral fins. It also didn't help that every time he tried to force the knife through the vase of the tail to chop the fin clean off, the snow underneath would give way, causing the fish to sink into the snow. This tested Ollie's patience, but with a few calming breaths and more trials, he was able to get the tail fin off. The woman just watched him quietly from the corner of her eye while she worked absent-mindedly on her own fish. She was in fact impressed at how quickly he'd adapted at cutting off the fins. She was even more impressed that he even knew to go for the fins first. It had taken her far longer to figure out the best ways to remove those stubborn fins, but it only took this strange warrior a few minutes. Was he perhaps a hunter as well, she thought to herself. Ollie placed the tip of the blade on the dorsal part of the fish, a few centimeters from its mouth. The sharp blade cut cleanly into the flesh of the lifeless animal, and he pulled downward, opening it up. Ollie had been anticipating what was next, but even when it did, it still took him by surprise. So much red blood flowed out of the fish, staining the white of the snow, giving it the color and smell of old red wine. He'd thought that perhaps the excessive amount of blood had only been common to the fish the woman had handled, but here it was flowing right out of this one too. The animals were really full of life here. "Well, it doesn't look like you need me to tell you what to do." The woman suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence that Ollie hadn't even realized hung heavy in the air. Until she spoke up, only the sounds of knife blades slicing through flesh and snow, and the shuffling sounds of boots on snow as they both kept changing positions as they worked, filled the chilly air. "If you don't mind me asking, were you a hunter? Perhaps a fisherman?" she asked him as she rubbed the side of her fish with the sharp side of the blade, trying to get some of the scales off. Ollie turned to look at her, but she wasn't looking in his direction. She was very focused on the task at her hand, trying with mild difficulty to get rid of the scales on the fish. Her helmet was still off, so her face was in full view, not that he could see it, since she was looking away from him. He could, however, make out some peculiarities in her features, like the way her brows furrowed and folds formed on the skin of her forehead. Her hair was mostly tucked inside her black hoodie, but strands of them spewed out from the sides, forming short curtains that made it even more difficult to see her face properly. This was perhaps the first time that Ollie had taken his time to actually register her appearance since the first time they met when she rescued him from the Slinglings. Ollie didn't want her to notice him staring, so he turned his eyes back to his own fish and continued cutting it open. "In my homeland, there wasn't any snow. The sun was very warm, hot even. Very hot. Nothing like the one here on the planet. If snow were to ever find its way there, it would melt right away the moment it touched the sand." "But you're a snowboarder," she asked him, flashing him a questioning look. "Yeah, well, who said you needed snow to be a snowboarder?" Ollie retorted, smirking underneath his black mask. "This home of yours, I'm guessing it's on Earth? You seem like you're from there," she asked him. "I could say the same about you. You're the most human person I've met since I left on this journey," Ollie replied, turning to clean the dirtied blade of his knife with some snow. "And your home?" she started, seemingly ignoring what he'd just said. "What is it called?" "Egypt," Ollie said simply, not minding that she didn't say any more about where she was from. "What we lacked in snow, we made up for with a lot of sand," Ollie said. The memories of his home began flooding into his mind. For a moment, all of the snow before him began to lose their perfect whiteness, turning into the gold of the sands of his home. In his mind, he was back on those sand dunes with the strong wind blowing against him. The sound of a light chuckle that escaped the woman brought Ollie's thoughts back to reality. "I see you were quite the industrious one," she said as she raised her hand to wipe some rivulets of sweat from her brows. She stabbed her knife into the snow next to her and leaned back on both hands, which helped to support her weight. "Were there any rivers there? Perhaps you went fishing?" she asked, although it was more of a suspicion on her part. "Good guess," Ollie started. "There was a river not too far from my home. It was the Nile River. That was what they were calling it anyway. But to us youngsters, it was the Clear Power." Ollie stabbed his knife into the snow, turning it around till it formed a shallow hole in the snow. "There was this deep pit beside the river where the water flowed into like a well. Many of the fish that we caught back home just stuck in the hole whenever they made a bad guess and swam in. Whenever the elders needed some extra hands, I'd often volunteer. Even when they were going up river, whenever there wasn't enough fish in the old fishing hole. I helped with cutting them too. I think the first thing I ever used a blade on was a fish," Ollie said as he stared intently at the stainless steel of the knife. "I see," the woman suddenly said. "I've been to most places on Earth, especially the coldest and most remote parts. I've never been to Egypt before. It sounds like an interesting place." "Chances are you'd hate the heat," Ollie laughed. Despite herself, the woman couldn't help but laugh as well. It was a light laugh from the both of them, not raucous enough to be a typical laugh, but also not too low to be a chuckle. This was perhaps the most relaxed Ollie had been since the first time he arrived here, or since his encounter with the chosen snow. They had both stopped laughing. Ollie resumed his fish butchering, while the woman quietly stared off into the distance. For a moment, there was silence, save for the slicing sounds that Ollie's knife kept making on his fish. This silence was broken, however, when the woman suddenly began speaking again. "What is your mission, Ollie?" she asked him, her tone more serious than it had been earlier. This time of seriousness and the question surprised Ollie at first, but this surprise soon faded when his gaze made contact with hers. There was no hostility in her eyes, no mistrust nor ill intent. He understood then she simply wanted to know the kind of person she was about to assist. Ollie fell silent for a while as he considered his response. "It's quite simple, really," he started. "I wish to defeat the chosen snow and sit upon the first chair on opening day of the season." Chapter 6. The ice crunched underneath his feet with every step he took. TT-119 was on a mission to visit an old friend, or rather, an old friend to an old nemesis. That is what you'd call someone whom you've been trying to eradicate for the past few years. For the most part, TT-119 had walked over the vast, snow-covered earth. He could have easily covered more ground with his board, but some parts of the ground were riddled with various sacred items. It would have been sacrilegious to ride one's snowboard past them without stopping to pay your respects. TT-119 noticed yet another one of these holy items. It would be the third one he'd seen so far. The map-making robot made his way towards it. The snow was awfully thick, despite it not having snowed for several days. The snow was deep and hard, and with every stride that TT-119 took, it would greedily gobble up his feet up to well past his ankles. This made walking very difficult, even for a machine like him. Had he been any part human, he would have probably already given up on trying to traverse the snow on foot, given how impossibly tasking it was. But he wasn't a person. There was nothing about him that was carbon nor silicone. He was a cybernetic organism, a robot. And just like any other robot, he was incapable of experiencing discomforts, especially ones caused by external unpleasantness. After all, he had often found himself taking dips in freezing waters approaching absolute 0 degrees. Anyone else would have probably rolled over and died had they been exposed to something as extreme as that. But still, be it alien, human, or machine, especially one as advanced as TT-119 was, it was hard not to feel even a mild irritation at how clingy the snow was to one's legs. It had nearly made him trip a few times as he trudged closer towards the shrine-like monument built amidst the snow. It had large leaves unlike any on this snow-infested world. The unnaturally bright green leaves were intricately arranged around a fairly large pile of fine pebbles and rocks, each one looking as though they had been washed and polished to the point of luster. Sitting on top of this neat pile was a carved wooden figure. It was crudely made, its form being almost unrecognizable even to TT-119, who'd scanned several organisms from different worlds. What the mapmaker could tell, however, from the shape of the figure, it seemed to suggest some sort of animal-human hybrid. TT-119 knelt before the idol, placing his board and scanning rod to his side on the snow. He quietly stared at the wooden figure for a long while. He did nothing else but stare at it. He could see that the wood must have been ancient, with moss growing from various parts of it. The wood itself looked very damp, its brown being so dark that it nearly looked black. It looked like it would have felt wet to the touch. This made TT-119 feel tempted to touch it and find out for himself what it felt like. But touching a holy object was considered a great abomination. So, rather than touching it, TT-119 settled with simply staring at it. TT-119 was unsure how much time had passed, but he felt that he should probably be on his way if he wanted to get to his destination before it got dark. Suddenly, TT-119 began picking up heat signatures of a person approaching his direction not too far away. In a hurry, TT-119 reached for his scanning rod, the scanner at its top activating upon his contact. He turned around, pointing the device in the direction he'd picked up the heat signature of this unknown person from. After a very short while, the dark form of the person he'd scanned suddenly peeked out from one of the distant white dunes of the plain. TT-119 knew not to rely entirely on his body's own scanner, as it had its limitations in terms of radius. Whoever this person was, he was still too far away for TT-119 to make a proper scan, so identifying him was proving to be too much of a problem. However, with the help of his map-making device, he could easily scan every frequency that the person was emitting, and even give a full identification. That was exactly what happened in this case as well. As the person approached him, TT-119 had already realized who it was. The person was approaching the map maker, trudging slowly through the unyielding snow with much difficulty. On either of his hands were what looked like pointed sticks, which he used to maintain his balance as he continued his march through the snow. At that point, TT-119 knew that this person was no threat to him. The robot slowly lowered his scanning rod and even raised a hand to wave the person over to him. Afterwards, the robot turned back to the wooden figure to resume staring at it. The dark spot of this person soon grew larger and larger as he approached, and after what felt like a few minutes, he was already so close that one could be able to make out his features. He was mostly covered from his head to his toes. Even his hands were completely covered in black and green gloves, a color that matched the rest of his attire. It was only his mouth that was left uncovered, and it hung partly open, the man breathing heavily, frost forming with every labored breath that he took. Once the man got close enough that he was sure that TT-119 would be able to hear him, he began to speak. "I never would have pegged you as the type to uphold ancient traditions," the person said. He made his way to TT-119's side and began staring down at the object of the robot's fascination.
"A red-clad boarder inherited your position from you. He went by the name REDICE,"
TT-119 said, his gaze still fixated on the wooden figure. "Ah, yes," the person said somberly as he too knelt before the figure beside TT-119. "The warrior REDICE, a very ambitious fellow. I had been told by the one before me to pass on my position to the one I thought would have the drive to always do what needs to be done. He told me that it was paramount to keeping the snowboarding community active and alive. In my eyes, there was none more capable for this role than REDICE." TT-119 said nothing, his gaze still fixated on the wooden idol. It was a strange thing that was happening to the cybernetic map maker that kept his gaze so transfixed on the wooden figure. Machines do not have the minds of humans. They are incapable of having things like dreams or visions. Yet, the map maker could not ascribe any better word to the thing he was currently experiencing as a vision of some sorts. This was also not the only time that this had happened. He'd been seeing all manner of strange things, and the voices of an unknown origin seemed to fill his head. At first, he thought it was probably just a system malfunction, but no matter how much servicing he does to his circuits, the same thing would happen. It did not feel unpleasant, nor was it a hindrance to the mapmaker. The voices seemed to always know what he needed to do. It didn't take long for him to accept their guidance and instructions. However, recently, they had been doing more than just whispering to him. They have been showing him images that the mapmaker simply could not understand. Even then, as the mapmaker stared at the wooden idol, he began to see more strange things. Things that the mapmaker was already too familiar with. He saw a vast snowy terrain littered with broken snowboards, with the lifeless corpses of various snowboarders lying next to their fallen steeds. Images of strange symbols and hieroglyphics began flashing before him. These images were unfamiliar to the mapmaker, but he had some residual data in his archives of a remote place on a planet named Earth, with similar images carved on the golden walls of tombs of their ancient leaders. To TT-119's astonishment, he watched as the snow slowly morphed into sand, a grotesque wave of heat and dust blowing through the air, draining the life from the entirety of the snowboarding community. No one was safe from this heat. Then, a figure appeared atop a high land. He had a sword in one of his hands, and despite the sand and lack of snow, he seemed to be able to ride his board just fine. Like an inhuman creature unlike anything this mapmaker had ever seen before. He slashed at any of the snowboarders who tried to flee from him, and fired rays of energies at those who dared to stand their ground and challenge him. It did not take long for him to have wiped out all of the boarders who remained that weren't claimed by the heat and the sand. It was a terrible sight. One that TT-119 had never seen before up until that moment. One that he'd wished he could stop seeing somehow, but the whispers in his head forced him to continue watching. Suddenly, he felt a strong hand grab him by the shoulder. This immediately snapped the robot from his strange trance and pulled him back to reality. "I'm guessing you didn't come all the way out here just to fall asleep in front of a wooden statue," the man said. He had already risen to his feet.
No, I came in search of you. There are things that I do not understand, things that I have been experiencing, and I need guidance,"
the robot said as he reached for his board and scanning rod and began rising to his feet as well. "And I'm guessing the vision you just had might have something to do with this?" he asked.
"Indeed,"
TT-119 simply said, to seeming to be surprised that the man knew that he'd been experiencing a vision when he stared at the statue. The man sighed. "It is as the one before us had said. It would seem that the time of the prophecy is now upon us. You came here for answers. I will give you them, but know this, it won't matter what I tell you. The wheels of fate are already turning, and no one can stop them," he said before turning back toward the direction that he'd come from.
"What do you mean?"
TT-119 asked. "I find it hard to properly answer any questions while standing in the snow. I have a dwelling not too far away. Follow me to it. There I'll tell you all you want to know," the man said as he began trudging on. "And you can call me Kubika. That is my name."
"Thank you, Kubika,"
TT-119 said. But Kubika stopped abruptly and turned to look back at the robot. "Don't thank me just yet, not until you hear what I have to say." And with that, they trudged on through the thick snow. It took a while, but they were able to reach the top of the highland where TT-119 saw Kubika emerge from. Once there, they both strapped on their snowboards and began sliding down the high-altitude snow. They moved in tandem, covering ground quickly as they raced over the whiteness of the snow at incredible speeds. With their boards, it didn't take long for them to reach the camp that Kubika had spoken of. There was an orange tent built in front of a put-out campfire. It was obvious that the fire was only recently put out, as the wood were still smoldering, and smoke could still be seen rising from the blackened wood like vapor. They came to a stop there, taking off their boards. Kubica invited TT-119 into the tent. The mapmaker followed him in, immediately noticing the shift in temperature inside the tent as it felt warmer there. He took a seat in some thick fur blankets that were spread out on the floor, while Kubica sat on an opposite fur blanket.
I would like to know one thing first,
TT-119 said, almost immediately after he'd taken his seat.
Do you disapprove of me sitting on the first chair?
It is not within my rights to disapprove of anyone sitting on the first chair, Kubica replied simply.
Then do you think the way I've been handling things is wrong?
TT-119 asked again. There were certainly better ways to go about it, but that's the story of everyone's life. Be you human or machine, there'll always be a better option only after you've been forced to decide. Once again, Kubica replied in a very monotonous tone. Now, tell me about these visions that you've been having, Kubica said. There might even be more answers to the questions that you have. TT-119 told him everything, starting from the very beginning, how the whispers began in his head, beseeching him to do things that he normally wouldn't have. How they made him excommunicate REDICE shortly after defeating him. How they made him capture all of the free Slinglings and subjugate them. How they convinced him that it was necessary for the greatest of evils that is yet to come, lest they be completely unprepared for it when it does arrive. Kubica listened quietly, not stopping him once to ask any questions, and not seeming to not understand every word that came out of TT-119's mouth. By the time that the mapmaker was done telling him everything, he placed his fingers against his chin and began to think. And this man that you spoke of, the golden and black samurai, have you met him? Kubica asked all of a sudden. At this, TT-119 nodded once. Kubica stared at the robot suspiciously before sighing. Did you try to hurt him? Kubica asked again.
He will be the one to end us all,
TT-119 defended. He could hear the whispers in his head getting louder and louder to the point that the robot's vision began to scramble. TT-119 tried to speak, but his words kept coming out as incomplete jumbles mixed with a lot of loud screeching static. Are you all right? Kubica asked, concerned. TT-119 didn't say anything. His head was lowered as though he'd shut down. Kubica stared at the robot in confusion. TT-119 remained silent like this, when suddenly he raised his head to look at Kubica.
And just what do you think it is that you know,
TT-119 suddenly spat out. There was so much hostility in his voice that it would have taken anyone by surprise. Despite this, Kubica wasn't shaken in the least. Instead, he smiled at TT-119. I see that the puppeteer has shown itself, Kubica said, leaning forward and placing his hands on his knees. How long do you plan on continuing all of this chaos? Kubica asked.
Until I am certain that the prophecy never comes to fruition,
TT-119 said, sounding as hostile as he did even earlier.
You said that the wheels of fate had already begun to turn. You are right, but I shall bring them to a forceful halt.
Kubica stared at the abnormally behaving TT-119, considering him. You are Pinpin, are you not? The strange power passed from one head of the snowboarding community to the other. I know that it is you because I have heard your whispers as well. The one who holds most, if not all of the Pinpin, would often awaken you. You are the reason I was eager to leave all of that behind me, Kubica said as he took off his visor. His features were sharp and his dark eyes glared pointedly at the overridden robot.
Yes, and it was such a shame. You had so much potential, maybe even more than this robot. But with this, I will end it all myself. No one will stop me.
TT-119 said as he rose to his feet and turned to leave the tent. But once he reached the exit, he heard Kupika suddenly speak up. But I'm sure that he could, that black and gold warrior. It was as was foretold. With your end, there will no longer be any confusion among snowboarders as to their true leader, and anyone would have free right over the first chair. Kupika said, still glaring at TT-119.
Well,
The mapmaker said,
we'll see about that. You stay here and watch as I put an end to this before it even begins.
and with that, TT-119 exits the tent. Chapter 7. Ollie tried his best to understand what this unknown lady was telling him, but try as he may, it was proving too difficult to comprehend. So this Pinpin is the energy or some kind of currency that one needs in order to have the first chair? He asked.
Exactly. When TT-119 first set out in search of them, he was attacked by the previous leader of the snowboarding community, a male human called REDICE. Without Pinpin, TT-119 was virtually no match for him,
She said. They were both inside the snow house. Ollie sat on the snow bed while the woman was at work on his sword on her snow table. She had told him the day before about a strange, esoteric energy that he needed to have in order to defeat TT-119, something called Pinpin, but he had never heard of anything like that before. He didn't even know that something like that was needed for one to have the first chair. He thought that all one needed to do was get to the chair first. She told him then that she would help modify his sword so that it would be able to absorb Pinpin in a manner similar to how Redice's and TT-119's daggers do. Now, as she placed devices and tools that made the sword into this energy form, he wanted her to tell him more concerning this energy.
Pinpin is basically what controls the entire snowboarding community. Many snowboarders live their entire lives not even being aware of this. The one who sits atop the first chair is the leader, and without Pinpin, he would not be able to hold on to the first chair position.
She continued as she began striking at the sword's blade, causing a loud metallic clanging sound to reverberate in the small room. But why can't one get to the first chair unless they have Pinpin? Ollie asked.
That's where things get gray. Ever since TT-119 defeated Redice, I set out in search of answers. I needed to know the origins of this strange energy and why it makes the ones who acquire it either go insane or disappear.
She turned around to face Ollie. The motion was very swift and sudden that it surprised Ollie.
I haven't been entirely honest with you. I have been to your homeland before, but not at the time that you nor your people were there. By the time I had arrived, everything was gone. I'm sorry,
she said. Ollie could tell by the look in her eyes that she meant it. He remembered how his home was overrun by invaders from another world. Why they had chosen to come to his home, a place with seemingly no spoils for them to plunder, was something that even to this day he did not understand.
It was because of Pinpin,
she suddenly said, almost as though she could read his thoughts.
They came there in search of remnants of Pinpin. They believe that it was stored somewhere in the tombs of your ancestors.
Ollie felt his fist tighten. He thought about the time they first came from the sky, how they wasted no time at scouring through the sand and killing anything that moved. To think that it was because of this strange energy to make people lose themselves. Then he realized something. Did you also go to Egypt in search of Pinpin? Ollie asked suspiciously.
Not in search of it. I wanted to find answers about its origins. I needed to know so I followed the clues that I could find. I learned about a remote place on Earth covered with sand and not a single snowflake all season, where it was hot rather than cold and where Pinpin could be found. I also learned that your ancestors have been keeping Pinpin under lock and key for millennia. Surely they would have some data concerning what it actually was. Or at least that was what I was telling myself when I went there.
And did you find anything? Ollie asked. About Pinpin and what it is.
The woman gave Ollie a strange look. It was a look of excitement and what seemed like dread. It was the first time that he'd ever seen a look like that from her. The woman ran to the other end of the room. She began digging through the snow like a bear in search of food. Ollie just watched her, wondering what she was digging so frantically for. Finally, she paused her digging. Her shoulders looked awfully rigid, almost as though she'd seen something terrible. Slowly, she rose to her feet, and as she turned around, in her hand was a piece of green crystal. It glowed as though it were alive, staining the white of the snow walls in the room with a bright green.
What is that?
Ollie asked in awe. He hadn't realized that he'd already risen to his feet. He slowly began walking towards it, the mesmerizing color pulling him in, beckoning him to it. He could have sworn that he could hear it speak to him, a lovely, melodious voice, and it wanted him to have it. It wanted him to own the crystal. It was his.
Stop, Ollie!
The woman's voice suddenly snapped Ollie out of his trance. To his horror, he found himself seizing at the green crystal with one of his hands, while his other was pressed against the woman's upper arm.
What happened to me?
Ollie asked, thoroughly confused and dazed. The woman quickly placed the crystal on the floor and raced over to Ollie's side to support him as he slowly lost the strength in his legs.
What is that thing? I could hear it speak.
He asked as she helped him take a seat back on the snow bed.
That is Pinpin. It reacts this way to anyone who comes in contact with it,
she said as she went back to pick up the crystal from the floor.
But how come you're fine?
Ollie asked as he placed a palm on his forehead, feeling it throbbing. The woman carried the crystal to the table and sat on the chair. She turned to face Ollie and held up a small device that hung from a necklace on her neck, like a pendant.
This was something I built not too long before we met. I studied the strange frequency the energy outputted from the crystal and created a counter-force for it. This device keeps me sane whenever I'm around Pinpin,
she said. She turned back to the sword and began working on it again, this time using the crystal.
So you found this crystal in the pyramids?
Ollie asked her, finally feeling the pain in his head subsiding.
Yes, and more. There were buried parchments, some of which dated back long before even the snowboarding community. They were difficult to decrypt, but I was able to learn enough about Pinpin to make me want to learn more about it,
she said in a serious tone.
What did you learn?
Ollie asked her, leaning forward in anticipation of what she had to say next. She didn't respond right away, but reached into her jacket pocket and pulled out a device that looked similar to the one she wore around her neck. She turned around and began pressing some buttons on it, buttons that Ollie couldn't see. Suddenly, a three-dimensional holographic image of a region of space that Ollie had never seen before came into view.
Pinpin is the name that the first people ever to come in contact with it called it, but it's far more than that. This energy is also alive. It's an ancient kind of artificial intelligence-infused organism which lacks a physical form. It permeates only in the form of esoteric energy. They are similar to parasites, going from one planet to the next, taking over the minds of the people there and causing their civilization to crumble due to their psychic attacks. This had been the story of every world I was able to trace them back to.
Ollie fell silent. The things that he'd learned so far seemed too much for even him to handle. It all seemed too much. This was certainly not what he signed up for when he first set out to get the first chair. But he couldn't ignore it. There was simply no room to run nor hide. This AI organism, the Pinpin, it had been responsible for everything Ollie hated most about the corruption within the snowboarding community. It was even responsible for the reason Ollie can't go home anymore.
How do we end it?
He finally asked. The question made the woman freeze her work. She slowly turned to look at him.
I thought you said you wanted to sit atop the first chair, to be head of the community. If you destroy the Pinpin, you might never get the thing that you wish for most.
She said. Her words were met with silence.
Ollie?
She turned to see Ollie standing close to the window. He was staring outside it, the white light of the sun bathing Ollie in its luminescence. For the first time, Ollie reached up to his head and took off his visor, revealing his face to her. He turned to face her and said,
My wish means nothing. We need to end this. We need to end this now.
The woman couldn't help but smile broadly at his words.
That's what I thought,
she said as she grabbed the sword and tossed it at Ollie. The samurai catching it effortlessly with one hand.
Then we best prepare for a battle against the Pinpin-crazed robot,
she said boldly. That sword is just the first step. Chapter 8. A fire crackled loudly in the cold dead of the night. Slumbering next to it soundly and without a care was a still exhausted MoLo, his sighs getting interjected every now and then by a low rumbling noise. On the opposite side of the flame was REDICE, and he was battling with feelings of internal conflict. It did not help that it seemed so quiet that night. Save for MoLo and the obnoxiously loud critters of the night, this silence made REDICE feel exposed to a strange kind of emptiness. An emptiness that made him feel completely alone with his problems, like a sheep trapped with a wolf. The bounty hunter was no longer with them. He departed as soon as he passed his message to him. REDICE replayed the events of the previous day in his mind. It looked so vivid still. It had almost seemed as though it happened only a few moments ago. That bounty hunter, Jabal as he'd introduced himself, was a truly fearsome warrior. REDICE reasoned that in a fight, not even TT-119 would be able to defeat him. The red-clad warrior stared into the flames of the campfire. Its orange luminance seemed to put him into a trance-like state, the way the flames danced around in the night breeze. His mind kept wandering back to his battle against TT-119. It was that one surprise attack that the mapmaker had unleashed on him that ensured his defeat. REDICE involuntarily placed his hand on his upper chest. Right above his heart, he could still feel the burning sensation of the energy blast that TT-119 had struck him with. Had he owned reflexes like the bounty hunter Jabal, perhaps that fight could have gone differently, and he'd still be the one sitting on the first chair, the undisputed patriarch. But he had no such skills. In fact, he doubted that any being existed who was quick enough to dodge light beams at point-blank range. Or at least he used to doubt this until his confrontation with that bounty hunter. A person who could avoid what was supposed to be an unavoidable attack, serving a mad machine who's out to get him. Could his situation get any worse? REDICE reasoned. MoLo's loud, guttural snarling noises snapped REDICE back from his trance. He looked over the flames at the avian. MoLo was facing away from REDICE, but his body kept spasming as though he were in pain. This was something that REDICE had seen before. He understood it well. MoLo was having a nightmare.
Redis reached into his jacket and pulled out his comm device. He reached up for the zipper on the collar of his red jacket. The collar was zipped all the way up so it completely concealed his mouth. As he tugged downward at the zip, his mouth was exposed. He breathed out, white frost forming before the orifices of his mouth and nose. A frost that melted almost immediately as it got too close to the heat of the flame before him. He pushed on a button on the device, which let out a beep sound which echoed in the night. Redis brought the device close to his mouth to speak into the receiver, but after a while, he said nothing. This had been the 4th time this has happened. Redis had been struggling to find the right word to properly detail the events that had occurred since the day that he met Jabal, the bounty hunter. But there was just so much to say. So many details that couldn't be overlooked. He couldn't even tell where to start. This wasn't something that Redis had ever experienced before, this level of uncertainty. He was often the type of man who'd quickly make very shrewd decisions and stick to them. When did he become like this? He wondered. Was it perhaps because of TT-119, that horrible robot? Despite all of his cleverness and planning, he was still bested by that map-making nuisance. Ever since his defeat, he'd been second-guessing himself every step he took towards escaping the new, warped snowboarding society. It was a bad way to go after a defeat, but even now, as Redis clutched tightly at his receiver, he still couldn't quite find the words. He slowly lowered his hand, letting go of the button on the device which makes another loud beep. Redis stared into the flames again, almost as though he were searching for some sort of inspiration from it. A draft blew past, causing the flame to dance around lively. This wind made Redis shiver for a fraction of a time. The chill felt refreshing to him. It was these kinds of winds that he enjoyed the most, the kind that you could usually only experience while snowboarding. Even though he wasn't riding on his board over vast snowy hills and across frozen lakes, the iciness of the wind reminded him of this pleasantness. He raised his hand again, a loud beep indicating that he'd pushed on the button of the transceiver again. It's colder by night here than by day. The wind is pleasant, but I cannot truly enjoy it, because there are far too many problems at hand. Redis finally began to speak into the device. I was attacked by a bounty hunter yesterday. He was unlike anyone I have ever faced. The only reason I'm still alive making this recording is because he wasn't after my life. Or at least, not yet. He had a message for me, one that I'd never expected I'd get. Redis stopped recording for a moment with a beep. He thought he'd heard something in the distance. He stared hard into the darkness beyond, waiting for anything to move around. He suspected an animal of some sorts that was native to the planet, perhaps one that was being drawn by the flames. But no matter how long he waited, he saw nothing. He reasoned that perhaps he must have imagined it, and continued his recording with an echoing beep. The message was from TT-119, the mapmaker that defeated me and took the title of Patriarch from me. He wanted my assistance, according to what the bounty hunter Jabal told me. There was an enemy that they believed was a great threat to the entire snowboarding community. I have never once heard of such a threat. I never even thought something like that could exist. But no matter how I look at it, I can't help but wonder the validity of what I was told. Redis paused his recording with a beep. He considered what to say next, before continuing with another beep. With the way TT-119 had been after me for the past few years, after finally finding me, he could have easily had me deleted. This makes it hard to suspect a trap. There was simply no point. For that robot to seek me out for my help, he must truly think that this enemy is that much of a threat to us all. It doesn't really matter either way. I do not intend on necessarily joining them. I need to properly assess the situation first, weigh the variables, and gather intelligence. I need to. Redis found it more difficult to gather his thoughts as he continued his log. The whispering had started yet again. They were particularly loud this time around, almost panicky even. Normally, once they started, it was always quite the troublesome task to clear his mind and focus. But this time they wouldn't even allow him to think straight. Redis could feel a weird sensation caused by the shard that was tucked away in his jacket. In a haste, he reached underneath his jacket, grabbing on to the piece of metal. It felt hot, burningly hot. Despite this, he did not release it. He couldn't quite explain it, but it felt as though if he were to release it, it would explode there. Redis was grunting in pain as the metal burned his palm, but still, he refused to release it. The whispering got louder with each passing moment. Redis pulled the shard out of his jacket, bringing it close to his face as he uncurled smoking fingers, revealing the red-hot metal. "What is it?" Redis hissed underneath his breath, the pain shooting up his arm, his fingers going numb from it. "What is it you're trying to tell me?" he asked as he placed his other hand underneath the one that the metal shard was on, almost as though it were too heavy for him to support with one hand alone. He got no real response from the metal, only louder whispers and burning at his palm. Redis felt the temptation to drop the metal on the floor, a temptation that he fought against furiously, but he could feel his endurance wearing away. Just when he was about to give in and toss the metal shard away, a strange orange light caught his eye. It wasn't the light of his fire, it couldn't have been. It was coming from a very distant place, somewhere far off in the vast darkness of the night. The light was fleeting, and it vanished almost as quickly as it had appeared. Redis stared in the direction he'd seen the light, but he saw nothing. He found himself staring still. What was that just now? Was that a vehicle of some kind, or was it the light of the eyes of some wild beast? He wondered to himself. The light flashed again, this time lingering longer than it did the first time it flashed before vanishing yet again. Redis clutched tightly at the shard from his broken dagger. He could hear the loud whispers coming from this fragment of his long-lost weapon. It made it hard for him to think, but then he noticed the bright flash of the orange light yet again. It was too far away for Redis to tell exactly what it was, or seemed like a flame. But no flame could just blight up and vanish so quickly. He looked down at himself, finding that he was still holding the dagger in his hands. His finger curled once more around it, but his grip was loose, and the sharp edges did not cut through his gloves, like it did when he held it tightly. He held up the fragment of metal towards the light of the campfire, noticing that it glowed like a firefly, but the heat was gone. His mind raced through his memories, trying to remember if there had perhaps ever been a time the shard glowed like that, and the reason behind the glow. What the heck? He thought, confused. This fragment of the dagger seemed awfully different. It didn't feel anything like the shard of metal that he'd carried on his person for so many years since his battle against TT-119. The dagger had felt like a living thing before, and Redis had always found it difficult to wield such a weapon, one that seemed to dictate for itself how it must and shall be used. Now it seemed to have an odd effect on him, one that was even seemed to contrast greatly with the usual effect it had on him. Was it all in his head, or was all of this real? He wondered. He couldn't say exactly what was different or what was wrong about this shard. Neither he could tell what would happen if he tried to do something about it. That is, assuming there was anything he could do. His thoughts were cut off when he heard a scream in the distance. The sound was sudden and piercing. It silenced every other noise of the dusk. The crickets, the bats, they all fell silent after someone, somewhere, let out that scream. It was odd.
He couldn't tell where exactly the scream came from. He'd been so absent-minded that it seemed as though the sound came at him from all directions. He looked around, but couldn't see anyone. Then he heard the sound again. This time it sounded as though it came from his right. If his memories did not fail him, there was supposed to be a cliff edge in that direction that led down to a chasm that covered miles. Beyond this was another barren land, similar to the one he was camping on. REDICE quickly rose to his feet, ignoring his transceiver that fell to the stone-covered floor with an echoing clatter. He peered out into the darkness, taking a few steps forward as he did. "Hello," he called out, his voice coming right back at him as it echoed into the darkness. "Anyone there?" There was no answer. He waited, looking around. A few minutes passed and he was starting to get concerned when the screaming started again. This time it sounded as though it came from several other people, not just a single person like last time. REDICE walked over to a nearby tree. Gently, he climbed up the old, dead branches until he could see the source of the sounds. In the distance, REDICE saw a dark figure standing by a large stone wall. What surrounded this person was anarchy, unlike anything that REDICE had ever seen. The snow was no more. Snowboards were splintered all over the ground. And this ground, it was mostly sand and gravel. No one could ride on it. No one but the shadowy presence. It placed its hand on the wall, and a powerful surge of energy blasted through the entire landscape. It struck all the nearby snowboarders who tried to challenge it, to defy it. It brought all of them to the ground. There was none who could challenge its authority. REDICE knew this power. It was one that he had been tasked with protecting as a patriarch, the combined authority of the Pinpin. Whoever this person was, he'd acquired almost all of them, and the power was now a tool for destruction. REDICE could not fathom what he was witnessing. Surely it was nothing more than a vision of some sorts. But even in his dreams, the shard from his dagger would not relent in whispering strange things in his mind. So why now? Why fall silent when such a vision plays itself before him? This was the question that raced through REDICE's mind as he watched on, witnessing this terrible vision unfold before him. And then he remembered the words of the bounty hunter who'd come to convey the message of TT-119. Could it be the mysterious samurai? REDICE murmured in disbelief. When the bounty hunter had solicited his help on behalf of his master, the new patriarch, that blasted robot, REDICE was certain that they must have been very desperate to have sought him out so thoroughly. But as to what it was that was making them so desperate, REDICE couldn't understand. TT-119 believes that he poses more of a threat to all of us than we might understand, or even comprehend. However, he said that you might understand since you also understand the voice of the dagger. Was what the bounty hunter had told him so casually, as though expecting it to automatically make sense to REDICE. To think that this was the enemy that they were after all this time was truly terrifying. It was clear, even from afar, that the being was far stronger than either of them. It was no wonder that he feared it so much. If this being could wield the Pinpin so easily, what could it be capable of doing once it gained the complete control? How strong would their forces truly become once it gained complete control over their own minds and bodies? The sight of their foe finally stopped its assault on the snowboarders. With another violent wave of energy, it sent a wave of debris towards their allies, crushing several of the fallen invaders and sending the rest scrambling for their lives, trying desperately to avoid the deadly projectiles. The scene played over and over again in his mind, replaying endlessly. REDICE closed his eyes, willing the images to just stop already. After all, what use would it be for him to view this awful reality?
The only thing that would change was if he were able to delete this being. Even if that took decades, he would do it in a heartbeat to protect the innocent under his rule. It wasn't long after that Redis woke with a start, breathing hard, his heart pounding against his ribs and his body shook uncontrollably. After taking a few calming breaths, he got up to face whatever lay ahead. But there was nothing ahead, only darkness. The vision had come to an abrupt end. The flames, the suffering, and that monstrous individual, all of it had dissolved into the darkness. The vision was over, but it wasn't really a vision, but a dream. Redis realized this when he awoke with a shock. How? He asked with a groan. He could feel his heart throbbing and his neck felt sore. He placed a hand on his sore neck as he tried to rise to a sitting position on the blanketed floor. He couldn't tell at what point he'd fallen asleep or how long he'd been out. The flames of the campfire were already dying. The fire flickered weakly in the brisk wind of the early dawn, the smoldering, smoking wood barely being enough to sustain it. The light dabbed and whistled away in a manner that seemed quite sad, as though begging for some sort of revitalization. Redis didn't spare the dying flame any more glances. He instead peered over it to spot MoLo still soundly asleep on his side of the floor, opposite from Redis. The Slingling kept making low, unintelligible noises. Some grunts, hisses, and snarls. Redis could tell that he was probably still suffering some nightmare, perhaps the same as the one he'd been having the night before. It seemed so normal to Redis that he couldn't tell why it was. Then he remembered the things that he saw in that strange dream. Would that mean that he'd been asleep the whole time? Could it perhaps be that the things he experienced before the sighting of that terribleness, the glowing of the metal shard, its burning his arm, was all that also part of the dream? Redis raised the hand that he'd been holding the metal shard in to examine it. Sure enough, the glove was burned. So, not all of it was a dream. Redis wondered aloud, unsure. Then that horrible thing I saw, the gold and black samurai. At that moment, the images that Redis saw came flooding back into his mind. It made him feel lightheaded, and for a moment he thought he was going to puke. How could just imagining it take such a toll on him? He felt fine when he saw it the night before. Redis cleaned some of the drool that had trickled down the side of his jaw. It would seem like the things the dagger shard was trying to show him matched perfectly with the message that TT-119 had his bounty hunter come deliver to him. Redis shook his head to clear it, but he soon regretted this decision as it only made the throbbing worse. That vision, our dream, why now? Redis wondered out loud, placing his hand over his aching head. It was hard to tell if the pain he was experiencing was due to the dream he had having a strange effect on him, or if it was just because he slept on the cold hard ground in such a peculiar position with nothing shielding him from the harshness of the cold night. Falling asleep like this was something that Redis had never done before. He simply couldn't risk being so careless. He knew the person that would take advantage of this and take him out. But despite this, it happened in this instance. It was far too strange, but of all the things that he'd experienced so far, the unusual behavior of the metal shard screaming in his head, burning his hand, the vision he saw of an unknown enemy that would commit atrocities unlike any he'd ever witnessed, or the fact that he just so happened to mysteriously fall asleep. The thing that he thought was the strangest of all was the silence. He couldn't hear anything. The morning birds had already begun to take flight, flying high in the air on their way into the pale blue light of the horizon, singing loudly as they did. He could hear this. The insects of the night were still very active despite the threatening dawn, and their rackets hadn't died down at all. He could hear this as well. He could hear the sound of the wind blowing hard against the skin of his exposed hair. He could hear the ruffling sound the shrubs nearby made as they danced in the morning drafts, striking one another against their will. He could hear all of this. Yet, he couldn't hear the whispers. The shard from his dagger had gone completely quiet for the first time since he'd had it with him. The only reason he could even notice all of the other ambiance of his environment was because of the sudden vacancy in his head. The feeling this caused him was something he couldn't quite understand. He felt free, but terribly empty as well. REDICE slowly began to feel himself get on edge. This silence was an unnatural one, and he quickly began to suspect that the worst might have happened. To confirm this, hoping that he was wrong, REDICE began searching the pocket underneath his jacket, the one where he had always kept the blade shard. He felt a piece of metal tucked away there and pulled it out to examine it. It was a stainless metal, clean and well polished. It reflected every light that struck its surface, and REDICE could clearly see his own reflection on it. It was a fine metal, but it was not the red metal of his broken dagger. That much was glaringly obvious to him. REDICE began to panic. What is this?" He yelled out as he quickly rose to his feet. His mind was racing, wondering how this could have happened. Perhaps someone had stolen it from him while he was asleep. It could have been someone sent by TT-119. With the whole fiasco he had with the bounty hunter, Jabal, REDICE was certain that TT-119 no longer wanted him dead. So a scalper then. Did it even matter? The metal shard was gone, along with whatever shred of Pinpin that was stored in it. Should that fall in the wrong hands, it could prove to be truly disastrous. Could it even fall into the hands of that map-making machine, then there'd be no way for anyone to ever stand in his way, no matter what he does. That Pinpin was the only insurance he had against anything TT-119, and now it was gone. REDICE began turning around, peering out into the distance, trying to see if he'd spot anything suspicious. He hoped to see anyone move. Perhaps the thief had only recently taken the shard, or perhaps he was still in hiding. A habit of scalpers who often prefer to stalk the ones they've stolen from, to see if they might have something even more valuable on them. But REDICE had no such luck. There was nothing for as far as his eyes could see. It didn't matter what direction he looked, there was already enough light of dawn for him to see this clearly enough. He turned his attention then to the ground. Perhaps he might have dropped it as he slept. This was the thought that kept going through his mind as he dug around on the rock-littered floor. He could feel the sharp edges of some of the rocks cut at his palms, but this didn't slow him down. He continued to carelessly claw at the stones on the floor, hoping that he'd find the shard buried underneath them. It didn't take him long, however, to give up on this. He remembered that there was a counterfeit metal in the pocket where he'd always kept the shard from his broken dagger. There was no way he dropped it only to place a fake in his pocket. That was something that could only have been done by someone else, someone who stole it from him, likely as he slept. The more REDICE thought about it, the more unlikely it seemed to him to have also been carried out by a scalper. Those guys would never throw anything away that looked like it had some value, no matter what, and that piece of metal that he'd found in his pocket looked truly valuable. It was almost as though the person who took the shard from his pocket left that polished, stainless metal there as some sort of compensation. Like he were paying for the metal, like it was ever for sale. Dang it! REDICE yelled as he felt the cuts on his palms begin to sting. He was completely out of options. He needed a way to find this thief. No matter what, he couldn't let go of that shard. But how? How would he be able to find the one who took it? REDICE wondered. For all he knew, the perpetrator might as well be gone already. It seemed hopeless to REDICE when he noticed a loud whine from MoLo beside the already dead campfire. Of course, Redis said to himself as he thought out loud without realizing it. One of the most interesting traits of Slinglings are their incredibly acute senses. With MoLo's help, Redis reasoned that he might just be able to track down this lost treasure of his.
Wake up, MoLo! Redis suddenly called as he began striding around the smoldering wood towards the Slingling's slumbering form. The morning wind blew some of the smoke into Redis's covered face. Despite his visor, some of the black smoke got into his nose, causing him to begin coughing. He bent over to grab at some snow on the floor. He tossed them over the wood, staunching out the smoke. I said wake up, MoLo. We were compromised last night. Something important was taken while we slept. Redis had began to say, but stopped speaking abruptly as a thought crossed his mind. There was no one around, that much Redis could bet on. He'd scoured the area before he lit the campfire. This had become a habit of his since the first time the first snowboarder was sent after him by TT-119. He had found no one when he searched the area. He'd even gone as far as the river just to be sure. He even searched for signs that someone was there before leaving. But there were no signs there, save for disturbances that could have only been caused by animals. When Redis had noticed that the metal shard was missing, he'd immediately jumped to the conclusion that someone had come to their campsite to steal it from him. But now that he thought about it more objectively, this seemed very unlikely. There was only one person with him that night, one person whom he hadn't accounted for when he searched the area for a possible invader or threat. MoLo. But that couldn't be right. MoLo had never once gone against him since the first time he took the Slingling in. MoLo had only ever done what he was told, no matter what. He'd never dared attempt anything that was displeasing to him. Besides, MoLo was terribly afraid of Redis's dagger. The surging power of the Pinpin that Redis stored in it always made the Slingling quiver in fear. He couldn't even stand to look at the weapon, let alone actually touching it. There were far too many reasons for Redis not to suspect MoLo, yet that was all his mind could do. As many reasons as Redis tried to bring up to disprove his suspicion of MoLo, his mind could always find ways to refute them all. Now that Redis thought about it, how strange it was that MoLo was just released by TT-119. And not long after his lost minion had found him, so also did that dangerous bounty hunter. Could it have been a trap set by that crazed machine from the very beginning? Redis found himself hoping that it wasn't the case. If Redis could tell one thing from speaking with Jabal, it was that TT-119 was still not aware of his location. Jabal must have followed MoLo as the Slingling used its advanced senses to find its master. Redis slowly approached MoLo with more caution this time. He found that despite suspecting MoLo, he still found himself having some shred of faith in his most loyal henchman. Even though all the odds seemed to stack up against it, he found that he still wanted to believe in MoLo. However, as he approached the slumbering and troubled MoLo, who seemed to still be struggling in some nightmare, Redis slowly began to realize that he might have made a huge mistake choosing to put so much faith in this long-lost henchman of his. MoLo? Redis called out firmly, but he got no response from the Slingling who was still slumbering soundly. Every now and then, it'd roll on its side and moan as though it were in pain, then it'd make some more sounds of discomfort, grunts, snarls, and pants. Sounds that a Slingling would normally make if it were suffering from some unpleasant experience or the other. MoLo! Redis called again, a bit louder this time. His suspicion began to rise. He could already tell what he was probably looking at, or he had an idea at least. It had seemed fishy to Redis the way MoLo was so soundly asleep, stuck in a never-ending nightmare all night, even though Slinglings never sleep for more than a few minutes. He'd suspected that it was probably due to the wounds that the Slingling might have sustained while he was in the custody of that mad robot, or because of the fatigue that it had endured on its way to its master. REDICE thought that these things more than justified MoLo's sudden desire to sleep well past what was possible for most Slinglings. A terrible error on his part. Now that he was this close, REDICE noticed something that seemed impossible. The more he watched MoLo's sleeping form, he couldn't help but spot how it seemed as though MoLo's mannerisms were repeating themselves, as though he were in some sort of loop. REDICE felt a pit in his stomach. His suspicion had already risen to an astronomical point, but he was able to keep himself from acting rashly.
Enough, MoLo. Didn't you hear me? I said that we were compromised last night. Something important was stolen.
REDICE had tried to reach out to grab at MoLo's feathered arm as he spoke, but the strangest thing happened when he tried this. His hand just melted right through the Slinglings, as though he'd been trying to grab against air. REDICE quickly retracted his arm as though he had been burned by something. He watched the form of MoLo in disbelief as it began to distort before him. REDICE watched as the thing he thought was MoLo's body took on a more distorted-looking, dark blue form, which was only barely opaque. This form began to look more and more like a two-dimensional image than the formerly three-dimensional body that was thought to be MoLo's. REDICE didn't need any more signs, neither did he need anyone to tell him exactly what it was that was going on. This he already knew. The MoLo whom he'd met on this deserted land, reunited after so long, the one whose injuries he'd tended to and whom he'd tucked in next to the fireplace to keep him warm. That wasn't the MoLo he was staring at now, morphing, disfiguring, glitching, fading in and out of existence. This MoLo was nothing but a fake, a counterfeit replacement of the real being. Just like his dagger's shard was also replaced with a fake, a counterfeit replacement. This counterfeit replacement of MoLo was in fact nothing but a holographic footage taken of MoLo while he was asleep. It was probably recorded long before MoLo had even arrived here, meaning it could have all been thought out before its execution. MoLo would get close enough to him, feign severe illness, and fall asleep while battling some warped, hellish dream. By the time he'd realized what was happening, the dagger shard would already be long gone. Could it then be that MoLo was also responsible for his sudden slumber, something that has never happened up until that point? Not long after, it seemed that the disturbance that REDICE had caused to the holographic image was too much for it to handle. It suddenly began blinking several times as though like a signal light, then it vanished altogether. In the place of the holographic image was a tiny cubic device. REDICE stared at the device, feeling a sense of trepidation. There was something that had often been employed, be he himself on several occasions in the past. To think that something like this would be used against him in such a manner, and by such an individual. Could it be that MoLo had been conditioned to act like this? It certainly was not the doing of TT-119. That robot preferred upfront and personal measures, which is the reason he'd never been able to tail down the more shrewd and conniving REDICE. No, this was a method that REDICE himself would employ, especially in such a situation, and there was always one individual who had always been there with him, assisting him, learning from him. MoLo. And now the Slingling had used all that he'd learned against his own master. What turn of events this is.
What are you thinking, MoLo?
REDICE bemused as he turned to search around himself. Now that he'd learned of MoLo's actions, he began to notice things that he'd been oblivious to earlier. For instance, he could now see that despite all of MoLo's attempts at trying to be clever, it had forgotten to cover its tracks. REDICE could see some disturbances in the rocks next to MoLo's blanket. This must be where MoLo had tried to rise up from. REDICE squatted over this find, placing his fingers over it, feeling for the warmth of the ground. Sure enough, it felt fresh and warm. It wasn't long that MoLo had left this spot. Redis rose back up and continued to follow the trails that he could find. He could see more signs of movements, scattered rocks and sand, broken twigs, crushed weeds. It led, much to Redis's dismay, to where he'd been asleep himself in the opposite side of the fire. Redis's side had more snow, so when he got there, MoLo left some awfully conspicuous footprints in them. He could tell by the depression on the ice that MoLo must have been in quite the haste. Redis bent to feel at the footprints in the snow. Why would MoLo be in such a haste if he was responsible for knocking him out? It made no sense. MoLo would have known that Redis would be out cold for at least a few hours, long enough for MoLo to snatch the metal shard, replace it with a counterfeit, and quietly make his escape. Could it be that it was something else that made Redis fall asleep? Redis's thoughts returned to the dream he'd had. He remembered how it started, with the loud whispering, the way the shard glowed and burned like white-hot ore. Was it the shard, then? Was that why he fell asleep, so it could show him that? Why now? Redis groaned as he rose back to his feet. To MoLo's credit, he chose not to make his escape over the snow, otherwise tracking him would have been easier. Instead, he took the route to the river. Redis followed his trail all the way to the bank. There it became harder to trail him. MoLo decided to go upstream from what Redis could tell. The flowing water had already washed away whatever more MoLo might have left behind. Clever Slingling, Redis said underneath his breath, feeling mildly impressed. He couldn't tell why he wasn't thoroughly infuriated with MoLo, but he had a few ideas why. All the time he'd spent with MoLo, now wouldn't be the first time that this Slingling had tried to take certain measures into his own hands. Many times he'd been chastised by Redis, especially when the measures that the Slingling took ended up being to no fruition. But despite this, MoLo continued to show a unique sense of independent thinking and intelligence unlike any other Slingling he'd ever seen. This made Redis keep MoLo, despite his blunders, because if he was certain of one thing, it was this. MoLo never acted against his own interests. Never had there been a time when the Slingling had placed anything as greater priority than what it thought, in its own unusual way, was what its master wanted. Was this another one of those rebellious actions? Redis could only wonder. Redis had been staring into the river. He noticed the fish swim by. They usually don't show up until the sun had fully risen. Just then, the first rays of sunlight struck the side of Redis's face from beyond the horizon. He'd been so occupied with trying to decipher what had happened to his metal shard and then to MoLo that he hadn't even realized just how much time had passed. It was daytime, and Redis felt hungry, particularly for fish. The red-clad former patriarch rose to his feet and gazed into the distant horizon. He could see the frost emanating from his mouth and nose as he let out a long breath. To think something like this would happen, he started to say. What will you do now, chosen snow? Chapter 9. Ollie felt the wind blowing against his face despite the many layers of fabric and plastics that covered it, shielding it from the worst of the frost-biting, cold wind. It had been 3 weeks since he was rescued by a mysterious woman who claimed to be the one responsible for the creation of TT-119, the Chosen Snow, and the current patriarch of the snowboarding community. Despite how everything looked, it had taken Ollie a great deal of time to finally accept this revelation. For the most parts of his life growing up, he'd thought of the Chosen Snow as a prophesized savior of the snowboarding community, an inspiration to all who strive to acquire the position of patriarch and sit upon the first chair. This had been the symbol of the very existence of TT-119 had to many across the galaxy. To think that someone so magnificent would have such an unceremonious beginning was simply too much for Ollie. Or at least it would have been had he not nearly been deleted by the map-making machine, and had a troop of bloodthirsty Slinglings sent after him. Ollie now knew the truth behind not only TT-119, but behind everything. The snowboarding community, the role of the patriarchs, the first chair, the elusive Pinpin, everything. Ollie was once again at a chore of his, something that had already grown into more of a habit. Since the time that he started living with this mysterious woman, Ollie had been walking and venturing out at the very break of dawn in search of the things that they'd need to cook their meals. Ollie felt the need to make himself more useful at least. She'd often tell him not to push himself too hard, that very soon he'd be the one doing most of the heavy lifting in their battle against TT-119 and possibly the entire snowboarding community. But Ollie simply couldn't stomach the idleness. So he'd wake, long before the woman even, and take his snowboard out for a ride. He'd always made sure to leave his sword behind. The woman had told him that she's yet to integrate the device she wore that could dampen the hypnotic effect of the Pinpin into his blade. Should he wield it as it is, it would turn him into a raging psycho, much like the enemies he's out to defeat. So he'd go out in search of food while she'd work on making him more equipped to save the world. That seemed like a pretty good trade to him. The snow that morning felt particularly smooth underneath his board. He'd been riding over the snow for a few minutes now. It was dawn, but the sun hadn't fully risen yet. The whiteness of its light just barely peeked out from beyond the horizon, so it wasn't terribly dark outside. This was the perfect time to catch game. Back in his home on Earth, Ollie had often ventured out at about the same hour he was venturing out on this snow-covered world. Whenever he did, he'd see all manners of animals that normally would be hiding by the time the sun had fully risen. He'd often tried to catch some of them, but he wasn't as skilled as the rest of the hunters that lived in his village. He would then pester his uncle to teach him how to properly catch wild animals. Sometimes he'd be too busy to pay Ollie's banters any mind, but other times he'd be more than willing to tell the boy not only about how to catch those elusively clever animals, but also about his own adventures growing up in the desert, learning to catch wild animals using nothing but his bare hands. Ollie practically lived for those tales of his. Even now, as he slowly stalked a small, rabbit-like animal in the snowy forest of a barren planet, the many tales that his late uncle had told him seemed to come back to him, reminding him of what he must and must not do in order to make his catch. Ollie held a crude, makeshift slingshot in his hand. In it was an igneous rock with sharp, jagged edges. He had found it along a freezing lake the day before. It had proven very effective at killing small animals, and even more so at warding off the larger ones. So he'd gone back to gather up more of them. The edges were so sharp that they had even cut him a couple of times whenever he held them carelessly. Ollie could see his prey was feeding in some frozen grass which poked out of the snow at the bottom of a tree. He raised his hand and aimed for the animal. With his sling ready, he drew in a sharp breath and released it. The shot hit the mark squarely in the small head, killing it instantly. It did not take long for Ollie to cut open the animal to let some of the blood out so it doesn't go bad too quickly. He folded up the dead animal and placed it into a sack that he wore over his shoulder. She wasn't kidding when she said there was a lot of life on this planet. I wonder how they've been able to survive this long. Ollie said as he searched around the ice for the rock he used to kill the animal. He found it not too far from the tree it had been feeding close to. He cleaned it in the snow and got back up. He looked around him to make sure that there wasn't any predators nearby. So far, he hadn't seen any, but he'd been warned by the woman in the past. She said one time she found trails of dead animals that looked as though they'd been slaughtered by some wild beast. Ollie reasoned that he might be able to defend himself with his new handy projectile weapon, but only if he saw it coming first. He made his way behind a tree where his board was leaning against the cold, dead bark of it. Taking it, he began making his way past the trees of the forest until he got to a vast, plain land covered entirely with snow. Ollie placed his board in front of himself and bent over to strap it onto his feet. A few moments later, he was experiencing his favorite part of this early morning outing of his. As he slid over the rising snowy dunes and down snow-covered hills, the wind felt very pleasant on his skin. Nothing felt as good as this rushing wind on one's body to a snowboarder like himself. Ollie felt proud that he could completely enjoy this moment. To him, this meant that he was as much of a snowboarder as any other, and he certainly had the skills to boot. There was an elevated snowy plain before him, and just beyond it was a plain similar to it. But it descended into the snow instead. Ollie felt himself grinning like a crazy person. He turned his board in the direction of these plains and leaned forward whilst also crouching low. This helped him to accelerate faster as he neared the plain. He reached it, sliding up the first one and spinning in the air, completing a full flip, before repositioning himself for the landing on the other plane. The landing was as graceful as the takeoff, and Ollie could almost hear a crowd of fellow boarders cheering for him. He raised both of his hands to the side, soaking up the imaginative glory. He slid over the snow for a few more minutes, enjoying himself thoroughly. He inched closer to home, however, as he did, not wanting to get too carried away with it and stay out longer than he'd promised the woman he'd be. She was surprisingly good at nagging, something that he'd experienced once before when he accidentally broke one of her tools. He'd very much prefer that it be the last time he had her yell at him like that. Ollie kept gliding over the snow, taking whatever opportunity he had to show off more of his snowboarding skills to no one else but himself. The sun was well above the horizon now, and rather than get warmer, the air only seemed to get slightly chillier. Ollie felt satisfied with all of his stunts and turns in the snow. At a glance, one would think that's basically all there was to his outings: to catch venison and to enjoy some time snowboarding. But there was actually more to these outings of his than one would expect. Ollie could never really get over what he experienced when he went to meet TT-119. The robot hadn't hesitated at proclaiming him an enemy of the snowboarding community and sending a flock of vicious Slinglings after him. That level of hostility wasn't something that would simply die down over time. Ollie suspected that even at that moment, the Slinglings were still searching for him. They had seen him go through the portal the last time they were chasing after him. For all he knew, that mapmaker could easily just copy the remnants of the energy residue and fabricate a similar portal. Ollie knew that most of these measures he was taking was mostly driven by paranoia at that point, but he didn't care. He simply could not afford to let his guard down. The last time he did that, he almost paid for it with his life. So, whenever he took these rounds outside every morning, he was also making sure that there were no enemies nearby, especially Slinglings. He could most likely take on a few snowboarders, even without his katana, but a flock of Slinglings would be too much for even him to handle. He reached the end of a cliff and screeched to a halt. He peered over the edge and saw that the bottom was mostly covered with snow. The snow as so high above the ground level that it drastically reduced the distance between the cliff's edge and the ground below. In a heartbeat, Ollie turned the tip of his board around so it were pointing right in front of him and descended down the cliff's edge to the thick, fluffy snow below. Sure enough, the snow broke the fall, and he continued to slide along it on his way back home. Ollie noticed something move at the corner of his eyes, like a shadow. He turned to look, but he saw nothing. He kept staring in that direction as he glided over the snow,
And then, to his surprise, he thought he saw something move between the trees that were nearby. He stopped his board by turning it to the side, splashing a great deal of snow forward. He looked at the trees where he'd seen the movement, waiting for yet another movement in those trees. Ollie waited till he could tell that the sun had risen higher in the sky. Ollie said, feeling the need to go over there and check it out for himself. He was bending over to unfasten his board from his feet when he saw the shadow again, this time more clearly as it had emerged from the darkness. It was nothing but a bird which had been sitting on one of the branches. This bird fluttered away, oblivious to the panic it had caused to Ollie. The gold and black samurai let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Taking one last glance at the trees, Ollie turned and continued on his way back to the snow house. He was already pretty late as is. He had the meat. He also picked up some herbs while he was at it, and now he'd also confirmed that there was still no signs that anyone had found him there. With all of these things checked, Ollie didn't hold back on his speed as he raced back to the snow house. He'd started off with a good pace, so it didn't come as a surprise to him at all after just a few minutes on the snow. The small house started poking out in the distance like a tiny ice castle. As Ollie approached it, he almost expected to see the woman whom he dubbed Sophia at that point, standing outside the house waiting for him like she always did whenever he took too long to get back. Ollie picked the name Sophia because it sounded more like a real name as opposed to the maker, and he remembered an early artificial intelligence robot that also went by the name Sophia that apparently proclaimed she wanted to become a robot mother. If the maker really did create TT-119, the name Sophia seemed to be a good fit and easy for Ollie to remember. This time, however, there was no one outside to welcome him back. It wasn't particularly odd to Ollie. He could easily recollect the several times he'd often told her to stop waiting for him like that. But it always fell on deaf ears. Perhaps this time she had finally listened to him. Ollie stopped his board a few miles off from the house. The ice there was thinner, so sliding around on his board was probably not the best idea. When he asked her why she chose such a potentially dangerous place to build a house, she said, "You wouldn't be the only one who thought of this place as potentially dangerous, which is the idea. No wild beasts would want to walk on thin ice. It's also good for fishing. We wouldn't need to put too much effort in digging through the snow to make a catch. The fish here are very clever. They can tell where the ice is the thinnest and choose to feed there. But unfortunately for them, we're smarter than wild beasts."
Ollie thought that this was a terrible idea, but she affirmed that the animals on this planet were nothing short of paranoid. That the ice wasn't so thin that it would cave in even if more than 7 people stood on the ice. He found it hard to argue with her there. The ice was mostly covered in snow, but he could still feel its slippery surface as he walked over the ground. It was indeed very sturdy, or at least it felt that way to him. Despite Ollie always telling Sophia to stop waiting for him outside every time he ran late, he found it very unsettling that she wasn't doing just that when he arrived. She was never the type to listen to him, and always preferred to do her own thing, so finding her doing the exact opposite of what she'd always been doing in the past seemed quite off to Ollie. The samurai kept refuting the idea that it seemed suspicious, blaming these nerves that he was developing on his run-in with that bird earlier that had startled him amidst the old and dead snow-covered trees. This was something that Ollie normally did. He'd set up terrible scenarios in his head and try to think of the most effective ways to go about solving or surviving them. It was a terrible game of his, and it meant nothing at all. This normally would have been the case, but as Ollie got closer to the snow house, he began to feel a sense of dread mounting over him like dark nimbostratus clouds. Not too far from the snow house was a small campfire. The fire was still lit, and at a single glance, Ollie could tell that the flame wasn't very old either. The firewood was barely burnt, so it couldn't have been burning for a long time. This probably meant that Sophia had been sitting out here probably waiting for him, like Ollie had been expecting. So where was she? He tried scanning around the place for clues as he got closer, but he didn't need to search for long. It wasn't something that he could see from far away, but when he stood right next to the burning campfire, Ollie could see footsteps. He could easily make out the patter of the boots that the woman often wore. He could also make out the size of the boot too, so he was certain that he could see her footsteps in the snow. But it wasn't only her footsteps that he could see. There was another, one that didn't belong to any human. It was unmistakable to Ollie that these were the footsteps of a slingling, and it was matching the woman's step by step, almost as though they were walking hand in hand, or as though the slingling had restrained her from behind and led her away. Ollie bent down to feel the tracks. It felt fresh, and there was something in the tracks too that he couldn't quite tell what it was. It was brown, like dirt. Ollie rose back to his feet and began following the footsteps. Luckily, slinglings weren't the cleverest of creatures, and the snow that practically enshrouded the ground of this planet made it easier for Ollie to follow this possible assailant to its hiding place. He hoped that the woman was still safe as he followed the tracks which led to the snow house. Ollie didn't go right in. There were no tracks showing that either of them had left the house, meaning that both the slingling and Sophia were still inside. He could feel his heart racing as he snuck up to the wall of the snow house next to the door frame. Knowing the slinglings that TT-119 had sent after him, this one would most likely not be alone. Could it be then that the strange feeling of having been watched was actually not just a bird on the branches of dead trees, but a slingling or two, or even 3, stalking him in the shadows? Ollie had taken extra measures even, trying to be as cautious as he could every step he took. He hadn't gone straight home, but had taken a detour to try and lose the one that was tailing him, assuming anyone was. This slingling had chosen to go straight to the snow house instead to take him out there. Or perhaps its intention was to take out Sophia and wait for him to get back so it would ambush him. If that was the case, then there was no real point in trying to shake off the stalkers. They would already know where he was, and they would be here any minute. There was no time to lose. Ollie burst into the room suddenly, his hands ready to unleash a wrath of offensive. He had dropped his board outside, as well as the sack with the venison he had caught in it. He didn't want anything to act as a hindrance to him. Slinglings were very vicious monsters, so he needed to be prepared for a terrible battle. It would be hard enough trying to rescue Sophia while he was at it, but without his blade, he was practically no match for even a single slingling. His plan was very simple. He needed to get into the house and find his sword. With it in his hand, he would stand a better chance at vanquishing this invader. His eyes scanned the room furiously in search of the slingling, Sophia, and his sword. But what he found instead was Sophia crouched over what he was certain was the unconscious slingling, which was mostly covered by one of the blankets that was normally spread over the bed. From where he stood, it almost looked as though she were tucking him in, but that was preposterous. The woman had turned around startled when Ollie suddenly rushed in. She tried to speak in a hushed tone when she noticed Ollie's gaze scanning the room. Almost at the same time, both her eyes fell on the sword, which was wrapped in a blanket off to the side of the room. She turned to meet Ollie's gaze, but it was already too late. The black and gold clad samurai had already made his move, leaping forward into a roll, instantly closing the distance between him and his sword. He grabbed at its sheath through the fabric of the blanket, and with one fluid motion, he unsheathed the sword, its blade flashing an ominous green glow, sending a wave of arcane energy through the small room. Surprisingly enough, this sudden disturbance in the spectrum didn't seem to wake the slumbering Slingling, but it looked visibly disturbed by it, turning on the floor while letting out a low, guttural whine. Ollie felt a strange sensation shoot through his arm as he held on to the sword. It was invigorating. It made him feel as though he weren't himself, but something else, something more. His eyes turned to the Slingling lying on the floor. Strange voices in his head began telling him to do one thing with his newfound power of his.
Delete, 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 delete.
The words seemed to be on repeat in his head. It was more than just a command for him. Ollie felt the unstoppable desire to carve the Slingling up with his sword. It felt as though it were his only purpose for being, for existing. He'd survived all those obstacles, those trials, tribulations he'd reached this point just so he could end that Slingling. Ollie made to charge at the avian monstrosity with his sword, but the woman suddenly stepped between him and the sword. Seeing her gave Ollie a bit of his reasoning back, enough for him to form intelligible words as he spoke.
What are you doing? That's a Slingling.
Ollie hissed in an almost animalistic manner.
Stop it, Ollie. You're not being yourself. You're being manipulated by the Pinpin in your sword,
she said, raising both her hands motioning for the crazed samurai to calm down.
And why would I need to be manipulated by Pinpin to need to delete a Slingling? That thing tried to kill me. It's here to kill me. It'll kill you too by the time it's done with me.
Ollie shot back, not trying to keep his voice down this time around.
This one's different. It's not like any Slingling I've ever seen before. It wasn't one of the Slinglings who tried to kill you.
I don't care.
Ollie interjected before she could finish speaking.
That thing is dead.
Ollie walked past her, pushing her out of his way. The woman tried to resist, but the Pinpin had empowered Ollie to the point where he wasn't even really human anymore. Ollie stood above the Slingling, which was tussling and turning in the sheets, and raised his sword above his head, the sharp tip of the weapon pointing down at the Slingling. He was about to bring the weapon down on the creature when the woman suddenly reached around him and fastened the device she had worn earlier that could dampen the mind-controlling effect of the Pinpin around his neck. Startled, Ollie spun around to glare at her, the blade glowing brighter, releasing a strange green luminescence that seemed to warp the space around them, as though struggling to overcome the effect of the device she'd placed in Ollie. This proved fruitless, however, as Ollie found that his senses quickly began to return to him.
What did I?
He asked, confused.
Ollie, listen to me,
the woman stated as she made her way bravely to him and gently took the sword from his hand, placing it down on the floor immediately so it wouldn't take control of her as well.
This Slingling has done things that are valuable to our cause. If you dispose of him right now, we might lose information that we need to defeat TT-119.
Feeling mildly dazed but understanding what she was saying, Ollie asked,
What do you mean? Who exactly is this Slingling, and why would it go against his own master?
That's the thing,
the woman said as she turned to look at the Slingling who was on the brink of finally waking up.
That Slingling doesn't serve TT-119.
Chapter 10. It was nothing like he had ever seen before. That darn robot had practically weaponized the entire snowboarding community. Not that he could complain. He'd about done the same when he hunted the mapmaker. REDICE had finally taken it upon himself to go see TT-119, a decision that took him 3 days to make. It was a hard one to make, really. This is a machine that had been out for him for many months and had almost all of the snowboarding community on his side. He might as well be a sheep walking into a den of lions, and it felt that way too. On the path leading to the great gray rock that the patriarch sat on, of which the current patriarch was the map-making machine, were snowboarders who stood on guard on either sides of the path. They all had their boards on their left sides and held long rods to their right. REDICE had heard stories of how this army had originated as a gang of urban street riders in the town of Breckenridge in Colorado that became known as the Ridge Street Rover Kids. Back before REDICE came into power, the Ridge Street Rover Kids were only a handful of shredders that primarily focused on street rails. But this group that now called TT119 their leader was enormous in numbers and diversity. Nothing like the not-so-friendly small-time street shred punks of the old gang. They were unflinching like colored statues. REDICE had never seen this level of cooperation since he became a part of the snowboarding community. The snowboarders who made up this community were all free-spirited individuals, something that had always been held up by the community as the proper standard of living for many years. To put it simply, there was no way most snowboarders would become someone else's soldier, not unless it was what they wanted. This was the part that shocked REDICE the most, the sheer number of the snowboarders who seemingly chose to side with TT119 this way. They seemed to number well above 50 in this area alone, give or take. What could he have promised them? REDICE found himself wondering all these things as he slowly approached the foot of the short hill whose peak supported the great gray stone. REDICE noticed strange movements as he got closer. They were the haphazard movements of TT119 Slinglings. They were cawing loudly and hissing at the approaching REDICE. For a moment, the red-clad warrior wondered so much for his safety amidst these vicious-looking extraterrestrials that he considered turning around and fleeing the sight. But he couldn't do that. He couldn't allow himself to show any kind of weakness now that he was coming face to face with the enemy. Steadying himself, REDICE continued his advance forward. Despite the Slinglings' visible displeasure at the approaching REDICE, accentuated by loud cawing, growling, snarling, and hissing noises, the Slinglings reluctantly receded from the red-clad warrior, giving way for him to pass. He did not bother staring at them. He could see that they were acting well within their nature, hopping around like crazy things and barring their clawed hands at him as though to threaten him. REDICE paid them no mind. Normally, Slinglings would never act against the will of their masters, and it was obvious enough to REDICE that these Slinglings had been ordered not to lay a single crooked finger on him. The climb up the hill was as easy as ever. It still felt inconvenient, something that reminded REDICE of the very first time that he climbed up to it to meet with Kubika, the former patriarch of the snowboarding community. The stone still felt awfully slippery under Bones' palms and feet. It was only through the experience of having sat atop the stone those years back that kept REDICE from slipping and falling back to the bottom of the hill. Once REDICE had reached the top of the gray stone, he was surprised to not find TT119 there, but instead, Jabal himself. "I'm glad you could make it, REDICE. I was beginning to think you would never come," Jabal said in a friendly and welcoming way as he raised both his hands in greeting.
"What is this? Where is TT119?
REDICE asked, unimpressed by the bravado.
Or was this in fact an elaborate trap concocted by you, Jabal?"
"Oh, no. There's no trap, rest assured. If TT119 wanted you gone now, there would be no need for this many people, nor Slinglings," Jabal said. REDICE knew that he made a valid argument. He himself had already drawn the conclusion that neither Jabal nor TT119 would try to harm him. At least, not at the moment. He simply said the things that he said to stir the waters and provoke Jabal into revealing certain things to him.
"So where is TT119?
REDICE asked.
"Given the army that's down there, you'd think he would be around. Instead, there's just you, and I'm willing to bet that those snowboarders and the flock of Slinglings right below aren't just here to protect you, are they?"
REDICE asked as he took a seat on the gray stone. No, they're not, but they might be here to keep you from getting away from us, Jabal said, closely observing REDICE.
That would be a pointless waste of effort. I wouldn't have come all the way here from another world across the galaxy, just to flee from a few hostiles now,
REDICE said matter-of-factly.
So enough with the games. Where is TT-119?
Jabal didn't answer. He didn't need to. He simply motioned with his head to below the cliff before he himself carefully walked over to the edge and began descending the gray stone. REDICE wasn't quite sure what to make of Jabal's strange response to his question. Why had he motioned down the stone? REDICE turned to gaze downward, but all he saw were the Slinglings dancing below around one another, as though playing some unknown game. REDICE looked back at the seat before him, reminiscent thoughts filling his mind. Once upon a time, that seat was his. He barely even needed to contend for it. He was simply handed the position of patriarch of the snowboarding community by the former Kubika. It was from that seat that REDICE had made many decisions that practically molded the snowboarding community into the model that it once was. That was until TT-119 came along and changed everything. With the mapmaker sitting atop that throne, it almost seemed as though no one was truly free of his influence. Not even REDICE himself had much control when he was patriarch. He needed to do something. That position should not be occupied by some machine that couldn't even experience the true thrills of snowboarding. Maybe it really was a mistake coming here. As REDICE continued his internal monologue, he noticed that the obnoxious noises that came from the Slinglings below seemed to have grown louder. He paid it no mind, thinking that perhaps they had started playing a new game that involved making a lot of racket. But then, everything suddenly went silent, unnaturally so. This REDICE could not ignore. He was about to turn around to look down again, so he'd see what was causing these creatures to behave so strangely. As REDICE turned around, his eyes were met with the lower body of a person covered in a white nylon fabric. REDICE froze in place, his breath getting lodged in his own lungs. Slowly, his eyes rose, mapping out more of this individual's form, until finally, his eyes landed right on the very familiar white helmet of one of those he had battled and lost everything to. Before him stood none other than TT-119 himself. If not for the visor that REDICE wore, the look of dread that paled his face would not have been very conspicuous to TT-119, but the mapmaker could tell just by looking at REDICE that he wasn't quite comfortable with this sudden reunion. REDICE rose to his feet, slowly. Despite the shock he was still experiencing, he didn't want to give away his trepidation. He tried his best to make it seem as though he weren't that shaken by the sudden appearance of the robot.
I'm glad you could make it, REDICE. There is so much to be discussed.
TT-119 suddenly said in his characteristic, monotonous, and mechanical voice.
Is that why there's a battalion stationed below us?
REDICE asked, trying to apply the same tactic that he had used on Jabal not too long ago, to see if TT-119 would bite.
Those are not necessarily for you, REDICE. Or perhaps they actually are.
TT-119 said as he walked past the red-clad warrior. REDICE stared after him, his gaze not leaving the mapmaker for even a second. Had he heard him correctly? REDICE wondered, so those snowboarders and Slinglings were in fact gathered down there against him. This might be troublesome. Coming here truly was a foolish idea.
What do you mean? Do you plan on finally getting rid of me like this?
They are yours to command, REDICE.
REDICE had started to question TT-119 when the robot interjected before he could finish. It took REDICE a while to comprehend what he had just heard. His to command. What does this mean exactly? REDICE thought. His mind felt like it was being attacked in some way. It was an almost irrational feeling. but it was one that Redis felt nonetheless.
Mine to command?
Redis asked, confused.
Indeed,
TT-119 simply said as he took his seat on his side of the large gray stone, the spot designated to the patriarch of the snowboarding community. Redis could not deny that it provoked him ever so slightly to see TT-119 sitting on that spot in person once again.
I am sure that Jabal must have informed you, but there are greater things at hand now than our long feud. The snowboarding community as we know it might be in great peril.
TT-119 said. Redis snapped out of his sour mood as he understood TT-119's words. He sat back down on his own spot opposite of TT-119's.
All he told me was that you needed my help in vanquishing some great evil,
Redis said, faking as much ignorance as he could permit himself to. He didn't want to reveal to the robot the things that he knew, that he too had seen the visions. Redis still didn't fully understand what he saw that night, the night before MoLo and the shard from his dagger had disappeared. He'd spent some time without the piece of metal screaming in his head to do some unthinkable things. At first it had seemed as though a part of Redis, a part so very precious to him, had been taken. But as the moments passed by, Redis could not help but admit that he'd never felt better now that the shard was gone. Thinking on it now, it seemed almost as though he were always unwell, constantly enduring the kind of ailments that often plagued one's mind. But now that it was gone, the metal shard, Redis felt for the first time in months he could finally think for himself. He found the vision that he'd seen awfully suspicious for one reason, and one reason only, that it was shown to him by the dagger's shard. Redis found himself scanning the body of the robot who sat before him, searching his person for his own dagger, the weapon that he had used to defeat him those years back. Then, Redis did not know what strange energy was stored within the weapon, but now he did. Jabal had told him that TT-119 had been hearing strange voices, and that TT-119 was aware that he himself had also been hearing the same voices. With this alone, Redis could deduce that it was Pinpin that the mapmaker had collected and stored within his own weapon that infused it with such power. The same corrupting power that poisoned the red-clad warrior's mind for so long. Redis needed to learn more from this machine, and not the other way around. There might be something a lot more sinister going on in the shadows, and Redis felt positively tired of being manipulated by anyone or anything again.
This great evil that you speak of, have you not seen it?
TT-119 asked Redis, leaning forward so his elbows were balanced on his robotic knees.
I know that you must have been hearing the whispers, so surely it had also shown you this great threat.
TT-119 continued.
I wasn't graced with the opportunity to see the things that you speak of,
Redis stated.
The Slingling that you had released and sent to me stole away the only shard of my dagger I had left.
This news seemed to trouble TT-119. He turned his head to the side and seemed to ponder some unknown thing. Redis confirmed something very important from this. MoLo had not been acting under his instructions. It seemed his assumptions were in fact correct. MoLo had not betrayed him for TT-119. Redis could still not tell what MoLo's reasons were for stealing the dagger shard and running away, but he was sure to find out soon enough. He had not given up on that Slingling, and he wasn't done just yet with that shard. Now that his mind felt clear and he could think straight, he needed to understand exactly what it was that made that Pinpin in his dagger behave so strangely, and if it had been the one in control all those years that Redis had been the one in charge as the patriarch of the snowboarding community.
How did this happen?
TT-119 asked. Redis thought carefully before attempting a response. He certainly couldn't tell him that he had a dream where he saw a vision exactly like the one that Jabal had informed him of, especially after denying ever seeing any strange visions.
He was the one responsible for preparing dinner for us. He slipped some herbs into the meal while I wasn't looking, and you could probably guess how the rest of it went.
REDICE said in a calm, controlled manner.
But I was informed that your slingling, MoLo, was in critical condition by the time he got there. You still had him hunt and cook for you.
TT-119 asked with what one could only think of as a suspicion in his voice. REDICE wasn't fazed by this, as he said,
"Once a slingling, always a slingling."
He shrugged nonchalantly. TT-119 considered him for a moment, before leaning back a little, now resting his palms on his lap very close to his metal knees.
Yes, I guess that's about the kind of thing you do and say,
the robot said, unimpressed.
It is of no consequence I have been given revelation of the things that are soon to come, and they are not good, not for you, nor me.
The robot continued.
Is it really that bad that you'd bring yourself to seek me out? Why? Why ask for my help after so many years of trying to end my life?
REDICE asked, trying to keep as much emotion out of his voice as he possibly could.
I didn't think you were the kind to keep a grudge, REDICE,
TT-119 said.
If your intention was to have me over here just so you could waste my time and then insult me, then well done, robot, you've succeeded.
REDICE said, unable to completely mask the emotions in his words. He rose to his feet as he continued speaking.
Now that it's out of your system, allow me to ask you something.
And what might that be?
TT-119 asked, looking up at REDICE.
How did you find Pinpin?
REDICE asked without hesitation. The question was a straightforward enough one, yet it seemed an odd question to ask out of the blue like that.
Before your final battle with me, how were you able to get your hands on the Pinpin that you used to defeat me?
REDICE specified. TT-119 stared at him for a moment, surprised by his question.
Does it even matter at this point?
TT-119 asked.
There are far more important things for you to be concerned with than where I got the power I used to defeat you.
You do not understand,
REDICE said, exasperatedly inching closer to TT-119.
It might be the only way for me to figure out where this problem of yours might be.
And perhaps your problem as well, REDICE,
TT-119 said, also rising to his feet, but in a slower and more controlled manner.
Then let's do this,
the robot said.
I'll tell you what you want to know about my skills as a map maker and of the Pinpin, if you help me get rid of both of our problems.
Why don't you just do it yourself? You certainly have the manpower and resources.
REDICE asked. At this, TT-119 looked away, turning to the distance before he answered.
There is something I need to accomplish elsewhere, and there is none more capable for the role of commanding an army than you, REDICE. None cleverer as well. I should know. You used most of your tricks on me in the past.
You cannot even trust this task to the bounty hunter Jabal. He seemed more than capable to me.
REDICE asked.
Jabal is much like a double-edged sword, and just like any sword, he needs a master to command him. I want you to take him with you as well,
TT-119 said. REDICE was shocked to hear this. To think that the map maker would so easily let one of the most important men go so easily. But after considering it for a moment, REDICE no longer felt the shock he had felt earlier. It was possible that all TT-119 was after by letting him take Jabal was just so that the bounty hunter could keep a close eye on him. Or perhaps even so, the bounty hunter could dispose of him the moment the task was completed. Either way, REDICE felt the need to ensure his own safety before agreeing to do anything.
This robot might think he has the advantage. It's not so much a bad idea to let him continue to think that, REDICE thought. Very well, he said. His response was mildly surprising to TT-119, who had thought he'd made some unreasonable demands or just refused to cooperate. However, REDICE continued, I would like to be the one who deletes this great evil, not Jabal. TT-119 turned to look squarely at REDICE. And why would you think that I'd have Jabal be the one to get rid of the threat? TT-119 asked. I didn't think anything in particular. I just wanted to be the one who puts an end to this. Think of it this way. The one who was so humiliatingly defeated would like a chance at unsoiling his reputation by saving the snowboarding community from the single greatest threat that it has ever faced. REDICE replied, none of that was his true intention for wanting to be the one to end this being. REDICE simply needed an excuse to have the final blow. Should Jabal be the one to end it all, it would leave REDICE with nothing, making him easy prey. It might be a pipe dream, but he thought that he would stand a better chance at survival this way. It was the best he could come up with on the spot, so he hoped that it would at least suffice. TT-119 considered REDICE for a moment, and then raised a hand, waving it in a dismissive manner.
Do as you please, he said. It doesn't matter to me who deletes him, as long as he does, nonetheless.
REDICE smiled a wide smile underneath the collar of his jacket. Now the die is cast. Though it might seem like a risky gamble, but REDICE could only hope that all of the measures that he had taken, from not giving chase to MoLo, to deciding to come here, to even getting the final blow, REDICE was hopeful that all of this would somehow work to his benefit at the end of this ordeal.
Oh, and one more thing,
TT-119 suddenly said.
Before you go on your way, I think we need to do something about that broken dagger of yours.
Chapter 11. Try as he may, Ollie just couldn't help but glare stank eyes at the slingling that sat opposite him. It was munching down happily on the meal that Sophia had prepared using the animals that Ollie had gone out to fetch. Usually, by this time of the day, breakfast would have been eaten hours ago, and Ollie would be outside training for battle. But this time was different. There was a visitor in their midst, a slingling, and Ollie couldn't be more thrilled to entertain it with mysterious stares. The slingling, on the other hand, didn't seem to mind much, or rather, it didn't even seem to notice the looks that Ollie was sending its way. The only thing that it was engrossed in was the meal in its wooden bowl. The avian was obnoxiously loud as it ate, making disturbing snarling, hissing, and gurgling sounds. Had Ollie not already finished his own meal, he would have immediately lost his appetite had been exposed to such revolting noises. The more Ollie thought about it, the more he started to reconsider his original plan of doing in the slingling. He didn't need to use the sword since it would turn him into a raving maniac. He could just use something else, like the small knives that they often used to gut the fishes and the venison that he caught. He'd sharpened them recently too, so they'd be good enough to pierce the flesh of even a slingling, especially one as carefree as this bumbling and babbling buffoon. It was very tempting, and as every second went by, Ollie could almost see himself going through with it. After all, the knife was only a few inches from him. It was what he used to eat his main meal, so it was not far from him. All he needed to do was reach for it, and then... You look like a man thinking over the best ways to destroy something. The woman whom Ollie had dubbed Sophia suddenly said from behind him. Her voice startled the warrior back to his senses. He hadn't realized that he'd been so lost in this murderous state. This was perhaps the greatest weakness of most warriors. When you've spent the greater parts of your life honing your craft in the art of combat,
making it a literal part of you, the same way one's heart is a part of them. You soon find that in certain situations, one could be lost in the desire to use that craft of violence to solve whatever problems they had, be it obnoxiously loud slinglings, or insane robots with the power of an extraterrestrial, esoteric, energy-based organism. The woman made her way to his side and sat down beside him, all the while flashing Ollie a strange look, a mix of dismay and suspicion. Ollie found himself looking away from her lest she figured out that he'd been thinking about deleting the Slingling for the umpteenth time that morning. Ollie instead kept his gaze focused on the Slingling before him, who was still eating away without a care in the world at the meal in his wooden bowl, though he wasn't using as much intensity to stare this time.
Isn't it about time you tell me everything concerning this?
Ollie asked as he motioned with his left hand toward the Slingling. The motion in its direction seemed to have attracted its attention, as it stopped eating for a moment and raised its misshapen head to consider Ollie and the woman beside him, before quickly losing interest again and resuming finishing whatever was left in its wooden bowl.
Right.
The woman responded to Ollie and then placed her own wooden bowl down on the snow-covered ground next to where she sat. She rose to her feet and began making her way toward the house. Ollie stared after her a bit confused. Wasn't she supposed to just tell him what had happened while he was away hunting and gathering herbs, and the reason she wanted him to keep the Slingling alive? Where was she going then? Ollie wondered when he heard a unique sound from the Slingling's direction, one that he hadn't heard it make since it started face-stuffing itself with food. It sounded like a low whine. Ollie turned and noticed that the avian extraterrestrial was undoubtedly done with its meal. It held its bowl in both hands and just stared at Ollie, making more of that peculiar, low whining sound. Ollie didn't need to be able to understand their language to probably guess why the Slingling was acting so strange all of a sudden. It wasn't satisfied with its meal and was basically begging for more food. Such an obnoxious creature, as though it had the right to ask for anything from them. The only thing that it deserved to get was a knife's blade to its own guts. Ollie involuntarily went back to considering deleting the Slingling when the woman re-emerged from the snow house.
You're right,
she said, snapping Ollie once more from his murderous thoughts.
The things that this Slingling came with might surprise you. And by things he came with, I mean up here,
she said, poking at the temple of her head with a glove-covered index finger.
Although, rather than tell you, I think it might be better if he just showed it to you instead,
she continued as she walked over to where the Slingling sat ever so cautiously, not wanting to startle the creature. The Slingling flinched away from her as it noticed her advances. It started making more of that whining sound, but it was much louder this time. The plate it had its hands in fell to the snow, and it almost seemed as though the Slingling was about to spring up from where it sat on the blanketed snow. Ollie found that he himself was about to rise to his feet in response. He wasn't sure what to expect from the Slingling, but if there was one thing his experience with them had taught him, it was to always expect the unexpected. Ollie sighted the knife as he bolted up to his feet about the same time that the Slingling rose to its feet as well. However, the woman had a hand up in Ollie's direction, motioning for him to calm himself. Ollie felt conflicted. He wanted to trust her, to believe that she knew what she was doing. But at the same time, he just couldn't bring himself to overlook the danger she was putting herself in by approaching a frightened Slingling the way she did. One wrong move and it could lash out on her. Given how much closer he was to her than he was to it, he would never be able to make it in time to save her from the worst of its attacks. All of this made Ollie not want to calm himself. Instead, it made him want to grab at the knife glinting on the snow before him and hurl it with all of his might at the Slingling's face. The woman, on the other hand, almost seemed to understand the things going through Ollie's mind. so she just kept on motioning for Ollie to calm himself, even turning to look in his direction and saying,
"It's all right, Ollie. It won't hurt us. Trust me."
What an unreasonable demand, Ollie thought to himself as he conceded with much difficulty and sat back down on the blanketed snow. He watched on, feeling a strange sense of helplessness, as though separated from the woman and the slingling by an impenetrable glass. The woman this time brought both her hands up in the direction of the slingling, motioning for it to calm down and showing that she wasn't going to harm it.
"It's all right. It's fine. You're fine. Nothing is going to happen to you,"
she said. And then, in an exaggerated slowness, she reached for something that she had placed in her pocket when it seemed as though things were about to get out of hand. The slingling, much to Ollie's surprise, seemed to be very aware of the possible threat it was in, as she reached into her pocket. Usually slinglings aren't capable of making such rational observations and deductions. Just what was this slingling? Ollie thought to himself. The woman rummaged through her pocket before she suddenly began pulling out what seemed like a necklace with a small, cubic device dangling at its center. At first, Ollie thought he'd been seeing things when he noticed a tiny blue light flash from the device. But then he saw the same flash, which made him even more curious as to what exactly that device was. Upon closer inspection, Ollie realized that the glow was coming from a cyan-colored crystal, which was embedded into the frontal part of the device. Ollie watched as the woman inched closer to the slingling, her advances slow and mild, both her hands raised to show her harmlessness. To her credit, it seemed as though all of that show was working. To Ollie's surprise, the slingling seemed to have been buying into it, its feathers which were standing on end, something that happened to slinglings whenever they were either afraid or infuriated, slowly began to relax back on its skin. The slingling seemed to calm down, so much that by the time Sophia placed her hand on its feathered hand, its only response was a flinch, accentuated by an almost inaudible whine. Ollie was impressed by the woman. He was no slingling expert, but from the experience that he'd had with them, he reasoned that these creatures were simply too daft to be tamed like that. "How on earth were you able to manage that?" Ollie said out loud.
"Most likely, had it been any other slingling, then I might have been attacked right away. But it's like I said before when you arrived. This one is different. I never even thought a slingling with this much level of intelligence existed,"
the woman replied. As she spoke, she tried to keep her voice down, but just loud enough that Ollie could hear her from the distance they were at. Ollie figured that it was probably due to the slingling's keen senses that Sophia was keeping her voice down so she wouldn't startle it. So, was that all it was? Intelligence? Was that why this slingling seemed so odd to Ollie? From the moment Sophia woke it to eat, the way it moved, how it seemed to show courtesy every now and then, especially towards Sophia, probably because she wasn't sending it death stares all the time. But if there was one thing that made Ollie most aware of this intelligence that this slingling had, it was the way that it seemed to be aware of potential dangers. Ollie remembered how it felt to fight the slinglings the time he tried to go see TT-119. When he began to sense that he was in danger and readied himself for battle, the slinglings that were stationed there didn't even react to him grabbing a hold of the hilt of his sword. It wasn't until he'd drawn it and cut down the first avian that was closest to him that they all began cawing out like mad ravens and hurling themselves at him. It was perhaps the strangest battle that Ollie had ever been in. He felt that his skill would suffice in taking all of them out, but soon after learning that slinglings weren't very bright, he also learned that they weren't that easy to fight either, especially when they're in a mad rage like they were. It was the reason he got so beat up and wounded that he had to flee. This slingling was nothing like that. Should Ollie do as much as just reach into his pocket, It would stop whatever it was doing and stare at that hand, its body tense as though uncomfortable, waiting to see if it was in danger, only for it to immediately resume its previous task once it would see that Ollie was simply trying to pull out one of his gloves. It was a confirmatory test, but one that gave Ollie a rough idea of the nature of this slingling. Could it be that he'd somehow accidentally overlooked this particular slingling when he fought his way from the location of the Great Gray Stone? But there was no way a slingling like this would be there amongst them, and he'd overlook its presence. It would have stood out like a die on wood. Then maybe it wasn't amongst them. If so, then where did it come from? Ollie pondered all of these things, then he noticed that strange blue flash again. Turning, he saw the cyan crystal looked as though it were more awake. It glowed brighter this time, and its surface seemed to sparkle in the white light of the sun. Ollie felt mesmerized by this crystal, even though it were so far away and small that he could barely see it. "What exactly is that thing?" he asked her, he himself having some ideas as to what it might be. His suspicion of it was mostly because of where Sophia was putting it. She was crouched behind the sitting slingling, tying it around his neck, while the device at the center of the rope dangled about over the heavily feathered chest of the slingling.
You have questions, do you not? The woman started by asking. This'll help him answer all of them, and then some.
The answer wasn't very straightforward, but it did help at fanning the flames of Ollie's suspicion as to what the device might be. "Is that some sort of universal translator?" Ollie asked, pointing at the device which had begun to make low beeping sounds.
Close, but not quite. It's something that's not very easy to explain, but you'll see it for yourself.
The woman replied as she made some finishing adjustments from behind the slingling, who just stayed there rigid without moving a single muscle fiber. Once done with what she was doing from behind the slingling, she rose to her feet and made her way to the front of the slingling, taking the device in her hand and pushing buttons on it that Ollie couldn't see, at least not from that distance.
Like I mentioned, in a moment you'll see for yourself.
She continued as she kept making all of the necessary adjustments that she needed to make. When she was done, she rose to her feet again and let out a heavy breath.
That should do it,
she said as she turned and half jogged her way back to the spot where she sat next to Ollie. The black and gold clad warrior watched her as she returned and took her seat in a haste. He wondered why she moved so quickly to get back when he hears the slingling make more of its usual gurgling noises. He turned and looked back at the slingling, waiting for whatever it was that Sophia had set up to begin to take effect. He wasn't sure what he was expecting to happen, but he was certain that the whole point of putting that device around its neck was so that something would happen, something that could give them the answer that they were looking for. A good while passed, but nothing happened. By the time it had been up for a few minutes, Ollie felt his anticipation withering away. Could it be that the device wasn't functioning right? He wondered. The slingling was certainly making all manner of its usual disgusting snarling, hissing, gurgling, and snorting sounds. But all the device did was let out a very pleasant glow from the cyan crystal, and that was that. Ollie turned his head ever so slightly to his right to peer at the woman's face. He wanted to see if she shared the same suspicion with him about the device not working. But, to his surprise, she looked perfectly normal, her face giving off no expressions. This was the same look she always had whenever she was expecting something from someone. Like when she'd demand an explanation from Ollie whenever he ventured out too far during the day, and returned back awfully late, she always had that same expression on her face. What was it then? Was there something that he was missing? As Ollie kept pondering this, he remembered something that the woman had said as he re-emerged from the small snow house, with the device in hand. She had said that it would be better if the slingling showed him the answers itself. It wasn't long after he remembered this that the woman suddenly spoke.
"What is your name, and where do you come from?"
she asked in a calm voice. Ollie had his head down, his chin resting on his fist, and he wondered what was going on. For a moment, he thought that she had been asking him the question, which surprised the samurai, who turned to give her a questioning look, not that she'd be able to see his expression as he had his visor and mask on. But when his eyes met her face, he saw that she wasn't looking in his direction, but instead at the slingling. Why ask a slingling its name? These creatures are never given names, not even by their own masters. Was there any real point to asking something like that? Ollie wondered, still staring at her, wondering what she was thinking, when a bright light began emanating from the direction of the slingling. This light was unlike the ones that the cyan crystal had been emanating before. This was brighter, and it wasn't a flash, but a sustained light. Ollie turned his head slowly, not sure why he reacted that way, and witnessed what looked like a thin, horizontal beam of white light shooting out from the cyan crystal. The beam of light didn't travel far, and was only a few inches long. It stopped mid-air and just stayed like that. Then, the light began to expand, forming what could only be a three-dimensional holographic footage. The footage was composed of a collage of images which kept shifting from one image to a new one. To Ollie, the images didn't seem to make much sense to him. He couldn't understand why the device was showing them all these pictures of places that he'd never been to, nor didn't even know existed. But then Ollie remembered the whole question that the woman asked. She hadn't just requested his name, but the place he came from as well. They were yet to get an answer to his name, however, and as far as the place he was from went, it was as good as they didn't know that either. The holographic footage seemed to speed up its pace, with more images of more locations appearing and disappearing through this three-dimensional hologram. Ollie could barely keep up with the continuous flashing images, but for the few locations that he saw, he almost always didn't recognize them. For a brief moment, Ollie risked a glance at the woman beside him to see if she was having as much of a hard time with all of this as he was. But he couldn't tell that from the expression that she had on her face. She simply frowned. Ollie couldn't tell if the frown was due to actually recognizing something of great significance from the images that were flashing in and out of the hologram, or if it was simply because she finally thought the device actually was not working properly. Just when Ollie thought the flashing images were becoming too hard to read, the speed of transition from one collage to the other seemed to speed up drastically. To Ollie, this was his limit. He had completely given up on trying to make heads from tails of the possible message behind the flashing images. He took his eyes completely off of the hologram and stared down at the woman. She was still staring intently at it, murmuring something low to herself as she watched the hologram. Ollie craned his ears to make out what she was saying, but try as he did, he couldn't quite make out the words that came out of her barely parted mouth. Ollie wanted to ask her if the device was broken, or if it was supposed to be behaving the way that it did, but he didn't want to break the woman's concentration, something that she seemed to have a lot of at that moment. As Ollie turned back to gaze at the holographic image, which was then blitzing from one image to another in a way that should have been simply impossible to pick up with the human eye, suddenly the hologram came to a halt on a single image. Now that there weren't constant flashing in and out of many different locations, Ollie realized that the things he had been seeing were not stationary images, but footages of those locations that were displayed. Watching this single footage, he could tell this. The place was nothing like their current location. The sun there was yellow and actually looked warm. The ground only had a few patches of snow on it. The parts that weren't covered in snow were covered with brown rocks and sand. There were some shrubs, too, frolicking in the wind. The place looked quite pleasant. Ollie could have even been willing to bet that there was a stream flowing nearby. He could almost hear it, the gurgling sound of the water flowing over the hard rocks of the place. Ollie then realized that the sounds he was hearing wasn't due to his own vivid imagination. The more he listened, the more he could actually hear the sounds of a river. He was certain that the sound was from the holographic footage and not from their current location. If there were any rivers here that weren't already frozen solid by the sun and snow, Ollie would have found it already. Ollie wondered how there could also be sound along with the holographic footage. As he listened some more, he could even make out the noises of birds high up in the sky, crickets chiming in the shadows of the shrubs, and he was sure that he would have been able to see a frog or two by the river bank.
How do you hear that?
A shocked Ollie asked, unable to take his eyes off the holographic footage. The woman nodded, a smile forming on her face at the look of awe on Ollie's face.
It's not only able to replicate images and scenes, but sound as well. What we're doing is peering directly into the mind of this slingling,
she said. This time, Ollie turned to face her as he asked,
How does it work, and can you record these images?
The device functions by reading wavelengths of the brain. It reads the one that's closest to it, so if there's anyone else who stands close to it while the reading commences, then there will be errors. And yes, the device records all of the images for playback,
the woman said, gesturing at the holographic image. Ollie now understood the reason she seemed in such a haste to get away from the slingling after she had put the device on it.
The flashing images from earlier must have been as a result of the slingling suffering some sort of trauma,
the woman said. Ollie couldn't tell if she were telling it to him or if she were thinking out loud. Either way, he chose to ask her more about it.
What makes you think that?
Ollie asked. Sure enough, the woman looked up at him suddenly, as though snapped out from a train of thought.
Whenever the brain has experienced some form of trauma, it often ends up making it more difficult to recollect information. They'd be jumbled up and in so much disarray, like a
flashing collage of madness,
Ollie asked, and the woman nodded gravely.
This slingling has definitely been through a lot. It doesn't seem like it ended up here by chance. I suspect that it was its intention to come here and find us,
she said.
Or it could have actually been by chance,
Ollie said.
Either way, there's only one good way to find out.
He continued staring at the landscape before him.
So this answers the question of where he came from, but what about the one of his name?
The woman asked as she placed her palm underneath her chin in thought.
I think we're about to get that answer as well,
she heard Ollie say. She turned to him with a questioning expression on her face, but he was staring at the holographic footage. Following his gaze, Sophia saw the red of someone she never thought she'd see in this footage. Standing right before them in what was the recorded perspective of this slingling was the former patriarch of the snowboarding community, REDICE. Chapter 12. He was a few paces in front of MoLo, and he was saying something, but the sound mechanism of the device didn't pick it up. Ollie wasn't sure if it was because then the slingling just didn't hear it, or because of the trauma that Sophia told him about before. Ollie's thoughts are stolen back as he hears the voice of someone speaking. He looked up at the footage and noticed that REDICE was now approaching the slingling.
All right, MoLo,
REDICE said.
We should make sure that no one is watching us. You rest, I'll scour the area. When the dawn comes, I want you to tell me everything that you learned while you were being held captive by that snowboarding robot.
With that, REDICE walked past the slingling, whose name now known to be MoLo. Ollie guessed that the snowboarding robot REDICE mentioned in the footage was TT-119. It would make sense that he was talking about the chosen snow. His defeat at the hands of the robot was one that was spoken of throughout every sector of space. It was also known that his companion, a slingling that was known for being a fierce fighter and the most intelligent slingling of its kind, was captured by the chosen snow. Ollie had no idea his mouth hung open in disbelief. He had always just assumed that the slingling was slain. It was known to listen to no one but REDICE, its one and only master who had rescued it from a desolate, dying world. So he thought that the slingling would have been deleted and done away with. Nearly every snowboarder knew of the bounty that was on REDICE's head, so even if this slingling were to somehow escape, it would definitely just end up dying at the hands of some greedy snowboarder. These were the things that Ollie had thought for a very long time, but here it was, sitting before him, completely unaware of the kind of implication its very existence could cause throughout the snowboarding community.
MoLo?
The woman suddenly said. How could it still be alive? Ollie asked. It had just been generally accepted that the slingling and REDICE were both slain by bounty hunters. He continued, bringing his hand up to unzip the collar of his jacket, exposing his mouth, releasing a big puff of frost into the cold air.
Well, here he is, in the flesh. I guess the rumors have been wrong for many years,
she said. She leaned forward, examining the way MoLo followed behind REDICE back to a crude camp with a small campfire. The wood looked like it was newly lit and were barely blackened by the flames.
It's hard to tell how recent this footage is. But if the slingling is alive, then it could also mean that REDICE himself is alive as well,
the woman said, turning to face Ollie. He was sure that she felt about the same way that he felt about this. They couldn't tell how to properly gauge this information. REDICE was an enemy of the current patriarch of the snowboarding community, the same person they were planning on defeating. Should REDICE still be alive, his assistance would be very valuable. However, REDICE was almost as bad as TT-119 while he was a patriarch. Even though Ollie knew at that point that it was most likely due to the abnormal effects of Pinpin, he couldn't tell if REDICE still had any on his person. If he did, then that would just mean that they now had two enemies to face in order to completely eradicate all the Pinpin, plaguing the snowboarding community. How did you get here? Ollie suddenly asked him, no longer wanting to wait. He needed to know how the slingling got there, because he feared that others just like him might come as well using the same means. Ollie could not allow that to happen. He watched on in silence as the images in the hologram began to change again. The scene was the same as when REDICE had addressed the slingling as MoLo. They were at the campsite that had come into view before the footage came to a halt. The only difference was that this time, the light of the dawn was gone, leaving behind the cold darkness of dusk. Ollie could tell they were definitely at the same location. He could still see the snow that covered most parts of the ground. In the darkness, it was illuminated only by the orange glow of the campfire that was lit off to the side of the perspective of the slingling. He could see the gravel and dirt-covered earth that was closer to where MoLo was. There were some shrubs poking out of larger rocks. The wind was particularly strong that evening, blowing hard on the healthy fire, making it cast strange shadows over the snow, shadows that seemed as alive as the two people in this memory recording that they were watching. Ollie was pleased to still be able to hear the sound of the river. It reminded him of his home, the times he spent there before it was attacked. He loves the sound of flowing waters. Even then he realized this, that he loved it no matter the world it was on. The night was particularly dark. Ollie tried to see if he'd be able to spot any stars or moons in the sky from the perspective of MoLo, but there were none to be spotted. The sky was an ink black that seemed to stretch on to eternity. The only light that could be seen throughout the space was the gentle gossamer glow of the campfire. Ollie noticed something that looked similar to the gecko on his home world, feeding on some tiny insects on the gravel-covered ground. It was only slightly at the border of light cast by the campfire from which beyond it was total darkness. MoLo stirred, and the gecko-like animal bolted back into the darkness. The perspective looked odd. It was as though MoLo wasn't standing upright. It didn't take long for them to confirm that he actually wasn't upright, but lying on the ground. MoLo quietly turned to lay on his other side. Before him was the campfire, burning bright in the darkness. The wind had picked up pace and was blowing hard on the flame, threatening to put it out with the sheer force with which it blew it with. Beyond the flame was the sleeping form of REDICE. He was lying on his back and seemed to be mumbling something to himself. Ollie could almost tell that MoLo was putting in some effort at trying to be quiet, the way he rose to his feet and tried to creep across the gravel by not using his toes, as the claws protruding from them would surely make loud, echoing noises. No ordinary slingling would ever be capable of thinking like this. Had they not established earlier just who this slingling was, Ollie would have found this video impossible to believe. The slingling had finally reached the spot right next to where REDICE was sleeping. Ollie watched on in great curiosity, wondering exactly what it was that this slingling was up to. From this perspective alone, it almost seemed as though the slingling was trying to do something sinister to its master. Otherwise, why else would it wait till dusk to sneak up on REDICE, all the while doing its best to remain silent? Was it trying to eliminate REDICE? Ollie couldn't help but wonder as he watched. REDICE looked like he wasn't having a good night's sleep. He kept tossing and turning on the floor, mumbling inaudible things. He had one hand over his chest, and his fist was clenched. To both Ollie and the woman's astonishment, there was something in his clenched fist, and whatever it was, it glowed like a small flame, and it even seemed to be burning REDICE's palm. MoLo reached down and slowly unfolded REDICE's fingers, who was so lost in his dream that he was completely oblivious to the sensation that would normally have woken up even the heaviest of sleepers. The holographic image began to glitch as REDICE's fingers unfolded. By the time the light was fully exposed to MoLo, the image went completely static. Ollie and Sophia both shared confused glances at one another. When the image suddenly came back to life again, showing a very different perspective this time, it looked like MoLo was running. The wind was blowing hard past his face, and his breathing was labored. He sounded more like a person drowning in muddy waters. Ollie simply could never get over how revolting the sounds of Slinglings were. Even one as sophisticated as MoLo was no exception from this repulsiveness. MoLo would glance back every now and then at the campsite he fled from, and every time he did, the orange glow of the campfire would be further away. No ordinary person could possibly move that fast, but MoLo was no person. MoLo began making strange whining sounds, as though it were in pain. It looked down to spare the still glowing and burning object a glance, but the moment he does, the image goes static once again.
Could that be?
Ollie asked. Even though he didn't finish his question, the woman could already tell what he wanted to ask, and his guess was as good as hers.
There's no doubt about it. Whatever that object is, it's housing Pinpin.
The image started playing again. This time, Ollie could hear the sound of the river more clearly, almost as though MoLo was standing right on it. It was too dark to tell at first, but then MoLo started to move, and with every step he took, they could hear very audible splashing noises. This confirmed it to them. MoLo had reached the river.
Why's it so dark? This is MoLo's perspective, isn't it? I thought Slinglings could see beyond the spectrum of light.
Ollie asked, feeling mildly irritated by his lack of perception due to the unnatural darkness in the footage.
They do. Slinglings can indeed see in the dark. It's how MoLo was able to find his way around. Unfortunately, this device of mine is still a prototype. It can only replay the memories as though it were seen by an ordinary human being.
She explained, the disappointment in her voice being very evident that he could easily make it out, despite still being focused on the video before him. Nothing new seemed to happen after MoLo reached the river. It was too dark, so Ollie couldn't tell whether it was moving upstream or downstream. He was certain, however, that it was moving, and for some reason, it was moving right through the stream of water. The indication of this interference being the rapid splashing sounds you'd normally hear when moving through water. At first, Ollie couldn't understand why that was. Depending on what direction of the river that it were moving in, movement could go anywhere from being difficult to being downright dangerous. The samurai closed his eyes as he pinched against his exposed chin with his index finger and thumb. Then he realized it. The reason this Slingling had chosen such a difficult and potentially dangerous path.
From the sound, yes, he's still on that body of water. Is he walking through the water? Why would he be doing that? One slip and fall in the wrong spot and he could drown.
The woman asked, bewildered.
He's trying not to leave any tracks.
Ollie said simply himself, dumbfounded by the sheer cleverness of this Slingling.
But...
The woman started, but trailed off. She didn't need to finish. Ollie knew that she demanded some explanation.
One time when I was still young, there was this old relative of mine from my mother's extended family. He loved fishing, but loved the water of the river even more. Whenever he took me with him sometimes, he'd tell me all manners of stories about how the river was truly alive, like any other person or animal. Whenever I asked him what it was that the river ate to live, he'd say that the river ate our past.
Ollie said, looking over at her and she at him.
What does that mean?
She asked.
Without a river, no matter how careful you might try to be, you'd always leave tracks. A skilled enough tracker would always be able to find you unless you continued to be on the move. Even in the likelihood where not enough tracks are left behind, then he could just use the person's scent to compensate.
Ollie looked at Sophia to make sure she was following his explanation. Satisfied that she was, he resumed.
The thing is that none of this applies for when a person is in a flowing water. The water completely gets rid of any scent left behind the individual and any tracks made.
The flowing water would simply cover it up again.
The woman finished for him. There was a sense of awe in her voice as she realized what Ollie was trying to tell her.
Like it's eating away the memory of ever being in the water. Was that what your uncle meant?
She asked Ollie, who responded by nodding once. They both turned back to the footage and noticed that it started to go static again.
It's happening again,
Ollie said, remembering that every time the Pinpin imbued object acted up, the screen would suddenly go static. This time, though, it didn't seem like there was the unusual bright light that often emanated from the object. The screen just kept going in and out of static. As MoLo continued to trudge through the water, a strange sound suddenly rumbled through the darkness, causing MoLo to freeze on the spot, the splashing of water ceasing as well. Ollie wasn't sure if he had heard it correctly or if he'd imagined it. But that couldn't be, because MoLo in the footage must have heard, or to which was why he suddenly stopped moving. Then the sound came again. This time it was unmistakably loud. It was the growling of a wild animal. It bolted and sounded like it was charging at MoLo, with the Slingling turning to flee from this pursuer. The water was making a lot of splashing noises as the two raced through it. Despite how hard it was to see, Ollie could tell MoLo was running. The growling of the creature that chased him only seemed to get louder. It was closing the distance with every passing moment, and it was obvious that MoLo wasn't going to be able to escape it. Then, the static started getting worse. and out spewed that much anticipated glow of the object that MoLo had stolen from its master. The light flashed over the form of what looked like a large, furry beast with limbs the size of the Slingling himself. The eyes were blood red, and they seemed to glow a menacing crimson in the light of the cawing, wailing, and hissing. And they seemed to glow a menacing crimson in the light of the object that MoLo was carrying. It lunged at the helpless Slingling, who cried out, cawing, wailing, and hissing. It tried a few times to bravely defend itself, but the outcome of such a daring, yet utterly foolish move was hard to know, as the static became far too distracting, violent even. Finally, the scene went completely blank, static being the only thing that the two could see and hear.
Had he not been sitting right in front of me now,
Ollie started to say,
I would have immediately concluded that the creature we just saw had it for dinner.
The samurai had simply never seen a creature that large in his life. That thing could hardly be described simply as an animal. That was, in fact, a true beast. He doubted that even with his sword, he'd be able to defeat something as large as that thing. Something so huge that it made a Slingling look like a possum. Despite himself, Ollie couldn't help but give some praises to the Slingling too for standing its ground. Not many would be capable of doing something like that. Heck, he could even easily imagine hardened warriors getting crippled on the spot with fear at the very presence of such a monstrosity. Ollie's thoughts then went back to the times that Sophia had often told him to be vigilant every time he ventured out because of strange beasts that she suspected might be lurking about closer to the frozen lakes in the snow-infested forests. Could it be that the things that she'd been calling beasts were just like the one that he'd saw in this footage? The creature she had warned him about, he didn't pay it much mind, but who could blame him? How could one fear or be wary of something that they had never seen before? The thought that all that time he had been going hunting, a monster could have been lurking around in the thicket watching him, considering pouncing on him, made him shiver from the back of his neck down to his tailbone.
Does the footage end there?
The woman asked herself, but then turned to see that Ollie was strangely frozen in place.
Ollie? Is anything the matter?
She asked, placing a hand on his surprisingly cold shoulder. This seemed to snap him out of whatever trance he was in.
Oh, excuse me.
He started.
I was just overwhelmed there for a moment.
The woman looked a tad perplexed, wondering what it was about what they had just seen that could have overwhelmed him to the point of freezing on the spot like a snowman. All the time that they'd been watching the holographic footages right out of the mind of MoLo, Ollie hadn't even thought to check up on the Slingling and see what he'd been doing all that time, or even if all this mind prying was affecting him in any way. Now driven by curiosity and strangely a dreadful feeling in the pits of his stomach, Ollie peered behind the hologram to see what or how the Slingling was doing. MoLo wasn't even sitting on the spot that he had been placed, but was now a few meters away. Ollie was surprised to see this. Wouldn't moving affect the feed from the device on his neck? Well, apparently not, Ollie reasoned. He was about to notify Sophia that the Slingling had moved when something caught his eye. It was only for a fraction of a second that his mind did not register what he might have seen in the hands of the Slingling. Just a fraction of a second, but once that time was exhausted and Ollie immediately realized what he might have seen, he turned back to MoLo to look at him. In his feathered, misshapen hands was the same glowing object that he had stolen from REDICE. Chapter 13. REDICE was trudging through an annoyingly deep amount of snow. Jabal decided to go back to the traditions of the ancient snowboarding community and ride his board instead of walk whenever possible. REDICE would have to prove his loyalty by binding his pledge to his life. It was a test of courage and faithfulness to the patriarch, where one would be challenged to battle to the death. Should one not desire to side with the patriarch, then he or she could let themselves die at the hand of the opponent. But should one desire to live, then they must do so. But should they succeed at vanquishing their opponent, then their lives belong to the patriarch for as long as they lived. It was one tradition that had been annexed for many centuries as the snowboarding community became more reputed as a place for the free and creative. It was only in situations like this one that such traditions could truly come in handy. Jabal and the rest of the snowboarders rode around REDICE as he walked with much difficulty to the venue of the battle. It made sense to him that he should be subjected to such hardships, since he was about to take part in a fight that might not only decide whether or not he lived, but might also decide the ultimate fate for the snowboarding community. But he found that he truly could not complain. For starters, he felt somewhat flattered that he was deemed as such a great boarder, that no one would permit him to use his board. Even though the seemingly strong Jabal was there, they still found it to be too much of a risk to let him ride his board. This could either mean that he was still considered a better boarder than Jabal, or it could all also be a trap, to make him feel comfortable that he could outride most anyone there should he mount his board, only for him to easily be taken out by one of the many boarders around him, or even Jabal himself. He simply could not risk looking down on any of them there. He needed to assume that all of them would be somewhere on the same level as TT-119 himself. This kind of thinking would keep him on his toes. Besides, the battle was going to take place with him and his opponent battling while riding on their boards, so they would inevitably have to let him back on his snowboard. He felt he needed to compliment their efforts too. It showed that they were truly taking this whole thing seriously. REDICE still felt uncomfortable being around those snowboarders. They gave off a strange kind of aura, unlike the kind you'd normally sense from a normal person. They seemed normal enough while taunting and belittling him, riding their boards around him like sharks around prey. But the moment they were given an order from that robot, TT-119, they'd become almost mechanical, as if losing all shred of their humanity in an instant. It was an unsettling feeling that REDICE was getting every time he was around them, one that he did not enjoy in the least. And try as he did, he just couldn't help but suspect that the Pinpin in the dagger that the mapmaker was with was responsible for this amount of control that he had on all of them. Even then, as REDICE fought back chills caused by some snow slipping into his boots, and trying his best to go down a steep, snowy slope without falling and tumbling down it, he found himself constantly thinking of MoLo. That Slingling must have been onto something. It probably explained why he stole away that metal shard from him. He had never once stopped to ask himself why MoLo was always so afraid of his dagger. He thought it had just been a natural response the Slingling had towards a weapon, but he never reacted that way when he came close to the harpoon, or to any other weapon of the many warriors that he'd often employed. Sometimes, when MoLo thought that he was being threatened by another armed snowboarder, it would almost lunge at the poor fellow, completely disregarding its own safety, or how dangerous the weapon that the warrior brandished was. Yet, despite all this, just a single glance at the red dagger he had impregnated with Pinpin would be enough to send its feathers standing on end. It was strange, but REDICE felt ashamed of himself for not noticing this then. Perhaps things would have been different now. "Are you still daydreaming, REDICE?" One of the snowboarders laughed as he tossed snow at him. It was cold. Despite the insulation of his red jacket, he could tell that much. He didn't let himself get bothered by this. Before he became patriarch, he was often the victim of much prejudice. His skills at the earliest parts of his snowboarding career were not very great. There were a few who had been kind enough to show him the ropes, but the cockier ones preferred to pick on him instead. REDICE did not regret these experiences, not in the slightest. It was these unpleasantries that molded his mind into the way that it was. Now he was regarded as one of the greatest to ever have lived, and he was able to rise to the highest possible rank of patriarch. No, REDICE could not complain about the ill treatment he got in the past, and he won't complain about the one he was getting now. If anything, it meant something very significant to him, something that neither of them understood, not yet at least. It meant that they were weary of him. It was the reason they would ride past him so quickly, as though worried that he'd grab them and pull them to the snow. Not that it was such a terrible idea. This was also a method applied by many social organisms. It was something that they did without even realizing it, a product of eons of evolution. For the ones that the community was most weary of, they would ridicule and try to humiliate. The motive was simple, to destroy one's will to fight by breaking their spirit. Even without realizing it, these snowboarders were merely acting within the nature of evolved organisms. It was only Jabal who behaved differently, as if REDICE didn't have enough reasons already to be unnerved by him. He also refused to allow the normal nature of the pack to dictate his actions for him like the rest. He simply kept moving ahead, saying nothing, doing nothing. He was as silent as he was skilled, at least from what REDICE could see. Not wanting to admit it to anyone but himself, REDICE found himself hoping that Jabal wouldn't be the one that he'd end up facing. By the time they'd reached the location designated for the ritualistic battle, REDICE was already terribly exhausted. He fell to his knees on the snow, panting hard, letting out puffs of frost as he did. He had tried to stop and rest on the way there, but none of the snowboarders would have it. They ride past him and shove at him, forcing him to continue moving. His legs felt cold and numb, and he began to doubt his odds of surviving this even more. REDICE zipped his collar down to try and get some air. The place they were now was colder than where they had been? How could that be? They were on the same planet, weren't they? REDICE started coughing hard as his frozen lungs quaked in his chest. "You should probably watch how you breathe here," the familiar voice of Jabal said as the bounty hunter rode towards REDICE, stopping just a few meters from him. "As you've already noticed, the air here is thinner than the place we've left. It's colder, too." "How's that even possible? We didn't go that far uphill. How can it feel as though we're at the peak of a mountain?" REDICE choked out his question before resuming his coughing. Jabal simply shrugged before saying, "It's been this way for as long as I can remember. They called it the cold pit. Still do. No one can really say for certain why it gets so cold here, or why there's barely any air here. But it's been the spot for many of the bloodiest bouts in snowboarding history. Are you telling me that you've never heard of this place?" Jabal asked. Had the bounty hunter not mentioned the moniker given to the place they were on, he would have sworn that he had never known that such a place existed. But there's hardly any true Pinpin carrying snowboarder who had never heard of the place called the Cold Pit. To most, it was spoken of like it was more fiction than reality. It was often treated like a myth, not something real. REDICE had heard all manner of bizarre tales attached to the place too. Tales that seemed too good to be true. Like how gravity worked differently there, due to a mysterious gravity well that had existed there for as long as the planet itself. Some spoke of strange things happening there, like how you could hear the voice of the long departed if you stayed there long enough. The tales were always very fantastical, with the next one outdoing the former. Only a handful of people ever mentioned how the air there was so thin that staying there was about the same as staying at the peak of a very high mountain. Not many talked about how cold it was there, which made sense considering the planet was mostly covered in snow. So how much colder could it possibly be on an already freezing planet? "I've heard of the Cold Pit.
I've heard of it as a story for children, Redis said with a low voice, but Jabal heard him clearly enough. Well, do you still think it's just a story for children? He asked. Who knows? Redis started. For all I know, we might not actually be at the cold pit. Redis continued trying to sound defiant, but Jabal wasn't moved by it. He shrugged his shoulders and turned his gaze from the downed Redis to the vast whiteness of the plains surrounding them. It doesn't matter either way. You better get yourself prepared. The duel is about to start, Jabal said as he turned away to leave. Already? We just got here, Redis complained, but once again Jabal simply shrugged. Haven't you heard? You're pretty famous around these parts. Everyone here is just dying to see if you're as good of a warrior as advertised, Jabal said. Redis wasn't sure if he was imagining it, but it almost sounded as though Jabal was enjoying this. Redis let out a light grunt as he began rising to his feet. Well then, he said, turning to look at the small crowd of snowboarders gathering not too far from where they were. I had better not disappoint them. The noise of cheers, boos, and whistling was almost deafening at first, but it quickly faded as the two combatants raced away from the crowd on their boards. After preparing himself for the battle, one of the boarders had stepped up to challenge Redis. Jabal seemed like a formidable opponent, and from the way the other boarders kept praising him, he seemed to be the crowd's favorite. Redis watched closely, the way he moved, how he rode on his board, the way he held the pole that he was supposed to use in the oncoming battle. You could tell a lot about a warrior and how he fights just by these things alone. Redis knew enough to know how he'd go about handling this opponent, but knowing and acting are two very different things. Sometimes not knowing at all might even be a better option. These were snowboarders that Redis was supposed to lead. As of now, they had no respect for him, perhaps because in their hearts he was already as good as dead to them. But Redis was planning on changing that soon enough. He wasn't willing to let this amount of insubordination slide. There was only one way to go about this battle, and that was to end it as quickly as he could. When Jabal had asked Redis for his weapon of choice, he had chosen a dagger, a reminiscence of his long-lost red dagger. Why would you pick something like that? Jabal had asked. He's using a spiked pole. With a weapon this short, you might never be able to close the gap to land any meaningful damage on him. Redis wasn't foolish enough to think that Jabal was asking because he was worried about him. He knew that the bounty hunter was asking primarily out of curiosity. But for some reason, Redis wasn't in the mood of revealing his reasons to him, so he simply said, You probably already know why. But in the likelihood that you don't, then just watch and learn, Bounty Hunter. When the hour had arrived for the battle to commence, both boarders were made to travel in opposite directions. The battle would officially begin the moment their weapons clashed. Redis was so far away now from the crowd that he could hear himself think. He had chosen not to travel this way by board, but by foot. Once he got far enough away, he bent down to the snow and began polishing the steel of his blade with the snow. He did this until the steel was spotless, so much that it became very reflective, bouncing off any beam of light that graced its surface with its luminance. Redis raised the blade to examine it, and was satisfied. He got back up and began strapping his board back onto his feet and positioning himself for the inevitable blow of the horn. As he waited for that loud signal that would initiate the battle, Redis found himself contemplating the idea of simply fleeing. He knew that there were snowboarders that were placed around the perimeter of the battleground to ensure that he couldn't escape. And without his board nor a weapon, escape would definitely have been impossible. However, these were two things that he now had. all it would take would be for him to turn and slide down the hill behind him and never look back. He should be able to escape the snowboarders placed beyond there to stop him, or even dispose of them using the dagger he had. But this was an idea that REDICE chose to ignore instantly. If remaining hidden was something that he wanted, then he would have never emerged from his seclusion and exile to answer TT-119's call in the first place. REDICE felt bored with fleeing. He had too many things that he needed to understand, and a lot of wrongs that he felt he needed to right. If he continued to live the disgraceful way that he had for the past few months, then he wouldn't really be living. MoLo even took some initiative, taking something as dangerous and dread-inspiring as the remainder of his Pinpin from him. For all he knew, it might have killed the Slingling. REDICE refused to allow such a sacrifice to be in vain. Nothing would stand in his way, not even that boarder on the far opposite side of him courting his vain glory, thinking to improve his own status and fame by being the one who slew the mighty REDICE. In the red-clad warrior's eyes, that boarder was already as good as dead. Then came the horn. REDICE wasted no time. The blood in his veins were pumping, adrenaline flaring up all of his senses. His hearing went numb as he rode his board down the hill. He could only think of the opponent. The crowd that REDICE had left behind were no longer there as he arrived at great speed on his board. They must have given way for the duel to start undisturbed. REDICE could already make out the small form of his opponent in the distance. His pole was already pointed in the red-clad warrior's direction. Not a bad idea. With the weapon pointed out like that, it limited REDICE's options and made it difficult for him to find any openings that he could exploit. However, it was out of very little consequence to REDICE, as his plan was already in effect. REDICE had shifted his direction towards a small ramp which had probably been made by previous snowboarders who had been there in the past. Sure enough, the other boarder shifted his movement as well, matching the direction of REDICE. He was indeed quite eager not to let his prey get away. As the two boarders got closer to the ramp, REDICE suddenly pulled out the dagger from underneath his jacket and held the side of it to the sun. The light bounced off of the very reflective, almost mirror-like surface of the blade. Focusing, REDICE directed this beam of light straight at the face of the other boarder. His visor shielded his eyes from the worst of it, but the distraction that it caused was all that REDICE was after. The boarder, for a moment, took his eyes off of REDICE to get the light out of his face. It had only been for a short period of time. Had it been anyone else, they most likely wouldn't have been able to capitalize on this, but REDICE wasn't anyone else. The speed was good enough for the jump. Both boarders reached it, REDICE doing a double flip in the air right past the other boarder as his dagger found the boarder's throat. In an instant, it was over. REDICE landed on the other side of the ramp, as did the boarder on his side of the plane. The only difference, however, in their landing was that REDICE was still upright as he stuck his landing, while the other boarder practically landed on his face. REDICE had seen a person die like that before. It wasn't a quick death, it was a slow and frightening one. The sensation of choking on your own blood, of trying to scream but not being able to, of feeling the life slowly leave your body. It wasn't a very pleasant way to go, but that was the intention. REDICE was planning to use this one as an example, a scapegoat, so the others would understand the fate that awaited anyone who dared cross or insulted him again. He was still the legendary former patriarch that they had heard so many tales about. He was going to make sure that they not only remembered that, but they also never forget it. The rest of the boarders far off watched in disbelief. The boarder who had fallen was definitely not REDICE. But how could that be? There was no way that the other would lose so easily. No one was that strong. Jabal frowned as he watched the outcome of the fight. That clever, he mumbled to himself.
When TT-119 had asked Jabal to go and recruit REDICE for the impending threat that he predicted was soon to come, the bounty hunter could not understand why. To him, there was no point in going to ask a weaker man for help, a man whom you had bested in battle. When Jabal had confronted TT-119 with this, the mapmaker had simply said,
Weaker man. No, Jabal. There's nothing weak about REDICE. I only won because I did the one thing he never expected me to do in that fight.
Which was? Jabal had asked, wanting to finally know exactly how TT-119 had defeated a patriarch. The mapmaker simply looked at him, and without any shred of hesitation said,
I cheated.
Jabal clenched his fist, feeling something he had not felt in a very long time. Was this actually the same person that he had met on that planet when he came to deliver TT-119's message? That man that he had met there was a housefly, weak and flimsy. He could have easily killed him then if he wanted to. A part of him, in fact, wanted to end his life and the life of that deserting Slingling, but it would thoroughly go against his orders. From the moment he met REDICE in person on that planet, Jabal couldn't look at him as an equal to TT-119. In fact, the thought seemed insulting to the patriarch in Jabal's mind. He couldn't fathom why TT-119 would need to rely on dirty tactics to beat someone like that. Jabal had faced off against the mapmaker before, so he knew how formidable he was. He was willing to wager that there was no one in the immediate snowboarding community that was a proper match for TT-119. Not even himself, and he was more than a match for most. Yet, even he doubted that he could take out a skilled snowboarder in one go the way REDICE just did. He had never seen anyone take out a snowboarder that quickly. Could he have employed the use of Pinpin? Jabal held up a bulky, rectangular device that TT-119 had given him. The device was designed for tracing the coordinates of the locations of Pinpin and mapping them out. The mapmaker's specialty was making maps, so this was a technology that he had developed himself. It was the same kind of technology that was used to make his scanning rod. If REDICE had in fact used the Pinpin, the gauge would immediately have notified him. This was one of the reasons that he had chosen the cold pit as the venue for the duel, because this was a place which had an unnaturally low level of energy signatures. Should there be a use in anything energy-based like Pinpin, the device would pick it up from a mile away. Jabal observed the gauge, almost completely expecting to see it going crazy with the readings of Pinpin use, but the device remained still. It was almost as though it weren't even turned on. Jabal made sure that it was activated and tried again, but still nothing. Jabal slowly raised his head as he heard the nervous murmurings of the snowboarders around him. Off in the distance, he could see that REDICE had begun to approach them on his board. He had something in his hand. Upon closer inspection, Jabal realized that it was the board of the fallen snowboarder. To take one's board from him was the ultimate signal of defeat. Something that could only happen should the snowboarder lose his life or her life in combat. This was also the only way to show that one had completed the ritualistic duel and that they were the winner. A few moments later, REDICE arrived and unceremoniously tossed the board on the floor before the crowd of snowboarders, with Jabal being the one in front of them.
You all know what this means then, don't you?
REDICE asked in a commanding tone, but none of them dared respond, not even Jabal himself.
It means that I am now under the protection of your precious chosen snow, and that all of your lives now belong to me. You will answer to me now, and as for any of you who think that you are strong enough or cunning enough to dispute me, step out now and let us settle this in the cold pit.
Redis took a step forward as he spoke, an action that made several of the snowboarders move backwards in fear. It was a satisfying response. It showed that his message was being passed across just fine. However, not to Redis's surprise, Jabal looked as calm as he did even before the duel. Redis noticed the device on his hand, but chose not to ask any questions about it. He could already guess what it was for. Scoffing, Redis turned around and said, "Man your snowboards, we have no time to waste. We're going after that problem of ours first. Move." And with that, Redis slid away on his board with some of the snowboarders scampering to follow suit. Unbeknownst to any of them, Jabal was trying his best to conceal his shivering arm. Chapter 14. Ollie paced back and forth outside the snow house, waiting for the call that he'd been expecting for the last hour. Sophia had wasted no time at taking MoLo into the house to quarantine him and run some tests on him. She wanted to figure out exactly what that piece of metal that they had found the Slingling with was, and they wanted to see if it truly contained Pinpin. Ollie had told her that while she was at it, she should go ahead and install the final parts of the Pinpin's mind-control dampener, so he would finally be able to use his weapon and not have to keep relying on their cutting knife all the time. After what felt like eons, Sophia finally stepped out with a sad expression on her face. Ollie rushed over to her, noticing that she didn't have his sword in hand. At the moment, he didn't care all that much about the sword. He simply wanted some explanations about the metal shard that MoLo was carrying. He looked at her expectantly. "Well, what is it?" Ollie asked, curiosity seizing him.
"It's exactly as you might be thinking,"
she said, looking up at him. "I'll be honest and say that I wasn't really thinking about anything. I didn't even know what to think. I was hoping that you could just tell me everything," Ollie explained unashamedly. The woman sighed and made her way back to the camp outside the house, the place where not too long ago they had been watching something remarkable straight from the mind of an extraordinary creature. She took her seat on the blanket which was laid over the snowy floor and began to stoke the wood at the campfire, trying to see if there was still any life in it.
"That metal shard was filled with so much Pinpin,"
she started. Even though Ollie had said that he hadn't been thinking about anything, that much he knew. There was no way that the metal was simply glowing on its own, and considering that it was taken from the person of REDICE himself, the former patriarch, given all that he'd learned about Pinpin, Ollie could easily draw that conclusion unaided, that the metal shard was probably from the red dagger that REDICE was well known for. A terrifying weapon that almost no one could withstand, no matter how mighty they might be. This was how it had been for many years, that is until the chosen Snow came into the mix. He was the first ever to go up against REDICE while he was armed with his powerful dagger, and still come out victorious. It was why he was sung of as a great warrior and a hero, even though he had never really saved anyone from anything. All he simply did was remove the one in power just so he could take his place. Something that up until the moment that Ollie had met Sophia, he was willing to do himself, following in the footsteps of his now former greatest role model. Ollie waited patiently for the woman to continue, not feeling satisfied with the explanation that she gave. He could just faintly hear the usual distinctive sounds of the Slingling coming from the room. It hadn't taken long for the woman to resume what she was saying. She rose to her feet and began pacing in a manner similar to how Ollie had been pacing about before she came outside. It was almost funny to watch.
"The Pinpin must have been put in that metal by REDICE, considering MoLo took it from him. If I were to guess, I'd say it was from the dagger that TT-119 spoke of."
"The chosen Snow spoke to you about the dagger that REDICE uses?" Ollie asked, and the woman nodded.
It was the reason he wanted to gather Pinpin, because he knew that without it, he would never be able to defeat REDICE.
Ollie placed his fingers on his chin as he began to think.
So why does MoLo have it?
Ollie asked.
And why was it so strong?
I will admit that the only Pinpin I had seen with that amount of strength was the one that I found in Egypt, the one that I put into your sword, which is also ready, by the way.
She said. Ollie felt a good level of elation at the news. He made a mental note to retrieve the sword as soon as he was done with this discussion.
As for why MoLo took the shard from REDICE, I didn't even need to ask. It just showed it to me.
The woman said.
How?
Ollie asked. He probably already knew the answer to that question, but he still wanted to be sure. If the Slingling had actually shown Sophia through the use of the device, then that would mean that the Slingling knew just how it functioned. This was no small feat of intelligence, even for a Slingling like MoLo. This device wasn't one that was designed and developed by anyone else but Sophia, so there was no way that MoLo could have learned how to use it long before today.
He showed me using the device I wrapped around its neck.
The woman said simply. Judging from the sound of her voice, she sounded like she was still in disbelief as to what she just saw.
The Pinpin that was in that shard was manipulating REDICE. Ollie, it was killing him.
She said gravely.
What?
Ollie asked, shocked.
MoLo was trying to save his master from it. MoLo didn't come here of his own volition. It seems the Pinpin in your sword must have created a link with the one in the shard, thus transporting it here where I found him right in front of the house.
She said, looking up at Ollie from where she sat on the blanketed floor. So that was how the Slingling ended up here, Ollie thought to himself.
But if the shard was killing REDICE, then wouldn't that mean?
The woman simply nodded.
MoLo is dying, Ollie. What we're seeing in him now are his final strengths. I think it wants to help us destroy the Pinpin. I think that's why he took it away from REDICE. My hypothesis is that when the Pinpin that's now in your sword reacted with the one that's in this shard, the energy that was outputted was able to grant the wish of whoever was with the shard.
She said.
So MoLo's wish was to find us?
Ollie asked in disbelief. But the woman simply shook her head, rising to her feet and walking over to place her hand on Ollie's shoulder.
No, Ollie, not us. You. He wanted to find you, Ollie. Maybe TT-119's decision to attack you suddenly and the Pinpin always trying desperately to take control of you. I think the Pinpin is trying to remove you from the equation because it knows what you are trying to do, what you're meant to do. It's afraid because it knows that you're the only one that can defeat it for good.
The woman said to Ollie, not breaking her gaze from his. Ollie stared at her, not sure what to say nor think. He had always thought that his destiny was to sit upon the first chair and ride his snowboard to oblivion. To him, that would have been an amazing destiny, but to think that he would be the one responsible for eradicating an ancient foe of all things living in this world, and even the many others in this star system. His resolve to go against TT-119 was strong before, but now it was simply immovable. Ollie looked at the woman, a strong shade of conviction forming on his eyes as he nodded once to her, showing that he not only acknowledges his duty, but accepts it. Suddenly, the two could hear a loud noise from the distance. It sounded like people, a lot of them. They were yelling, cheering, whistling, and even growling. It sounded like a raid party that was out for blood. It sounded like the enemy had finally found them. Ollie turned quickly to the woman and said,
"Grab my board and my sword from inside. You stay hidden in the house and hide yourself and MoLo. If all that you've said is correct, then I'm sure that they're here for me."
Ollie turned to leave in the direction of the flame to kick it out and cover it with snow, when the woman took him by the arm and asked,
And what are you planning on doing? Fighting all of them? Alone? Are you insane? Judging by the sound, there's at least 20 of them or more. You can't go fighting that many by yourself and expect to win.
Ollie turned to her and flashed her a reassuring smile. By myself? Who said anything about me fighting by myself? I'll have my sword with me in this fight, and you of all people should know what that means. Ollie said confidently. It was a contagious kind of confidence, the kind that could calm even the most tense heart and reassure the most pessimistic mind. She also couldn't argue with his reasoning. Ollie's sword had now been imbued with so much power that he could probably overwhelm an entire army all by himself without much effort. And now that the device she invented was installed into it, he could use the Pinpin in his sword to its fullest without it corrupting his mind. Hesitantly, the woman nodded and turned to race into the house. Ollie was about to continue with what he wanted to do as well, when he looked down at the arm that Sophia had been holding onto. The arm was shaking uncontrollably. Was this fear or excitement? Fear of facing an enemy that might delete him, or the excitement of finally confronting his destiny? Ollie could not tell. All he knew was that his hands refused to make things easy for him, given all of their sporadic shaking, as he tried to cover up the smoldering logs with snow. He did his best to make a fine, clean work of it, keeping the snow nice and smooth, almost as though no one had been there having breakfast only a few hours ago. By the time he was done, the woman re-emerged from the house with his board and sword in both her arms. She tossed Ollie his sword and placed his board on the ground before him with great care in a ceremonial fashion. I'll lead them far from here first, so stay hidden in the house under some blankets. They won't come for the house until they're done with me, so you should be able to flee to somewhere safer by the time they're all gone chasing after me. Ollie said as he began strapping on his board.
What makes you so certain that they'll all chase after you?
The woman asked, now looking visibly distressed. I felt the intensity of the hate from the Pinpin. If it is what is controlling the chosen snow, then I'm sure that he would have instructed his men to make sure that they do not rest until I've been dealt with. Ollie said.
Be careful, Ollie.
The woman said to him, placing an encouraging hand on his shoulder.
And it is Misty, my real name. I am Misty, so you can stop calling me Sophia.
She laughed in a low, nervous voice. Oh, sorry. Ollie said, feeling flustered. The woman suddenly leaned in and rested her forehead on Ollie's before leaning back, her face beet red and turning to bolt back into the snow house. Ollie was stunned, not knowing what to make of the thing that just happened, but he had little time to ponder. They were close. Not far off, REDICE and the rest of the boarders weren't wasting any time. They were going to make sure that they executed this so-called threat to the snowboarding community no matter what. REDICE was silent as he wrote on his board. Before they had finally reached the spot where the device Jabal was with could pick up the energy signature of Pinpin, REDICE had been doing his best to spur on the morale of the snowboarders. As a leader, it was his duty to understand his men. This had always been his philosophy. He didn't need to speak with any of them to know. They were all very nervous about this battle. Not that REDICE could blame them. This was a confrontation with a foe so terrifying that he even made their esteemed TT-119 reel back in fright. To come up against someone so dangerous, even a fool would know to be afraid. REDICE honestly couldn't care less what kind of monster he was going to face. The last thing he wanted, however, was for the men whom he'd led to hold him back due to their lack of courage. So he made loud noises and told stories of old days long gone. He spoke to them in a loud voice unlike they had ever heard before from a leader. He did all that he needed so he could raise their morale. REDICE knew then that he might have been wrong about these snowboarders being under the influence of Pinpin. If they were, then they wouldn't have needed any of this bravado. Or perhaps they were, but at this distance, the manipulation had faded and they were back to their usual selves. This also showed that they might have sided with TT-119 of their own accord after all. Or the men that the conniving mapmaker gave him were just the ones that sided with him, while the ones that were enchanted by Pinpin he left behind intentionally. There were many hypotheses that REDICE had, all of which he hoped to find the answers to soon enough. First, he needed to survive this bout, and not fall to whatever weapon the enemy was using, perhaps a sword or two, since he was often referred to as a samurai amongst the other snowboarders. "Over there!" One of them yelled. I see him, he's fleeing, don't let him get away!" Another bellowed in front of REDICE. The red-clad warrior strained his eyes to try and see the person, and there he was. The black samurai himself. At long last, REDICE's eyes were graced with his infamous presence. There wasn't much that he could make out from his appearance, other than he looked quite formidable. But looks are usually always deceiving, especially when it comes to knowing how formidable a warrior is. The man was just standing there at first. It seemed awfully suspicious, as though he was luring them into a trap. "Your orders?" Jabal asked from beside REDICE. "It's simple. Stick to the object. Take out the samurai if he resists," REDICE said. "And what about you?" Jabal asked. A wise question, REDICE reasoned, but at this point he had no reason to hide his objectives anymore from anyone. "I have unfinished business. You will be in charge temporarily over the rest of the men. You must make sure that he doesn't escape." "But I thought you wanted to be the one to deal the finishing blow," Jabal asked, and REDICE could hear the suspicion in his voice. "If what I'm after is here, then I won't need it. We'd be even." And with that, REDICE changed his own direction, breaking out of the pack that were going after the now moving black samurai, while he, on the other hand, was headed straight for the small snow house. Jabal watched after him, unable to do anything about it. The authority that REDICE earned when he won that duel at the cold pit was absolutely binding, unquestionably so. There was nothing that Jabal could do once given an order by REDICE. To disobey would brand him a heretic. But on the flip side, now REDICE could not be allowed to go against the wishes of the Patriarch. It was a double-edged blade, one that was bound to cut anyone eventually. Jabal couldn't tell why he'd agreed to the terms of REDICE, but it was obvious that his former Patriarch took advantage of the preconceived idea that Jabal had of him, that he was weak and easy to defeat. "Damn you!" Jabal cursed under his breath before begrudgingly turning to follow after the rest of the overly enthusiastic boarders. REDICE was a man who knew how to follow his guts, heart and mind when appropriate and to his advantage. They had never failed him before, not even when he was about to go up against that damn map maker in the battle that ended up costing him everything. Normally, he'd know better than to underestimate anyone. But all the time he used several different tactics to try to stop TT-119. The robot just kept coming back to try again, never using any of the methods that REDICE had employed himself. He thought that TT-119 was the kind who always played by the book, so REDICE had carelessly exposed himself to him. Then his gut had warned him about the robot being very unpredictable simply because he wasn't a human. But he'd allowed vainglory to get to his head, and it took everything away from him. This time, however, was different. REDICE would no longer doubt the cues from his heart, but would follow it, and his mind was telling him that some of the answers that he was looking for were hiding in that house. It all seemed suspicious to him at first, the way the black samurai stood there as though trying to lure them towards himself, and not after what might be what's in that house. At that point, REDICE didn't really have any proof, nor reason to think it. But his guts told him that not only might he find MoLo in that house, but that he might also get some answers about all the things that have been happening to and around the snowboarding community. Redis stopped a few meters from the open door and unmounted his board. He took the board and placed it next to a log that was right next to where he'd stopped. Slowly, he creeped towards the house until he was close enough to rest his hand on the door frame. He peeked inside, but saw no one. The place looked empty, but felt strangely warm. He scanned the interior of the house for a moment before stepping into it. He felt around the smooth coldness of the walls with his gloved fingers. He reached next to a bed which had a blanket over something. Redis was about to walk past it when he suddenly noticed it shake ever so slightly. Redis turned back quickly to look at it again, his gaze examining it as he turned to face it. Had he just imagined that? Redis wondered as he started to get curious as to what was hiding underneath that blanket. Unbeknownst to Redis, Misty had emerged from outside the house with a large piece of wood in hand. She slowly crept up to Redis and raised the wood to slam it against his head. But before she could bludgeon him unconscious, Redis, sensing her presence and anticipating her attack, spun around quickly, drawing the refurbished dagger that he once used to strike awe and dread in the hearts of many. And with it, in one smooth motion, he sliced the wood in half so cleanly that the woman still swung it with no resistance. But nothing struck Redis as the top part of the wood was already gone. He grabbed the woman's hand and growled, "Grr, where is MoLo?" But rather than get a response from her, what he got was a whimper instead. "Answer me, where is Mo—" Before Redis could finish his question, he felt an incredible force ram into him, sending him through the snow wall of the house and hard on the floor outside. Redis felt the wind get knocked out of his lungs as he lay back coughing profusely. And then he heard it, the odd, unpleasant noises made only by Slinglings. There were many different Slinglings that were alive now, even though they were an endangered species. Still, Redis could always and would always be able to recognize MoLo anywhere he saw him. "MoLo?" Redis asked, his words unable to leave him properly due, in part to the shock, but mostly because of the intensity of the pain he felt on his ribs. Redis tried to sit up, but winced with every movement that he made. He recognized the sound that he'd heard. He knew that it was surely MoLo's. So his hunch had been correct yet again. MoLo was there at that house, which would mean that he'd sought after the help of that samurai. But why MoLo? "Don't move." Redis heard the voice of a woman, the same woman whom he had been interrogating before. "I know who you are, Redis. I know you've come here. You are making a terrible mistake," she said. Redis could tell from the emotion in her voice that she wasn't trying to deceive him, nor was she trying to stall for time. She wasn't strong enough to take him on, and Redis could tell what it was, but something was wrong with the way MoLo ran into him. Had MoLo done this to him a year ago, Redis was certain that he would be feeling more than just pains in his thorax, and that's assuming he'd even be conscious to feel anything. The blow from MoLo was weaker. MoLo was weaker. Redis needed no further prompt. He willed himself to rise back to his feet and find out exactly what was wrong with this Slingling. But he felt something blunt poke him in the chest, keeping him from getting up. He looked down at it to see that it was yet another piece of wood, only this one was longer, so the woman could hold it hard to his chest while maintaining a good distance from him. A good choice of wood this time, Redis thought. He considered the woman for a while before looking over at MoLo, who was hunched over and breathing hard. He knew it. His eyes were not deceiving him. Something was definitely wrong with MoLo. He needed to help him, but this woman wouldn't let him. He would have simply grabbed the wood and pulled her to him, and in one well-timed motion, just snap her neck. But earlier, MoLo had attacked him to save her, something MoLo would have never done before. There was no way she was responsible for what was happening to him. Plus, she was most likely the one who had been taking care of him all this time, along with that black samurai. Just what exactly was going on here? Where's the great evil that TT-119 professed to him? Then REDICE remembered what this woman who glared coldly at him had said, something about him making a terrible mistake. You said that I was making a mistake, a terrible one, he asked, wheezing out each word with a bit of difficulty. But the woman said nothing, her guard still astronomically high. Do tell me, what exactly is it that I am here to do, and how is it a terrible mistake? REDICE asked simply. Perhaps this woman might be able to answer some of the many questions that had been plaguing his mind since he first left his home to come find that snowboarding robot. You're here to delete Ollie, the samurai that the other boarders just chased away, aren't you? She asked. This time it was REDICE's turn to remain silent. Not that it mattered, as she continued immediately after. You received those orders from TT-119, but do you think that those orders were truly given by him? What do you mean? REDICE asked. Pinpin! She almost yelled the word out, startling REDICE. He stared at her for a while, not sure if she had said the words by accident. After looking into those hardened eyes of hers, he knew it then and there. The answers that he needed, this woman could give him all of them. REDICE still had his dagger in one of his hands. He raised it a little, and the woman tensed up, having half the mind to whack REDICE in the head with her wood. But he raised his other hand, gesturing that he meant no harm. He then tossed the dagger away from himself and raised both hands in surrender. The woman didn't seem to buy into it for a while, but REDICE did not relent. I did not come here to delete the samurai. Those snowboarders came here to delete him. But I can help you save him. I just need answers. I need to know what exactly you know about Pinpin. And why does it make one do all these terrible things? REDICE said with sincerity. There weren't many times that REDICE had been this honest in his life, but he didn't mind it at all. To lift the veil that covered his eyes from the truth, REDICE was sure that if he could somehow manage this, he would finally know peace. The woman seemed to finally believe him. Slowly, hesitantly, she lowered the stick from his chest and dropped it to the floor, the adrenaline rush finally taking away her strength to even stand. REDICE sat up from the floor and looked over at MoLo with a sad look on his countenance before looking back at her. From the beginning, tell me everything. Ollie hoped that his plan had worked to a T. The last thing he wanted was for anyone to figure out that there were people hiding in that snow house and going after them instead. But for any of them to do something like that, it would mean that they weren't truly loyal to the authority of the patriarch, and Ollie doubted that there was someone so gutsy among them. There were a few great snowboarders amongst them. It didn't take long for them to start catching up to him, despite the head start he had got at the beginning. Ollie could hear their screaming getting closer by the minute, not that it was such a terrible thing. His intention wasn't to run, but to lead them far away from the house so he could face them once and for all and put an end to this. Ollie turned to see that he couldn't even see the place where the house was. Good. That meant it was finally time to go on the offensive. Ollie came to a halt on a very flat, snowy plain. He unstrapped his board and pushed it to the side. He had found his second sword in the snow before he left the house, so he had two blades drawn as he waited for the snowboarders to arrive. One of the swords was an ordinary blade, while the other emanated a strong green aura. Ollie was surprised that he couldn't feel the same negative energy that he'd often felt from the sword whenever he did as much as get close to it. He could, however, still hear the voices from the blade. This time, he could hear them more clearly, but they could not control him nor command him.
You think that you can defeat us?
The voices said,
You are no match for us. You will meet the same fate that many who had opposed us met. Annihilation.
If that were the case, then why do you all sound so scared?
Ollie asked simply, silencing the voices as the snowboarders approached him, unstrapping their boards and charging at him with all manner of weapons in their hands. Ollie spun his swords around skillfully and charged at them as well. One of them swung his javelin at Ollie, but he simply ducked under it, slicing him through the abdomen as he did. Another tried to strike him on the head with a sword, but Ollie parried the strike with his ordinary sword and then pushed him away before striking down at him with the Pinpin imbued blade. The warrior had tried to block the attack with his own sword, but the katana cut cleanly through the sword, slicing him across his body. In only a few seconds, Ollie had already fallen 2 strong warriors easily. This made the others halt their advances for a moment as they circled around Ollie. Jabal watched amazed at how this samurai could wield Pinpin so effectively. This strange and magnificent energy was the thing that TT-119, his master, had used to defeat him when they first met. The only reason that TT-119 spared his life was because he saw a unique kind of strength in him. A strength that he could not find in many other warriors and snowboarders. However, the reason that Jabal had sworn fealty to TT-119 was because the map maker had promised him that he would also be graced one day with the awesome Pinpin, as long as he continued to serve him. And now, there it was, Pinpin. It was his for the taking. All he had to do was just delete that damn samurai, and he could lay claim to his swords. This must be it, the day that TT-119, his master, had been speaking of. The day he could finally ascend from being an ordinary man to being more. The snowboarders had continued to attack again, but they just kept getting done in by Ollie. He wasted no time either, slicing cleanly through the many who dared raise their weapons in attack. Ollie held the Pinpin sword in the direction of the men who charged at him, and out came a concentrated green beam of energy which fried anyone whom it fell upon. Like this, Ollie paralyzed the rest of the snowboarders who were left, killing them off and concluding the fight. Ollie was panting hard as he tried to catch his breath. This is the most fighting that he had ever done, and he wasn't quite used to overexerting himself like that. He looked around himself, wanting to make sure that there weren't any more snowboarders who were out to get him. Satisfied that he could take a quick break, Ollie began making his way to his snowboard, when the sudden sound of someone sprinting at him on the snow alarmed him. Ollie ducked away, just in time to avoid a narrow blow from a pole. Ollie turned to see that there was one more snowboarder whom he had missed. It was Jabal. The man lunged at Ollie, who retaliated by striking at him with his ordinary blade, but he blocked it with his pole. He pushed the blade away and delivered a strong Spartan kick to his torso, sending the black samurai to his back. You were a fool to think that you could challenge the chosen snow, and now that foolishness will lead you to your demise. Jabal said as he took a battle stance before charging at Ollie once again.
Is that so?
Ollie asked in a menacing tone, dodging the swing from Jabal's pole while letting go of his ordinary sword and gripping at the Pinpin imbued blade with both hands, a powerful surge of energy emanating from it. Ollie swung the sword viciously at Jabal. Seeing the oncoming attack, Jabal tried pulling his pole back to block it, but the pole snapped like a twig upon contact, and the attack struck Jabal squarely, sending the bounty hunter flying into the nearby woods. Ollie felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. He fell to one knee as he tried to catch his breath. His vision was blurry, but he shook his head. He didn't have the time to feel this way. He needed to make sure that Misty and MoLo were safe. Ollie, using this sword to support himself, rose back to his feet and began trudging towards his snowboard. He picked it up and turned to walk to the nearby higher ground so he could pick up the moment he needed to ride his board back to the house. As Ollie passed the spot where he was certain the body of the last snowboarder he fought should be lying, he didn't see anyone there, but the snow was stained with blood, which didn't stop there. There was a long trail of blood which led back to the direction of the snow house. "Oh no," Ollie said. Chapter 15. Redis laid back down on the floor, his mind going completely blank. He had listened to everything the woman had to say, about Pinpin and what it actually was, about how it had been responsible for everything. That was it, the answer to all of his questions. It was all one humongous, terrible lie. Redis found it funny how he dedicated a greater part of his life to serving a master he didn't know was there, pulling the strings from the shadows, and how the remainder of his life he'd spent running from the said master who had been trying to get rid of him because it knew that this moment would surely come. The moment when he'd dig until he found the answers to everything. Redis looked up at the sun, watching it, noticing how strangely white it was. "What is your name?" he asked simply from where he was on the floor. "Misty," she said to him, remembering how she had told Ollie her name, and the things that she had done afterwards. It made her face go ruddy again, but she tried to suppress the embarrassment she felt from it. "Misty, thank you so much," he said, letting out a sigh of relief. "What for, exactly?" she asked with a nervous laugh. "Oh, where do I even begin?" Redis asked. If he were to start, he'd probably go with thanking her firstly for taking care of MoLo. Had it not been for her and that samurai, his Slingling would have surely perished. As promised, Redis started. "I'll help you save the samurai, Ollie." Redis continued as he sat up again to look at the woman who was sitting cross-legged on the snow. "You're confident that he'll be okay against them?" she asked, sounding worried. "If the things you told me about that sword of his are even mildly true, I'm sure that no one there would be a match for him, even if they all attacked him at the same time." Redis reassured her. As he spoke, he didn't notice in time that Misty's gaze had shifted from his eyes to something behind him. Her eyes widened in terror as she let out a loud gasp. Realizing his mistake, Redis immediately lunged for the dagger that wasn't too far from him, and spun around to see a severely injured Jabal who had one of those cutting knives that Misty and Ollie used to slice venison and fish. "So, this is it," Jabal yelled out in an uncharacteristically harsh voice. "This is the business that you just couldn't wait to do," Jabal continued. "I knew that you would betray the patriarch. I knew that you were a disgrace who couldn't even follow traditions." Redis raised his hand, signaling for Misty not to make any sudden movements. The hysterical Jabal noticed this and started laughing maniacally. "Ha ha 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 ha! So you've chosen to side with the enemy, then? That woman was harboring that demon of a samurai. She is the enemy." "Enough, Jabal. Take whatever is left of your honor and leave this place. You are mortally wounded and defenseless. Do you think killing one dying Slingling will change that?" Redis said as he took a slow step forward, but Jabal suddenly pointed the knife at something behind them. "Ah, there he is, the demon! There's the demon!" Jabal yelled. Redis couldn't afford to take his eyes off of him, but Misty spun around almost immediately to see Ollie arriving on his board. He stopped a good distance off and unstrapped before sprinting towards them, yelling, "Get away from him, Misty. He's with that maniac over there." "It's all right, Ollie. Redis is on our side," she told him once he reached them. Ollie turned to look at Redis. "Why?" he asked simply.
Let's just say that our objectives align, Redis said simply. And what's your objective? Ollie asked him. Redis turned to look at him, a smile curving his exposed mouth. To help you end all of this madness. Enough chatter, Jabal said, drawing everyone's attention back to him. He had started to pull MoLo backwards as he tried to slowly escape. TT-119 will hear of the things that happened here, Jabal laughed. And you will all be very dead for it. Suddenly, MoLo tried to grab at the hand that held the knife, causing it to strike the ground. Seeing this, both Redis and Ollie began sprinting towards them. But Jabal pulled out a long piece of his broken pole and ran MoLo through with it from behind. Time seemed to freeze as MoLo fell to the ground, his life quickly leaving him. Misty let out a horrified scream. Ah! As Ollie and Redis, both men enraged, pointed their Pinpin-imbued blades at Jabal, firing two thick green and red beams of concussive energy at Jabal, which caused him to vaporize upon contact. Redis ran to MoLo and picked up his dying friend, balancing him in his lap. He tore off his visor, exposing his face to the Slingling. MoLo, no, please. He could see that there was no life in the eyes of the Slingling anymore. MoLo was already dead. Redis began to weep at his corpse, a painful, bitter weeping. He hadn't cried like this in such a long time, and now he knew why. It was perhaps the most unpleasant thing he'd ever experienced after being free of the influence of the Pinpin. Off to the side, Ollie stood, watching helplessly as Redis wept for his fallen friend. Ollie hated this feeling, the feeling of vulnerability, the feeling of failure. Misty was sobbing next to him, unable to go over to console Redis. Finally, after a while, she did just that, approaching him from behind and placing a gentle hand on his back. They rebuilt the snow house and buried MoLo in it, the one home where he did not live as a slave or in fear of being treated as one. Redis had no reason to stay. Now that Ollie was back, his promise was practically fulfilled. But it was like he had said to Ollie. He was going to help him finally put an end to all of this. And for them to do that, they needed to defeat TT-119. Redis mentioned to them that they had gotten to the planet by using a teleportation portal device, one similar to the one Misty had used to save Ollie. Redis gave them the coordinates to TT-119's location, and the three of them were off. Being back to that place again made Ollie feel uncomfortable, but he did his best to compose himself. Now was not the right time for pessimism. This was where they had a chance to end it all. He won't be at the Great Grey Stone, but there will be an army of Slinglings there that we need to cross if we're to get him. Redis whispered as they hid behind some trees. How do we handle an army of Slinglings? Ollie asked, remembering how he was no match for only a few of them. With this, Redis said, pulling out his dagger. Slinglings are very sensitive creatures. The Pinpin in our weapons would cause them to shrink in fear, and then we simply cut them down. Ollie, not having a better idea, nodded his head. Redis and Ollie launched their attacks on the Slinglings. Sure enough, it was just as Redis had said. The Slinglings kept squealing in fear at the sight of the weapons. Do not let any escape. They are calling for the rest of their snowboarders nearby. Redis shouted to Ollie. Not planning to. This is payback. Ollie said, feeling more than satisfied after they were done deleting the Slinglings. Redis led Ollie past the gray stone to the place TT-119 would most likely be, at the spot where the holy items were. They used their boards, so they got there relatively quickly. Now was the time they had both been anticipating. From afar, they could already spot the white of TT-119, and to their surprise, he was armed with both his scanning rod and his dagger.
He was expecting them. There was no point in staying hidden. They approached him from both sides, Ollie from his right and REDICE from his left.
So here we are,
TT-119 said as he rose from his kneeling position before an idol. He turned to face REDICE.
I always knew you'd betray me. I even hoped for it. That way I'd get to delete you myself.
So you were willing to sacrifice your own men just to slay me? REDICE asked, thinking also about how MoLo had died, getting filled with rage once more.
Small prices to pay for the greater cause,
TT-119 said without a shred of remorse nor guilt in his words. REDICE had heard enough. He charged at TT-119, with Ollie doing the same from his other side. Despite their number, the map makers still proved to be too much of a match of either of them. Ollie swung his energy-emitting blade at the robot, but he sidestepped it, the blade inadvertently parrying a downward cut from REDICE, shattering the dagger and wounding his hand.
Ah!
Groaned REDICE as TT-119 spun around and blasted him with an energy beam from his dagger, sending him flying. Ollie tried to battle TT-119 on his own, dodging, parrying, slicing, and stabbing. But nothing seemed to work against the map maker. It was almost as though he could see all that Ollie wanted to do before he did them. The robot used his scanning rod to strike Ollie at the heel of one of his feet, while also cutting his upper chest with an energy-emitting dagger. This made Ollie fall back with his sword slipping from his fingers. Before he could even recover and pick it up, TT-119 was already over him, and he stepped hard on his injured torso.
To think that you were the one I was so afraid of. What was I thinking?
The robot asked, a strange humor in his mechanical voice.
You've reached the end of your luck, Samurai. Now you go for good.
The map maker had his blade pointed directly at Ollie's face. The blade began to glow a bright violet as it readied to fire a beam at point-blank range at the trapped samurai. But then, a portal suddenly materialized behind the robot, and out leapt Misty, who rammed a chip into the head of the robot. This had always been their plan from the very beginning, a plan that REDICE had helped them come up with. Ollie and REDICE were just the distractions. It was Misty that was going to deliver the decisive blow.
That's enough, TT-119. It's time to sleep,
she said as she shoved the chip deeper into the slot at the back of his head. In an instant, all the memory of the robot got wiped, and the robot collapsed to the ground as it powered off. Now! REDICE yelled, hearing the approaching snowboards and yells of an army of boarders. With no time to lose, Ollie sprang up from the floor, ignoring the pain he felt from where TT-119 had struck him on his chest, and took the dagger from the open hands of the robot. He placed the dagger amongst the broken shards of REDICE's dagger. He turned and signaled for Misty to pass him something, and she pulled out the metal shard that MoLo had been carrying and passed it to Ollie. He placed all of them together and rose to his feet. Wielding his own sword, Ollie let out a yell as he raised his sword and brought both crashing down on the rest of the Pinpin-infused objects. This caused all of them, including his sword, to explode before him, destroying them, ending the Pinpin that they housed. Ollie lay there on the snow-covered floor, weakened, the relief that the battle was over taking him, causing him to close his eyes as he fell unconscious. Even in his darkness, he had a dream. In this dream, he was back at home, and his mother was there with him. She made his favorite soup and hugged him tightly.
Welcome home,
she said to him in a soothing voice.
It's over.
Then, the timeline of the dream suddenly shifted to the great sand dunes where Ollie looked down upon himself, still lying in the fetal position in the sand as if his spirit had left his physical body that was reaching out to the stars. Ollie asked himself,
Am I dead?
Then he thought,
What am I?
Chapter 16. The next season, Ollie got in line 3 days before opening day to claim his spot on the first chair lift of the season at the first resort in North America to open for the season. 12 minutes after Ollie had settled into line to make the stand until the lift opened, 3 human spirits appeared surrounding Ollie. Nate Dogg, Chad Otterstrom, and trailertom, known as the 4G Network, introduced themselves to Ollie as the keepers of the first chair. Legend has it that the 3 spirits of these 3 mystic wise men will allow themselves to be seen when a new chosen one has proven themselves worthy of being the first to ride the chairlift. Ollie reached into his wardrobe and pulled the glittering grain of sand from his hidden pocket and presented it to the spirits. Upon seeing the shiny grain of sand, the spirits of the 4G network simultaneously crossed their arms and gave Ollie a nod. Ollie slowly returned the dazzling grain of sand to the secret pocket within his garments. With 2 days left before opening day, Nate Dogg congratulated Ollie on his dedication to the sport of snowboarding and his bravery for getting in line so early. On opening day, Chad Otterstrom performed the ancient bamboo ceremony, officially passing the first chair opening day torch to Ollie in a peaceful transfer of power. The morning of opening day, trailertom explained that Ollie would be making history as the first being to achieve the honor of riding the first chairlift on opening day, without the influence of Pinpin. Nate Dogg said, "You have earned the honor of first chair, Ollie. Congratulations." Chad Otterstrom proclaimed, "We wish you good luck on your quest for today's first chair of opening day and the first chairs that await your future." trailertom stated, "Ollie, we must leave you now to resume our place amongst the stars. We will see you again on the other side." Ollie will forever remember his historic ride upon the first chair of the on opening day that season, the friends he made along his journey and that he shared the chair with, and the sacrifices that were made to be on that coveted chairlift. The end. This has been Snowboarding's Last Stand, A Samurai and The Slingling. Written by Tom Miller. Narrated by Vincent List.
Once again, it's Tom Miller, aka Trailer Tom, as I'm known in the snowboard community, author of Snowboarding's Last Stand, A Samurai and The Slingling. I'm dressed up as Ollie, the samurai snowboarder from the book. And if you could do me a favor, if you like this video, obviously leave your comments on what you think of the audiobook and like the video. But head on over to Amazon. I'll put a link in the description to the book where you can pick up ebook, paperback, hardcover versions of the book. Amazon really loves purchases, of course, but also reviews of the book. That's kind of like the social media currency of Amazon. Or over on YouTube, it's likes, comments, and watch time. So if you could leave a 1-sentence, 2-sentence thoughts on the book over on Amazon as a review, that would be a huge help. On behalf of myself and the whole snowboarding crew at Pinpin Films, thank you, and let us know what you think of this type of content. Do you want to see more science fiction snowboard projects from us?